All right. What's up? What's up? How we all doing? Nathan. Hello. I was just gonna repeat your comment, but your comment says hello, beard man, and I don't know if you're also a beard man, so I would assume not if you're calling me that. Hello, beardless? Unbearded? I don't know. Got a lot of stuff planned today, so hopefully we get through it all. Definitely some stuff I want to get through first, but we gotta wait for people to get here. We gotta wait for people to come in and hang out. 2025 in hindsight gaming. I don't think I'm gonna be playing any games today. Maybe I'm wrong. I think today is gonna be a talking stream and perchance a reacting stream. And mainly a talking about what is up stream. You will be tempted by the allure of playing Armando in Workshop? I don't know if I will be. There was people that were like shocked that I didn't stream Workshop the day it dropped. And I was like, well, I wanted to go to a local. I did know it was going to drop. I knew that was going to happen, but that's because that was the announcement that was going to be on Wisely Wars. I knew that Workshop was the next thing they were announcing. So I assumed that that's what they were going to do, I guess. But the thing about the day of the Workshop announcement, like, I want to talk about what Workshop means for sure. Oh, hello, Hobbs. I want to talk about that for sure. But, like, there ain't no games on it. It's like the PS5. There ain't no characters yet. I'm looking right now at the Steam Workshop, and there's Armando. And there's Smithy. And then the third most popular character is Blender Default Cube. That apparently has an up tilt. Like, yeah, I'm going to do a lot of Workshop stuff. In fact, I'm going to talk about that. Touch. Hi, buddy. But, like, there's not... Vajra is coming soon. Oh, I'm super excited for what it does turn into. Touch. Hobbs, sit. Can I get you to jump so you can be seen on camera? There we go. Hi, buddy. But, like, it was just funny that everyone's like, I gotta stream Ooh, what was that? Everyone's like, I gotta stream Armando. And I'm like, I don't... One character does not a Workshop stream make. Unless it's, like, a super high effort. I don't know. I'll probably end up streaming it, I'm sure. And I will definitely stream Workshop in the future. Oh my god, wait. Here's one. But, like, that is what I'm able to do right now. Was just watching a stream developing a Shovel Knight mod, original moveset and all that. Hell yeah. No, I think it's going to be really sick what people do in the future, yes. I don't know if you can hear if the stream is picking up his whining, but he wants attention real bad right now. Hobbs, he's like a foot away from my hand. Right there. Why are you just sitting out of frame whining? I can lower it so they can hear you. I just fed you. We just went outside. Why are you whining, buddy? Chat, Hobbs is whining. We'll get enough of Armando from downloading random unfinished characters using their template. Yeah. Also, they have said that all of the characters are going to get... eventually, all of the Rivals characters will have template versions in, which I'm excited for. If you come a foot closer, I can pet you. Instead of you just whining just off screen. I can't move the camera. Touch? You can see his ears. There we go. Here's my light. He's very unsure about this right now. You can't just sit right off screen. Off screen? Right off stream whining. We sure had that with Sandberg. Yeah, exactly. Exactly. We just need time for people to make stuff. I think in a month, there will be some cool stuff. Eclipsed Husky, thank you for the follow. I feel like I moved my camera in a weird spot. Whatever. It's just funny that people are like, I can't believe you didn't stream. It's like, I would have streamed to talk about this kind of stuff, like what workshop we'll do for the game and what I am expecting and what I've heard from talking to Toma and talking to Equinox, like the people that made Smithy, that are like, yeah, we've been working on that since September, and he's like 50% finished. Heck in a week, don't underestimate the furries. I'm not. And in fact, I will be running my own... I can't do it. Ooh. There's like something in my throat. Trust me, I'm not underestimating the furries. In fact, I'm working on I'll be getting a short about furries up soon from my conversation with Barley. But, there. If you just sit here and I can pet you, that's fine. That's fine, bud. I can pet you if I'm not playing games. I don't know why he's doing this right now. You thought the stream was called Retirement Plans for a second? Is it worded in a way that makes it sound like that? Speaking with some devs I know who are considering porting their own characters. You mean the Combo Devils guys? I'm gonna see if Hobbs will get mad if I try to pick him up. We'll see. This could go very poorly. Hobbs, you can't just whine for treats. He went to where I keep his treats. So he's just been whining for like 5 minutes to try to convince me. I'm picking you up anyways. I know you don't like it. No. He doesn't like this at all. He's never been a lapdog. There we go. See? Now when you whine, people can see you. Hi, buddy. Hello? Did we already talk about the Asumsaus video? What did you think of it? I have skimmed it. We are going to actually like watch and react to it. Oh, hello, you're sitting up on top of me now. Do you want down? Okay. Buddy, you can't just whine and get treats. That's what Twitch chat's for. Well, no, that's me too, Twitch chat. If I whine and ask for primes, and then hopefully people give them to me. You have a content warning for Icons fans? You mean me? You mean me? One of the only 3 Icons fans in existence? So I skimmed part of it just to make sure it was something I cared to watch on stream. But it's Asumsaus, so I figured it would be high quality, and it was. And then I did break, and I watched Cody talking about it yesterday. Not the whole time. Not the whole time. For now, since Cherry played it. But I caught like the second half because I knew that Coney liked Icons, and I knew that Coney played a lot of those games, so I thought his perspective would be interesting. But yeah, that'll be the last thing on stream just because it's like an hour-plus video, and I'm going to be pausing a lot, so I don't know how long that will take to watch. No, I played Afi and Galu in Icons. So I've maintained that I think the only reason I like this game as much as I do is because I played one of the only characters that wasn't a clone character. I think I just liked Afi and Galu. I didn't like Icons. And in fact, I have joked for years for Rivals 1 workshop that I would love to have someone make Afi and Galu in workshop. I genuinely might commission someone to make Afi and Galu in Rivals 2 workshop for me. Because I just don't like Rushdown Revolt. I don't like Rush Rev, and I'll talk about that too, I'm sure. It was kind of funny when they describing what made Rivals 1 unique from Rivals 2, they left out Drifty Eye, Universal Wall Jump out of Special Fall. I think those things are way more hyper-specific than Rivals fans realize. I bet if I asked Smash fans, just general, like, not just Smash fans, people that are watching Genesis for any game, and I was like, do you know what Drifty Eye is? Not have you heard of it, can you describe it? I bet 90% have no idea. And in fact, I have talked to so many Rivals players that didn't really know what Drifty Eye was. I think it is way more niche than people realize. Sounds like a question to ask people to major for content. I don't think it's interesting enough for content. But we will talk about 2026 plans. That is indeed. Going to talk about how 2025 went. I want to talk about some of my plans for 2026. I was not joking in the title. I do have an announcement. And then I want to watch... Well, I'm sure we'll talk about Workshop. We'll watch that. But we're probably going to end up talking about Workshop a lot. A lot of my friend group has been rough over those technical things. Probably just a relative thing, though. Exactly. You know what? While we're doing this, I'm going to put out a tweet. Let's make a poll quick. Poll. Do you know what Drift DI is and can explain it in one sentence or less? Do not actually do this to my mentions. Do not actually do this to my mentions. I'm getting what's the phrase? I'm getting a sense of scale for the larger Plat Fighter / FGC communities. I do need to throw a please God in here. What should I say in chat? No. This is I am curious what. Yes, I do. No. I haven't heard or am. No, I don't. There we go. No, I think my fan base will be higher. I'm hoping that somebody outside of the Rivals fan base will also share it. My fan base will be higher. Yeah. God, saying the word fan base sucks. My audience will be higher. Just one day. Will you be adding this poll to Blue Sky too? Probably not. I have not logged into Blue Sky in like a month and a half. I didn't even post most of the Wisely War stuff there. Blue Sky, I know despite everything that I was doing, I cannot get any traction on that. Yo, what's up, Switch? What's up, Switch? Yeah, sorry, Dreamer. I probably won't do that because every time I post something on Blue Sky, I get people that don't follow me that are like, here's why this thing you talked about is actually bad and evil. And then no one from Blue Sky that does follow me reacts or watches anything, or it's just a constant like, what are we doing here? I am only going to use a social media platform if I'm using it to be social, and no one was being social. And I've said that I would be off Twitter if I didn't feel like I needed it for work. Switch, what were we doing? I'm assuming Galvin, Dinosaur Gaming, or were we playing Lorena? Galvin Gaming? All right. All right, there we go. But yeah, like Blue Sky is a... Yeah, you and I spoke on things like Twitter for content growth. Yeah, like Blue Sky... I've gotten a few follows. I haven't posted in like... Yeah, 2 months. But like, Wisely Wars barely got any traction. I can post stuff like my biggest announcement ever, and it gets 7 likes. I was in a car crash and had to mute things because people told me that somehow it was my fault. And then one spot I posted that I was starting a contract. I remember this specifically. Starting a contract. And I said, I'm so happy to announce I'm starting as a contractor with Vocal Media tomorrow. It was a 3-month contract. I'm in my final month for it. Especially listening in Twitch and YouTube strategy. They're an influencer marketing agency. No one responded, and then someone who doesn't follow me is like, I don't like the word influencer. And then another person that I blocked was just like, if you do anything on Twitch or Amazon, that means you're ontologically evil. I refuse to support Twitch because they're part of Amazon. You should stream on YouTube, which is, I do already. Like, I do both. What are we doing here? Like, everything on this website is designed for people to, like, stop in because they follow the wrong thing. And then they search for the words that they don't like and tell you why you're morally inferior for using the word influencer. So I just eventually stopped using it. I get that Twitter is bad, but I'm not on Blue Sky because I'm looking for a great spot to have everything. It's just like, what are we doing? All right. So, I'm very curious. Grok is actually evil? Well, yes. I hate Twitter. YouTube is owned by Google. What a completely moot point. Exactly. That was the weird, like, it's just whoever people are upset at the day. Okay, it's only 5 votes. I was like, wow, even in my community, it's 60-40 for no, I don't. But that's only 5. All right. We'll pull up that later. All right. So, yeah, today, talking about how 2025 went for me. We're going to talk about my 2026 plans. I do have an announcement. Shout outs to all the Switch viewers. I do have a big announcement. And then at the end of the stream, I'll be talking about Rivals Workshop the whole time, but I will probably specifically go through Rivals Workshop stuff. I want to watch and talk about the new Asumsaus video. I also saved a video that was by Dill. That was the Rivals 2 is almost awesome, or almost great, or something like that. I do want to watch that too. Which is funny, because I'm pretty sure that's going to talk about the fact that there's no casual content. I'm guessing. This is just making me miss co-hosts so much more. People actually want to be social. If people, even if I didn't get traction on Blue Sky, but the people that I did hang out with were social, I would still be there. It's the fact that no one checked it. My friends that are only on Blue Sky and not on Twitter also aren't on Blue Sky anymore. Like, I hang out, I literally was half the reason I was there is because Stude was there, and I'm good friends with Stude, and I miss seeing updates from his life. And it still was just like, well, if none of these people are active on any of them, I also work in, like that post said, I do content and influencer stuff, and I work in social media. I've seen the player base of, not player base, I've seen the user base of all these sites. Twitter might be dying, but Blue Sky literally has like 0.01% of the adult population of the US. It's infinitesimally small. And so I'm not really concerned about building up a user base there. Anyways, we're not here to talk about Blue Sky. All right, I don't... not gonna lie, watching a lot of the videos about Rivals, the criticisms tend to boil down to not enough casual content. Yeah, and I agree. I agree that the game was designed not to only be for competitive players, but with the features and the gameplay modes and the content that was in it, it was clearly like, hey, we have a great fighting game. We'll work on the rest later. Yeah, seen by the roadmap. It was weird seeing how many people like seemed to not know that that roadmap existed when they would give a lot of criticism, but that's fine. I get that, like, you pay attention to the roadmaps if you are a fully engaged, like, frequent follower of all of this stuff. Now we got Workshop. Well, in a month we'll get Workshop. We have Workshop now, but Workshop currently is 8 things, and most of them don't work. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Yeah, it's 8 things so far. It exists, but it's empty. Yeah, exactly. It's why when people are like, why aren't you doing a Workshop stream? I'm like, because I would stream Armando. And that's it. Well, Armando and Smoothie. I'm so happy Workshop exists. I need to start making stuff for it. I'm super excited for people to be making things for it. It's not full of potholes. It's just Rivals 1 Workshop also didn't pop off literally 12 hours after it was announced. People had to start making things for it. I like the videos that complain about how expensive skins are, and I'm like, you control the transactions you do. Well, that, but also what I'm like, anybody that complained about the monetization of Rivals, because, like, I ran Wisely Wars. Oh, the crashes? Sure, those potholes, yeah. You mean the game that you can get any skin that's ever made, eventually you will be able to unlock it through gameplay? Huh. You mean the thing, like, every time someone complains about FOMO and Rivals, it turns into, I want this thing immediately right now, and not, I'm upset that I will never be able to get it. It takes a long time to get those skins, sure. It's $30 and you get every character forever for free. Like, every Wisely Wars player was like, what do you, that's crazy. Every single Wisely Wars player was like, what do you mean the monetization is like this? They were floored at how user-friendly it all was. We are deathly spoiled by the Rivals devs. I literally have 3,000 Dan bucks right now that I got just by catching up on the events I missed by taking my break. Yeah. You're not, no game expects you to get all the skins in it. Most games, you get like a couple of skins for the character you main. So the fact that this game is like, hey, what if we do a free track and you can go back and play all the other tracks, and if you play for like a week, you unlock a skin for a character you like. What are we doing? What are we doing here? Why are we complaining about the monetization? Yep. It's very much a potential game for casual audiences. Yeah, exactly. And that's a lot of what we're going to talk about while talking about the Asumsaus video. I play pretty frequently and I don't get most of the skins because I can't. I'm thankful we don't have to pay for characteristic skins. Right, but I'm saying I've played a lot of competitive games. You know how many skins I own in Street Fighter? 0. Do you know how many skins I own in 2XKO? Like 2. And it's because I bought the like character pass so that I can unlock future characters immediately. Like, there's games that I've played for 400 hours where I own 3 skins total. Like, the idea that you should be able to get most skins is the thing that there's never been a competitive game or a game with a battle pass or anything where you were expected to get most of the skins. That's all I'm saying. The fact that people are like, this game has FOMO and is evil and the skins are too expensive because I expect to get all of the skins. It's like, no, that's not how this works. You should never expect to get all of the skins. Right, the FOMO is just, it's said by the same people. All right, where do we want to start? 2025 year in review, probably. Can't you get the backing ones nowadays? I'm not sure. That poll's at 50-50 right now, but only 12 votes. But even the fact that it's my audience and it's still 50-50, I expected my audience to be like 70-30 on yes, and that if it got out to a wider Smash audience, that it would flip to like 30-70. So the fact that it's still 50-50. All right. Okay, let me pull up a couple of things, and then I'm going to switch scenes so that you can see my screen. So we're going to pull up my Twitch. This is super behind the curtains. This is super behind the scenes, unveiled. Y'all are seeing everything here. Honestly, if they reworked how the event passes looked, yeah, exactly. I think if it was... I very explicitly told all of the creators in Wisely Wars how the battle passes worked because I wanted them to be aware that they could go and look into other ones. And a lot of them did. Although I was very surprised at how many people were going to play old battle passes just to get emotes. I really misunderstood how popular emotes were going to be to everybody else. They love Get a Job. They love Doot. They love Real. Like, it's so funny. With Code Wisely, thank you. Thank you. Get a Job is OP. I can share this right away. So for some reason, Twitch will show me... That's the wrong scene. There we go. Twitch will show me a lot of different things. But one of the things it'll tell me... Great job. Job was your most used emote across other channels. 53 times that people have used Get a Job on other people's channels is such a funny thing for Twitch to tell me. It's also the most popular on my own channel. You might be to blame for that. Yes. It's on my own channel, it's that, it's the new Pog one, it's Sleepy Wisely, and then it drops pretty hard to like a lot of my old ones. I'm surprised that Nanasag isn't ever used. Whatever. I recently just set up like BT TV and 7 TV and a bunch of the other ones for people to use. So now I will be able to see other channels, or other emotes when I'm streaming. But, like, I just never had a high emote usage stream. But, yeah, the fact that, 9 different people are all using Get a Job outside of my channel is very funny. Also, though, that 2 people are now have used Sleepy Wisely 22 times is a little concerning. It's a little concerning. All right. So, should I pull up the notepad? I think so. We pull up the notepad. I'm going to move myself onto a different part of the screen so I can show everything. Hello, chat. What's up, Equinox? We were just talking about Smithy a bit. Well, we were talking about Workshop in general, not Smithy specifically, but people were like, are you going to stream Workshop? And I was like, maybe, but I'm not in a huge rush until there's some more stuff on it, or else I'm just playing Armando against Smithy the entire time. PM Wolf, I tried to download and it didn't work. I played a little bit yesterday. Smithy ain't done. Yeah, exactly. And that's not like me being like, hey, this mod sucks. This is you guys in the creator Discord being like, yeah, like 50% of the animations aren't there. PMWolf does not exist yet. Always check file sizes. Ooh. I'm so psyched to play in Workshop in a year. I don't think it's going to take a year. I think you will start to see... Oh my god, I'm not a programmer. I'm not a game dev. I'm not an artist. So this is all me purely talking out my ass. I think it will probably be like a month to start seeing fun, very basic characters. You will see, like, really high quality, like, base game quality stuff in 6 months to a year. But I'm okay if we're not getting base game quality characters immediately. We gotta start somewhere. I'm for sure, we'll talk about this in 2026 plans, I'm for sure running a workshop character jam. Normie, thank you for the prime. Thank you. I'm for sure running a workshop character jam. I'm so excited. I'm so excited. I already have Muno, a few other people are like down to help me get it to the workshop community so that, because they have run workshop character jams already. That's like a thing for Rival Squad. But they got really excited about the idea of someone that isn't a workshop creator doing a workshop jam for their own audiences. So I'm going to have an idea. You need some true Ices characters. I thought about doing a, like, giving everybody a theme, and the theme being a duo character, a puppet character. I think I saved that for a year. But yeah, I want to do this, like, once a year. I think it'd be really fun to do once a year. Do a... How long would I give everybody? Either a month or a week. Probably not a weekend. I'd probably do a full week. I like the idea of it being simple and rudimentary and keeping it not, like, a full month and it gets too crazy and out of hand. We did a plus one minimum. Yeah, we did. I've played them. But I've thought about one of, like, give them the theme icon where it's every character that is applied has to have some, like, iconic move from a different platform fighter or fighting game character. Where it's like, oh, that's just Falcon Knee, or that's just Falcon Punch, but the rest of the kit is totally different. So the person playing can tell, like, this is a character with one move that we've taken from something else, and everything else is, yeah, James, I need a character with a hero menu. What if someone for Icon did a character that was, they have heroes menu, and the rest of the character's totally different? Like Eda Nair being DDD Nair. Like, where it's not even subtle. It's like, oh, that's just Potemkin Buster. That's just Ryu Hadouken. Shoryuken, whatever. And then the rest of the character is fully different. I think that there's a lot of cool themes that I've been thinking about. I also have a couple of people that are already down to be guest judges on it. Macro is very interested. In fact, when I asked Macro about doing Wisely Wars, I was like, hey, whenever Workshop is announced, I want to do a second event later too, where it is they don't have to be involved. They're just like on the final day that all the characters have to be submitted. We then spend like a day or a week playing characters together and then probably streaming that and then like coming up with something for a video. Might have to learn stuff to do a workshop jam. I'm really excited. I think a workshop jam is going to go hard. I had a couple people that knew I was wanted to do a jam that were like, oh, are you going to do it now? I'm like, no. In a year, people will be able to do a workshop jam where I give them 6 months to, or I give them a month or a week to make a character or a base character. Right now, people have no idea how to work in the engine yet. We're not ready to do it. I feel like that's a, like, do that in 6 months kind of deal. Double-edged chance for Rekka? Yeah, exactly. Assuming you're waiting until it's out of beta? Yes, for sure. For sure. I need it so that Workshop's out of beta so that it doesn't crash as much, and I need it so that the people who already are making Workshop stuff feel a lot more comfortable working with it. It'd be really dumb to do a jam when, like, there's not even a single fully complete character, including Armando, who is not a fully complete character. All right. All right. I'm pulling up some stuff so that we can do... Okay, I have a couple specific things that I'm trying to pull up. I need to go to this post. I need to pull up this tweet. I should have had this already earlier, but I was taking hops out, so I didn't. Love seeing what creative people can pull. Oh, also, I am planning on hiring a workshop dev to work on my team. Not like I don't make enough money. I'm not paying someone full time, anything like that. But I think it'd be really sick to have somebody on my team that I can be like, hey, can you take all of the base Rivals characters and make them all fast fallers? That's all I want. I'm not saying like, oh, I want to commission someone to make characters for me all the time. I want to use Workshop as a way to do game design, like theory crafting. Wojo! What was the Wojo stream? I didn't realize you were live, Ren. When did I post this? What am I looking for? Oh, here it is. Oh, they didn't comment on it. Never mind. Oh, it was in my Discord. Yeah. What if we gave the entire base cast ABSA double jump cancels? What if we do this? Like I wanna have somebody on my team that I can be like, can you just change some mechanics or change some like values? Like next time there's a community argument about should this character get nerfed, I want to be like, cool, can I make a mod that's just that nerf and see how it feels? And like do a stream talking about it? And then we also will do goofy ones like what if everyone has rock? What if... But I want to use Workshop as a way to explore game design, like game theory, fighting game character decisions. All moves are Claire and Tipper. There is a Workshop post that I saw that is all of Claire and Sword is just all Tipper. Like, I think there's going to be a mix of goofy things and serious ones from my area, from my side of, like, why I would want to commission someone. What if we gave everybody Luigi friction on wave dashes? Yeah, exactly. That kind of thing seems sick to me. All right, one sec. What? Oh, there we go. Rivals 1 mode. Yeah, I want to use it as a way. Like I said, I'm going to do a thing where I talk later about 2026 plans, and I'll get into my, like, workshop stuff I want to do then, too. What if we put the entire Ultimate cast into Good Engine? That would more be, like, something I don't commission, but as people make cool mods, I'll play, and those will be a lot goofier. What if we add Tetherball back in somehow? That kind of deal. All right. Pulling up my analytics. Do you think Workshop will be way less than Rivals 1? Way less what than Rivals 1? Less of what? Less plentiful. I think it'll be, I mean, told that it will be harder, but also I think people are comparing it to how long it'll take to make fully fleshed out like base shop, like base game cast characters, I also think we're gonna get blender rips of like, I did this move and it's just Clarin, but I gave them Mario Fireball. So I think eventually we will have plenty of characters. But I think it'll be slower to get high quality ones, because we did get some high quality things pretty early in Rivals 1. But I think it's also people just got to get used to it. It'll probably be less than it was in Rivals 1. But I don't think it'll be... Rivals 1 also had a lot of slop, which is fine. I hope that it doesn't overtake... It will overtake Rivals 2 base cast. I know it will on content. That's part of the reason I'm going to do stuff for it. Because I'm not stupid. I have to do workshop content. You want bald Rano? It's the coding side? Sure. I don't know how difficult Lua is. Or really what it is. Alright. Do you think people will actually try to make Rivals 1 Vets and Rivals 2 Workshop before it comes out? Yes. I was pretty confident people were going to make Rivals 2 announced characters in Rivals 1 before they were out. We can make peeled Galvin real. You say that like it's fake. Have people been talking about peeling Galvin? Wouldn't that just be a fossil? But yeah, anything that I commission won't be like a full-on character unless it's like a really specialized thing or I'm making way more money at that point. All right, speaking of money. You haven't seen the image? No. Speaking of money, let's talk about how the last year went for me. Let's talk about 2025. But I think for me to talk about 2025, I actually have to talk a little bit about 2024. Because 2024 was like the big year for me. 2024 was like the big year. I need to move myself. I need to move myself and chat. Okay, we're over here now. Chat, I guess I can make you bigger. Fine. All right. So, this is actually 2024. It's January 1st, 2024 through January 1st, 2025. And as you can tell here, there's a giant bump. And that is when Rivals came out. So, I got the champ of the beta, how Clarin works. My video about Fox and Garfield, Rivals 1 launch day. I forgot I released that video the day beforehand. But if you go up to here, the rest of the stuff was I did a video about Project M that I'm very proud of. It's a video I'm very proud of to this day. I made my Smasher's Guide to Rivals 2 based on the beta and like alpha stuff, and a lot of the comments originally were like, how this dude know Rivals already? How guy know Rivals? And it's like, well, I played it. You ended up on my feed due to Rivals 2. That project and video is one of my all-time favorite videos on YouTube, so you should be proud it was quality. It's one of the videos I'm the most proud of still. If you haven't noticed, every once in a while that video will change its thumbnail and title, and it's because I'm still convinced that I can find a way to get that video to pop off. It's at about like 10 to 15k views. I think I can get that video to pop off. I can't figure out how to title it. I also think it's one where if I become a bigger creator, that video will start to pick up steam. It's very good. But like the Smasher's Guide to Rivals 2, how Fleet works, a Melee video, lots of streams, are Rivals 2 combos too strong, how Locks works, the off-brand announcement. Fun fact, this Lorena thumbnail still gets used. If you search for Lorena Let's see if it still pops up. What? Okay, fine. Whatever. Lorena. Rivals. My thumbnail is one of the top results. And so people keep using my entire thumbnail for this video as like, when do you think the next character is coming? Image semi-related. I'm just excited. And it's just funny that my thumbnail keeps popping up. Or like I saw Coney posting about how Lorena was going to come out and was using my thumbnail. Put a shirtless image with Banzard for the PM video. Anyways. A lot of these are streams. I wish I could make this only show videos. But if you notice, I'm only posting videos like every couple of months in 2024. Now, my biggest video at this point had already come out. My biggest video was right before this, and that was the Hit Falling video. Hit Falling video is still my biggest video ever. That's at like 120,000 right now. 10 things you miss. I'm actually gonna redo this video soon. I'm going to make a like 10 things you didn't know about Rivals 2 video. I've been collecting things to include in it. But those are more like weird things that people haven't realized. Some of them that competitive players will know, some of them that other people won't. I interviewed Brian Heron. Like, these are all streams. Here, Champ of the Beta, how clearing works. And this is just latent people viewing my stuff because of the game coming out. Forsburn, the dev roadmap, how Fox and Garfield are basically the same. Beginner's Guide, I should have made more videos here. October 22nd was a scripted video. And then I did November 3rd was a scripted video. And then when was my next? November 22nd. That's like one a month. And that wasn't even really a scripted. That was a stream thing. It took till like December. I didn't make that many good, fully scripted videos. A lot of these are streams. I think some of these are good. Watch hours basically looks exactly the same. Subs also follows along the same line. Did I find a day where I lost subs? That does happen. There, I lost a sub that day. And I made $1,861 on just YouTube. On just YouTube for then. Now, this is my streaming info from that. How do I make this go further to the left? Whatever. Ah! Okay. I mean, this probably isn't going to be a video, so I don't really care. I did, in January, I averaged 22 viewers. You can tell that, like, the day Rivals came out, or, like, the day before, I got 97. I didn't stream that much. I didn't stream that much. I streamed 117 hours. Somehow I made $404, which seems high. That's fine. Is there a... I think I can do... Okay, whatever. Time streamed. Yeah, that's not that many streams, though. I mainly was doing videos, especially in this period of time, up until August, where Rivals started coming out. But even then, that was a, like, look at here. Streamed October 30th. And then I didn't stream again until November 10th. And that's, like, the month Rivals 2 came out. I should have been streaming way more then. I should have. It's fine. It's fine. So, that was year one, roughly, of full-time content wisely. That was roughly year one of my, like, not full-time content. Sorry, I've never been full-time content. Of taking content seriously. That was roughly year one of like, I am making good scripted videos and I am taking this seriously. It's not a full-time thing. So now let's go look at 2025, the next year. I'm right now at like 10,700 subs. This is all down. I had 30% less views this year. I had 36% less watch hours this year. I had 80% less subs this year. And in fact, there's months in here where I actually lost subs over the month. -4, whatever. And I made like $400 less on YouTube. Now, I think I know why. Because I don't think this was a bad year for me. But I think I know why the numbers are all down. So now let's go look at January 1st, 2025 till January 1st, 2026. Cash Morella, thank you. I streamed 310 more hours. That's why. Sometimes it purges and it shows up as sub loss. Sure. I streamed way more. I streamed way more. And a lot of people, when YouTube shows up, or on my YouTube channel, because I started multi-streaming then as well, a lot of people will unfollow because they see the YouTube stream. I'm fine with that. I'm fine tanking those numbers because most of those people will still come back and watch anyways. So I made $1,400 more on Twitch than I did the previous year. My average viewership went up, especially from Wisely Wars. But even now, my average is still higher than it was before. Even before Workshop, the numbers have been good on Twitch. Yes, they have been. I think it is in a comeback era. I think Wisely Wars, I think Lorena, I think Workshop, there's a few different things. Evo, yes, Evo was a big one. The other thing is that in 2025, I did a lot more events. I worked Combo Breaker, I worked Supernova, I worked Evo, I worked Genesis, I worked Smash Camp, I worked a lot of events, and I actually did this. I haven't not done a Rivals Top 8 at any event I've been at, except for last year's Genesis. That's a really fucking cool thing to be able to say. I did Twitch Rivals. I'm super proud of being able to say that. I do think that there's other people who deserve to get top 8s. And that's not me saying that part. But like the fact that I didn't go to any tournament this year where I didn't commentate top 8 is actually kind of nuts. I also, like at Supernova, I did Melee. I did local stuff for 2XKO. I've done Melee for a bunch of other events. I'm going to tell you right now, even though it's not been formally announced, SBS, if you're in here, no, you're not. Or if you're whatever, I'm going to be doing commentary at Genesis again. It is a smaller crew this year, so you will see me on the mic more often this year. I'm not doing top 8. I'm okay with that. I think some other people are going to be mad for me for whatever reason. They're dumb. I'm okay with this. I would love to do Genesis top 8. You're genuinely entertaining. Thank you so much, Gorks. Thank you. That means a lot. You specifically have told me that already, but make sure I'm okay. I'm doing like 3 blocks, but last year was the first time they hired that anybody got more than 1 block at Genesis. Usually Rivals has like 20 people at Genesis comms. This year it's 7. So it was a lot more. There are people who, like, I think people have seen, I think she took it down, but like Nurse wasn't accepted for comps, which sucks. I think Nurse is amazing. But there's people who are really good that didn't get in. But yeah, my Twitch numbers are way up. 1,000 follows. Look at all of the ones from Wisely Wars. Subs are way up. Rev on Twitch. That's part of the reason I stream, is if you notice, my numbers on YouTube were down, but I made basically double the money this year. You just make more money doing Twitch, at least at my level. Later on, you don't. Later on, you don't. In fact, I can pull this up, Twitch tracker. This will be an easier way to show this, where I can really show you my numbers. Yeah, for the last 30 days, I've averaged 92 viewers, which is crazy. So here, this chart. Red is my, like, time that I was active and streaming, like, number of hours in a month. Do you think streaming on YouTube is worth it? I do. It's definitely worth it for me. I right now have 29 viewers on Twitch and 29 on YouTube. I don't think I would have 60 if I was just on Twitch. I will say Twitch viewership is more important, because Twitch viewership, if you're doing well on Twitch, it bumps up your numbers and you're higher in the category. Like, if I am the #1 streamer for Rivals on Twitch, that means anybody who's like, I want to watch a Rivals stream, will see me first. And if my numbers are split, that's harder to do. But I think it's worth it. I think it's a better... Yeah, YouTube searchability for it is terrible, but if you do watch a YouTube stream, it's great. So, anyways, like you can see here, I didn't stream much. It was July of 2024 where I started streaming a bit more, and then January of 2025 where I really started streaming a lot more. Now it's not a ton. The highest was 55 hours in a month, and that was Wisely Wars, and that's still not much compared to like a big name streamer. But the green line is my average viewership. My average viewership lifetime is like 21 viewers. When I started this year, my average viewership lifetime was like 5, maybe 10. But yeah, here, 53. Viewership's going down a bit. But that's also, I was getting more multi-streaming, so it's fine. Because this dip right here is when I started multi-streaming. So it looks bad. It looks like I lost a ton of viewers right here. I didn't. It's because I started multi-streaming. When did I start, actually? I bet I can find this. At Wisely. Multi-stream. That's not me. Working on setting up multi-stream. 2025. I don't think I actually did set up multi-streaming then. Why am I getting... Okay, I need it to be from me. Why is it showing other people? When did I start multi-streaming? Going live with a multi-stream. Multi-streaming? Oh, okay. I did actually start multi-streaming. Actually, that was, it said that it was the end of November. So right here, this big dip is because I started multi-streaming. And now my numbers are getting to the point where even on just Twitch, I am now equaling what I had on Twitch before. And I'm still, all of these numbers are basically double. Because I usually get about the same amount on Twitch and YouTube, except for Wisely Wars or anytime there's Twitch drops. Then I get more on Twitch. If there's Twitch drops, I get more on Twitch, obviously. But, like, that's why these numbers dipped. It's because I started multi-streaming, and so I was actually getting twice as much. But I started streaming way more. Now, here's some other stuff about 2025. As I started streaming way more. But, and you can't quite see this here, I didn't really make nearly as many scripted videos. In fact, let's go and look at this. These are scripted videos. Okay, 2024. All right. How I accidentally won Ludwig's thing. Yep, that was script and from stream. This was just a stream react. This was a stream thing that we edited down. This was a stream thing that we edited down. This was a... I think, was this a stream thing or no? God, I can only think of a... And nope, that was me talking. All right, cool. This was a actual update, but like we're in March and I have done 1 or 2 scripted videos. The rest have been from stream. This was from stream. This was a scripted video. January, February. We're now 3 months into the year and I'm at 1, 2, 3 scripted videos 3 months into the year. What's up, guys? We are doing our 2025 year in review, 2026 plans type beat stream. So I'm going over how 2025 was, which was really good in some ways, and just I'm also done about like why some numbers were actually kind of low and people didn't realize it. So that's a scripted one. I think this was a stream that's scripted. Stream but high effort. I'll say stream but high effort there. Is once per month a good number for the algo? If I was consistent with it, maybe. For the kind of stuff I'm making, I want to get at least 2 videos out per month. The algo, people, it's all hearsay on all of this. Gonna do supportive lurk because I'm a busy bee. No problem, no problem. Thank you for the follow earlier. I appreciate it. I'll include like high effort streams that have been edited down. Like I would never be like, oh, Wisely Wars. That was just a streamed thing. That doesn't matter. No, that's a high effort thing. Or like this interview ends when I die. Stock Exchange, which I need to bring back. Stock Exchange. That is a high effort, even though it's not. They were just fun. But like that is a unique stream content. How ABSA works, but like that's July and we're at like 6 months and like 4 planned videos that aren't, or like 4 higher effort videos. And the higher effort videos are the ones where I grow. The lower effort, like cut from stream ones are the ones where people who already like me and already watch me, they really like those videos. There's a reason that like one of the best videos I did this year, I fought the literal best and worst rivals players in the world. It was a stream, but I like fully did voiceover. We fully edited. I wrote a script. I factored in the storyline. It's from stream, but it's like way more high effort than that. This is actually what I'm planning on doing with Wisely Wars. I'm finishing up the How Lorena Works video, and then the next thing I'm doing is a video that is like this, but for Wisely Wars, where it's footage from stream, but it's also me talking, and you watched the All Ranks video recently. It's a great one. Thank you. That's one of the videos I'm the most proud of this year. It's really funny. At Evo, Banana Paste and Zeus were getting recognized by people because they were the first and last people in the video, and it came out like the month before Evo. So they were like, yeah, dude, people have been like, oh, you're Zeus. You're the person from the video, not you're Zeus. You're a top 10 seed in this bracket at Evo, which was crazy to me. But like this video, the All Ranks video, is like what I want to do with Wisely Wars. I want to write a video that is like, here's what it was like, and here's how I ran it, and here's the storylines that happened across the event, and edit, and then do like voiceover and do everything for that. But like a lot of, okay, that was all members only. Yo, dude, will you be at Frosty's? I can't. I really want to go, but I can't afford it right now. Also, what's up, Vilchippa? I will be at Combo Breaker. Are you going to be at Combo Breaker? Right now, Genesis, Combo Breaker, and Evo are the, like, big ones that I know I'm going to be going to, or I'm like 90% sure on. I'm really mixed on the... Okay, chat. What do you think about the members-only content on YouTube? A lot of these are duplicated because that's actually a way for me to get them to my Twitch people. You're always at CV, that's 100%? Hell yeah. Okay. I'm wearing the Combo Breaker stuff right now. I was talking to Rick at our monthly on Saturday about it. You have to decide after Frosties. I think your choice should be Combo Breaker, but I'm also biased. I think Combo Breaker is one of the best possible events you could go to if you're into fighting games. It is... I think it's above EVO in most ways, even. And Genesis. And, yeah, I love Combo Breaker. I'm really mixed on the members-only stuff. Because it's good, but YouTube has been really weird lately, where it will promote a members-only video above, like, the actual videos that I want it to promote to people. I want my members-only stuff to be like, if I mention in a video at the end or in a stream, hey, if you are a member on YouTube, you can watch some of these videos. I want it to be like that. I hate the idea that YouTube is sending a bad audio quality interview instead of, like, my newest video that I made. It's been weird, and, like, people will unfollow because they keep getting sent the members-only videos that they can't actually watch. It's one of the reasons I haven't done much member-only content recently, and I'm really trying to figure out how to make it happen. Because I think members-only content is good, and it's a cool way for me to do behind-the-scenes stuff. But it's also not... I'm really annoyed with how the algorithm and how YouTube is pushing it to people. I think this video is really fun. It's a shame that the audio got demolished. I think this video, I'm going to need to run back again. This was Board the Platforms, but live at Supernova. There should be a way to make it so it doesn't send it to non-members, Heike. I agree. YouTube is just pushing members only because they want the money. Yeah, I know that. But for me, I don't want people... Some people will sub because they want the members-only content, but I would rather it's they sub to me because they like my stuff, and this is a bonus to subbing to me instead of the other way around. But yeah, I'm going to run this idea back, except with better planning and audio and prep. You get them in your recommendations all the time, even though you can't watch them. I've been thinking about unlisting them so that they're not getting recommended to people, because I feel bad. I think that's also part of why I'm getting people unfollowing recently. But yeah, stream. And then if you notice, from like August, that was a planned fully high, that was July high level effort video. That was a stock exchange. I didn't have anything for like 3 months for like until How Galvin Works. And it's because I was planning Wisely Wars behind the scenes. So this year was actually really slow for me. This year was actually really slow for me. How the rival scene keeps rage baiting itself was from stream, but I view that as higher level because I planned it the way that like a Big A or a Ludwin video is done, where I had everything ready to talk about ahead of time, and then I presented it live like it was a PowerPoint. I think all of the Wisely War stuff is obviously high effort. So yeah, I'm happy that the rival scene keeps rage baiting itself is doing fairly well. But I think that I made one... Well, I'll count Wisely Wars as one big thing right now, so 2 until I make that edited video. 3 for 2XKO. 4, even if it didn't... Or 4 or 5, even if it didn't do well. I'm not going to count... I'm going to count Stock Exchange total as 1. So 6... 7, 8, 9, because that was high effort as well, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, that's 14 videos this year that weren't cut from stream. or that were high effort and were cut from stream. And that is just not enough. Not for the kind of stuff I'm trying to do. That's 14 videos is enough if you're doing like big documentaries that are like 40 minutes long and people are sharing because they're on 14 videos that are like bespoke videos about video games. I also, only a couple of these were about multiple games. One of my goals, one of the things that I need to be making stuff for more games again. So, that was 2020. That was 2025. For 2026, what my plan is I'm going to be making more scripted videos. I will probably stream a little less. Man, if only I streamed one less hour. It's a shame I didn't stream for 1 hour and 24 minutes last year. Dang, we were so close. I want to stream a little bit less. I like streaming a lot, but I definitely think there's times where I stream and I'm distracting myself from really, like, I could be working on a big video that will make more of an impact overall. The thing is, streaming is where I make more money. I made $1,830 from streaming this last year and $1,400 from YouTube last year. And then I made more from, I don't know why. Some people care about this. I don't care that I'm showing you my like numbers on all of these. And I've made $2,754 lifetime from creator codes, including $1.50 in the last 24 hours. I can tell what bundles are doing well. So the last 30 days I have 123. But in December, I had 89, which means this month is doing a lot better than December was. I remember November being good, too, because it was when they did their retro skins. I want to do more. It's designed by businesses to discourage wanting pay raises. I'm showing you my numbers so that you can pay me more. Let's be clear. I'm doing the opposite. I'm showing you this to be like, look, I don't make that. I made about $5,000 from YouTube and streaming. I did make a lot more if you consider Twitch Rivals and Evo and Supernova. Like, I made a lot more from that kind of stuff too. But I'm also in a spot where I've been saying no to events because I can't afford to go, even though they want me to be there. But they can't afford to pay for flight, hotel, and $500 for the weekend, which is my current rate. My current rate is flight, hotel, $500 for the weekend. Or flight, hotel, and then, like, we can work out a per block rate that of roughly will equal that. Because I need to make enough money to pay for someone to watch Hobbs, and for me to make money while I'm there, since I can't do my normal work while I'm traveling. And I can't stream, and I can't do other, like, there's enough things going on that's like, all right, I need to do this. Crazy that most of the revenue from this was all in the last month. Because that's $1,831. I made $500 in December on Twitch. Mainly from gift subs that all happened right at the end of Wisely Wars. So, got all that. My goals for 2026. Show this in the background. This is what I used for the Twitter thing. Oh yeah, I got in a car crash too. I forgot about that. There's a big gap where I got into a car crash from last year, where I didn't make videos because I was hurt. So, 2095. I need this to all be... Or I just do this. Actually, I'm dumb. Bigger on Twitch. All right. Wisely Wars was like a dream event for me. Wisely Wars was something I'd wanted to do for so long. A creator event. I'm putting it as its own thing. Wisely Wars. that by itself was a, like, this year was worth it for me for content. Because I got to make, I became big enough to make Wisely Wars happen, and then I ran a banger event, and I'm super excited about it. I commentated a lot of big events. I am now being asked to commentate more things, or to, like, work on more events, or to be part of more collabs because of the stuff I was able to do in 2025. It's just funny that it was actually a smaller year for me on YouTube, especially if we look at my sub count. We're actually lost subs at some points. So we look at, this is my sub count. Why doesn't it, I don't know why it shows it this way. I wish that I could make it show up higher. It's dumb, whatever. So 2026, or not 2026, 2025, I came in with 9,284 and finished 10,686. That's not much. In fact, there's months here where I actually was at 10,600 and then I went down. And like from here, 10,477 to here, 10,590 was like 9 months where it took me to like that long to get 100 more. We're like on Twitch, if I look at just 2025, I also gained 1,000, but I only have like 3,000. What am I at on Twitch now? 2,300. So I doubled my numbers. So it's more significant. So the blue line is the followers, where I gained like 300 followers in just Wisely Wars. So like this was a good year on me for Twitch, but it wasn't as big on YouTube, and I want it to be a little bit more YouTube focused. Honestly, the ideal would be if I could do the same amount of streaming, but spend more time on content in general. Because spending more time on content in general, but the same time on streaming means that I can spend more time scripting videos, working as more of a director or producer, and working with editors more. I think my video style is... I think the videos we've been making are good, but I think that there were certain styling things in some of my videos from like earlier this year or end of 2024 that I want to get back to a little bit with like just aesthetic and style kind of things, which are like small changes, but of like tweak the way we use music a little bit, or tweak, I like including more things where it's like the paper comes in and then the thing pushes on top of it for the transition so that it feels more analog. Like there's just small stuff. But because I need to get videos out in a certain amount of time, I don't have time to focus on all of that. So I want to do more videos, and I want to do specifically more scripted videos. Basically, I want to keep the same amount of React and like stream stuff, because I don't want to do less of that, but I want to do more scripted videos. Where did I go? It's down here. I also want to do more events. So more scripted videos. And speaking of scripted videos, I put out some posts that I said, now that we're partway through January, what kind of content are you interested in seeing from me in 2026? Could be for any... Oh, this looks very weird right now. Could be for any of the games I play, overall genres, etc. What? Oh my god. There we go. Saying that you put it there doesn't mean that I'll make it, but I'm trying to get feedback and ideas. I like the scripted Rivals 2 videos that aren't necessarily about current events or announcements, but analytics and about game design, which is what the ones I like. More how this character works videos would also be a great watch. How many characters do I need? I need to do like 8 more characters to get the how this character works videos. And I said it's for sure in the plans. Those are the ones I'm the most proud of, but they take way more time. It takes so much more time to do a video like that than to do a video where I plan a stream and then I do a stream. If I'm editing it, it for sure takes more. Even if I'm not the editor, it takes way more time. And if I'm not the editor, it takes way more money. I don't make money on most of my videos. I lose money on YouTube, but then people pay me more on, maybe one day I'll do because every time you make one, another comes out. Oh, how the characters work? I want to get ahead of it so that at some point I'm just tied with the amount of characters and that I can keep up. But I do need to make, I need to make one about Rano and Maple, and I need to do all of them. I do want to do a general Rivals design video for sure, Equinox. But yeah, I like your scripted explanation videos that go into specific mechanics, like hit volley and like whatever. I'd be interested in a lore video. Also, I love this. PS, your videos got me into Rivals, and it's not my favorite game of all time. Keep up the good work. That's really cool to hear. That's so cool to hear. Anything that gets into character design philosophy, this is cool. I'd like a video about P+ players who made the transition to Rivals 2, like Switch Stengo, whatever. More 2xKO. Definitely going to do more 2xKO. I want to do more games, because I don't want to get stuck on... Again, if I do the same amount of Rivals, but I also just have more games included because I'm making more videos, that's kind of the ideal for me. I don't want to do just Rivals, because I don't want to... If some, God forbid, workshop flops, console release, no one cares. Whatever, I want to be able to make videos still. I want to be able to make stuff that's not about Rivals and have people watch. The 2xKO video was lower than my Rivals stuff, but I was really happy with how it did for being on my channel, if that makes sense. It hit 3,000, which for someone who has never uploaded a 2xKO video before, awesome. I'm happy with that. It's low for my Rivals videos, but again, I also think people will pop. I am currently getting more views right now in general. I'm getting 60 views an hour, 40 views an hour, whatever. A lot are because I uploaded the Wisely Wars finals video, but a lot are from people searching for Rival stuff. A lot are for... So I'm getting... Reads neat? I don't know what that means. But, I'm getting 140 views in the last 48 hours on Galvin, 140 on the Rage Bait, 70 on this, I'm still getting 50 every 2 days on the best and worst Rivals players in the world video. Which is why this video is actually taking off. It's doing better now than it was for the last several months. If you look here, you can see it's actually increasing in views lately. As my channel is starting to take off more, it's blowing up all of my videos, not just the things that are the most recent. That's what I was trying to say here. So I'm trying to become a channel that is about platform fighters and fighting games and workshop mods and a bunch of different stuff. But people are kind of here for me, kind of like how people will watch Sajam for any videos. But you know that right now he's mostly into 2xKO and kind of Street Fighter, but you'll watch him for other things. Same with Maximilian, except I want to do it with my style. I like doing the video essays. I like doing the fully scripted things. Here, I want to hear about what you might like to see in Rivals in the future, content-wise. Sure. So what I want to see from next year from Rivals, I could see doing that. This person wants challenges. Look at the workshop. But here, more scripted videos about Rivals. This person wants Marvel Rivals, which is strange because I didn't think anybody cared about that because I've never even downloaded that game. Speculation video essays. More scripted FGC content. In this thing that has 13 comments, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 of them want scripted videos from me. That's what everybody wants, and that's the stuff that I want to make. It takes more time. It takes more energy. Also, if I... Rivals 2 character selection... Even if I'm looking at just my how this character works videos. This is different because it's a concept UI, but whatever, I found it. It has Lorena in it. So I've done Clarin, I've done Forsburn, I've done Lox. I don't have Zetter. I don't think I have Edelus. It does love thinking that we're Marvel Rivals creators. It's funny. Did I make an Edelus one? I don't think I made an Edelus one. Did I? Well, I can't remember what videos I've made. That's crazy. Edelus. No, I did not make a how Edelus works. Okay. I thought I was going crazy. Did you try what workshop? Yeah, kind of. We're talking about it more right now, actually. So, okay. That is Zetterburn, Edelus, Orcane, Rano, Raster, Crag, Maple, Lorena. That's 8 videos still that I need to make for the how this character works. My goal is that those videos are done within the next 3 months. Maybe, okay, 3 months might be a lot. I think... Oh, the YouTube AI is like, make a video about the brand new Rivals 2 character. Wolverine. Hot take, I don't like that UI. I don't either. I'm just using it because it was the first one that had the newest character on it when I was looking. But anyways, that's 8 characters that I need to make. I think it would be good to get like 2 out a month. So I guess, yeah, 4 months. And then that gets me caught up to whatever like the next character is. I know that making a video that's how Zetterburn works won't do nearly as well as making a video that's on how a new character works. Or how... That's so funny. 2 different people have made can't wait for how Armando works jokes. Or one said excited for how does Armando work. Except one is in Twitch chat and one is in YouTube chat. So you guys don't know that you don't know that you have both made the same joke back to back. That's really funny. That's really funny. All right. But like these videos don't do as well if the character is not new. But I still want to make them because I think they're good resources. And part of it's like, I just need to make the whole cast. But that's 8. I also have videos that are like, I'm going to be making a video that's a fully scripted video about Wisely Wars. I have some higher effort plan streams. Like, I'm going to be playing the PM All-Stars mode with somebody. And, like, talking about the history of PM through that. There's a roguelike mod for Melee that someone made that I'm going to be streaming, where every time you lose a stock, you get to buff your character in a different way. And I want to see how long it takes for me to be able to beat a, like, good player. Or at least a friend of mine if I can't get a top player on at the time. I know Junebug is down, but he just might be too busy. Like, how many stocks do I need to lose in Melee to be able to beat Junebug if I'm playing a roguelike mod? I think that's really fun content. I have other scripted things. I have a video that I've been working on in the back burner for like 2 months that is about how stages work in every platform fighter. Why do people care about stages in platform fighters? There was a new video someone made recently that was similar. I did make sure that we weren't talking about the exact same thing. Like, I have a lot of scripted video ideas. I want to make videos that are about traditional fighters. I want to make videos about Street Fighter and 2XKO and, like, FGC culture. I want to make videos about, like, in-person videos traveling to events. I want to make something at Genesis. I just don't know what I want to make yet. Genesis, I'm going to bring my camera. I just don't know exactly what I want to make yet. But I'll bring a camera and a mic. Like, there's a lot of stuff going on there. Workshop. I want to do let's write it. More scripted videos. Because that's what everybody is asking for. These just take more time and money. Because either they take way more time from me. They already take more time no matter what. But if I'm not editing them so that I can keep working on stuff, I at this point need it to make enough money to pay for itself. And they don't right now. Usually I'm losing like $25 which isn't much, but it's annoying to lose money every video you make. And I already way underpay my editors. I wish that was a joke, like a grimy streamer joke. I would love to pay my editors more. I thought that I was getting a job that I was going to be making a lot of money, and unfortunately that job just didn't work out. When I thought I was getting that job, I was talking to my editors, and I was like, I'm going to immediately double how much I pay you all, because you guys are worth it. My editors are working on stuff. I'm paying them. No one's working for free. In fact, I paid people for Wisely Wars that didn't think they were getting paid. That was like something I was really adamant about. Is that no one works for free. But I can't pay as much as I wish I could. So like, if things go well, I want to pay them more. More scripted videos. About the same amount of streams. Maybe a little bit more consistent, if I can. Same number of streams, but more planned streams. I want to have more streamed things like the roguelike mod or like a collab or whatever. Especially Wisely Wars showed me like it's totally worth it to not stream a day so that I can set up to do more in the future. More events. Oh yes, 100%. Chat, telling you right now, we're doing Wisely Wars again. Not bringing it back. It never left. We're doing Wisely Wars again. There's no way I'm not doing it. Everybody is already asking for it. I have creators that weren't able to be in the first one that have been chomping at the bit. I have creators that weren't in the first one that couldn't make it that are so excited for whenever a new one comes out now. Wisely Wars will return. I don't want to call it Wisely Wars 2. I will for now. I don't know what we call it. WW2. That's the problem. I don't like the acronym. But also, I think I want to do 2 in a year, which means that I can't call it 2026 because I hate the idea of one being a 0.5 or something. I want Wisely Wars to partner with an event. Partner with tournament. I'm saying Wisely Wars 2 needs to have crews incorporated somehow. Maybe for fun content. Is this a leak? Am I leaking something? Taco Waffle. It's not from me, but there will be a crew event coming up. It's not my event. There will be a crew event happening. That's all I'll say. There's one in the works. I want to partner with a tournament the same way that, like, Sajam's not doing it this year because of the elephant in the room with Evo and not supporting Saudi Arabia. Which, God, I've talked about it before. I wish that I was in his spot. If Evo wants to do something with me right now, I'd be like, yeah, let's do it. Now, if it was Esports World Cup and it's in Riyadh and it's 100% owned by them, fuck no. No, not doing that. Maybe I'd have to take the bag just to be out of debt for commentary, but Evo is like 25% owned because it's 50% of half the ownership. It still sucks. It still sucks a lot. I know people that work at Evo that have been really wrestling with. Yeah, no, there's a line in the sand. Yeah, exactly. Evo, I'm willing to do. I do think it is very important to make sure that we have LGBTQ representatives at Evo, which is not me. I'm a straight white dude. Not that white has anything to do with gender identity, but like, I've already told Nurse that if I have any sway over Evo, I want to make sure that she's on, like that kind of thing. But like, because Evo is the Riyadh or Qiddiya they bought a majority ownership, so 50% of one of the two ownership groups of Evo. So they own about 25%, which sucks. But this is the like Evo also, I mean, it is sports washing. They paid me more money than anybody else did last year. I want to work. If an event is like, hey, we want to fly out the Wisely Wars participant, like the winning team do thing, I'd much prefer it's at like Genesis or Combo Breaker or something. I want to do some sort of thing where we do a meet and greet. We have the finals happen there. We do something at some tournament. Supernova, Combo Breaker, Genesis, Evo, whatever. Supernova, CB, Evo. I hope it's not called GX4, whatever. I want to do something. Who are you going to invite to the second one? I didn't invite anybody to the first one, except for the 3 people. Or 6 people. Everyone applied. Everyone applied. I want to partner with the tournament for Wisely Wars. And, like, I want there to be more sponsorships for Wisely Wars so that it makes more money. I am making about, after all is said and done, and I'm paying out staff, and I made money from the Twitch and the YouTube and ad rev and subs and sponsorship stuff, I'm making about $400 from Wisely Wars. Which I'll tell you is sick. I thought I was going to break even. I didn't think I'd make $400. That was $400 for 100 plus hours of work. Because that's the $1,000 sponsorship and 500 something from Twitch and about 200 from YouTube for like payments. But I spent 1,300 to make, like, run the event and to pay, or I'm still spending. I'm still in the middle of payouts for it, but like, the event was dope. It's just not I am not making sustainable income from that kind of thing. I'm gonna do a workshop character jam. That is something I will stake on. Like, I'm gonna do that. I'm gonna do that. I think that'll be sick. I think that'll lead to a few different really fun streams of checking out characters. I think that'll be a really cool video. Woo jam finally. We talked about it earlier. I'm gonna run a workshop character jam. I do want to give the community time to start getting better at making characters and to, like, really learn their systems. So I don't know if that's in like 6 months. The problem is, I think 6 months would be the next Wisely Wars. I think the next Wisely Wars will probably happen in like May or June. It's about 60% down on your build. Yeah. I think the next Wisely Wars is probably May or June, because that'll be 5 to 6 months from the first one. The timing will very likely be based around like avoiding RCS events and like if I partnered with Combo Breaker and we fly people out, then it's like, well, that has to be before Combo Breaker, whatever. Workshop character jam. I'm doing it. Equinox, in your experience, once people are a little bit better, people in game jams, I've seen everything from a month to like a weekend for a game jam. I like the idea of making sure that it's not too polished. I want people to give fun ideas that they can then take and work on more later as if they're like, hey, I made the basis of this character in a game jam, it's not done. I feel like a weekend, I think, would be fun. It might be too small. Is a week enough time to do a character jam? I don't know what the usual workshop community does for that. I like the idea of it not being a full month of prep, though. Or, like, they can prep and make the teams, but, like, from, like, learning what the theme is to submitting your link for the character. Workshop characters betas only, no stages, correct, yeah. It's a month, but you can only get to work when it starts. Yeah. Maybe I do a month then? I would go with what the workshop community wants for that. If they want a month to work on characters... It's just, I see things that are like the GMTK game jam, and that's a weekend, and people make crazy things. I wouldn't want to do just a weekend. I would either do a week or a month. Whatever, I don't need to add that. A month or two is fair bet. I definitely wouldn't do 2 months. It would either be a month or a week. Or unless you're saying a month or 2 weeks. Don't people usually work around the clock? Yeah, they do, but it's also for just a weekend. A month is best? All right, that's fair. That's fair. There's over 100 animations. Yeah, that's true. That's true. I'm down to like have people work on teams though, the way that people do for game jams too, if they want to. I'm gonna do the Wisely Workshop character jam. It's not gonna be called that. Maybe it is. The GMT game jam is literally the Game Maker's Toolkit game jam. But we'll find a name for this. I want to do this really badly. I think I'll, like, though, whenever I mention it, workshop people are like, oh yeah, we do game jams, or we do character jams all the time. Whenever I've mentioned this to people that aren't workshop knowers, they're like, I've never even thought of doing a character jam. That's really cool. I'm doing that for sure. For workshop content, I want to use workshop to explore game dev and plat fighter design. I will play all of the goofy characters, but if I'm like commissioning someone to make a mod for me, I want it to be like, hey, people have asked, like, I want to do a video that is like, why do characters' weights matter? Because I bet if you told people that don't know platform fighters but have played Smash, that you're like, yo, did you know that like all of the characters weigh different amounts? I bet some of them have no idea. Or I bet some of them are like, I guess I knew that Bowser weighed more than Puff, but I didn't think about it. And I want to be like, why? And it's really easy if I can have someone on my team that I can be like, hey, can I get a mod where everyone is Raster's weight? Or can I get a mod where everyone is this? Like, really simple changes where I'm not asking for like a full-on thing. That's also when the like workshop versions of all the characters are out. I will be using those a lot as the base for things. Like, I want to use that. I will play some goofy workshop stuff. Will do workshop content. You can always use Clarion for that. Right now, yeah. But once, like, a lot of this is I need all the characters out. I will do workshop content. I know I will. My goal is that I don't want workshop to overtake my real goals for the channel. Workshop will be really fun, and I think workshop will be a great way to backdoor people into caring about platform fighters, whether they care about Rivals 2 or they're like, oh, I like the Smash character that someone made into Rivals. I guess I could watch Wisely's video about Melee. I bet I could watch this video about PM. I bet I could, like, I should watch this. I will do it, but I don't want it to become the only thing on my channel. Won't become the only thing, especially slot. I've seen too many YouTube channels that just became, look at this new goofy meme of the week in workshop. I don't want to become that. I'm sure I will play some characters that will end up being memes, but I don't want my channel to become that. Along with that, I want to make more content that isn't for Rivals. More, or that is for the full genre of platform fighters. More content that isn't Rivals. I'm thinking right now, if like 1 in every 5 videos, minimum. And that won't be a like, oh my god, it's my 5th video, I have to make a video that's not about Rivals. But a new character came out, so I have to, oh no, like yes, I'm just gonna make the new Rivals thing. You don't want to, but if at the end of the year I can be like, at least 1/5 of my videos weren't Rivals, and I made 30 videos, so 6 of them aren't Rivals, I'll be happy with that. more content that isn't Rivals. I think 1/4 would be a better mix, but I'll say 1/5. I also want to at least get 2 videos out a month that are full scripted videos. So that's 24 fully scripted videos. That'd be double what I've ever done in the past. That'd be double what I've ever done in the past. Now, I will still do React videos, and when I'm saying scripted or high effort. So things like a video where I invited someone, we did a collab, I talked about it, that all counts as a high effort videos. And like I showed you, that's what people want. That was more than half the comments of when I was like, hey, what do you want people to make? All of them were like, dude, I want your like full scripted video essays. It's like, all right, I can do that. I can do that. I feel like I need to make this one like font size smaller. What's it at right now? 72. Let's just do like 60, 65. There we go. More content that isn't Rivals. So this could, when I said there, 1/5 minimum, that could be Melee, PM, Street Fighter, whatever. I also want to do way more indies. Indies/exploratory videos. I want to do a lot more. To learn ABSA, know any good videos for? I mean, I have my How ABSA Works video, but I feel like you would know all the stuff in that already. That's the thing. There's just not a whole lot of high quality. This is not a shot to other Rivals creators. There's not a whole lot of high quality videos that are like that. I get a little sad when Rivals videos are put into my recommended because so many of them are just like, here's my thoughts on the new patch. That's it. And it's like, we need more like high effort, whether it's guides or game design or it's all very fleeting content. Pun not intended. It's all like stuff that's like, yeah, for the week this comes out, people will be really interested, and then after that, no one will care. My character guide videos, the how character works, I think of and I script them as if I'm doing a game dev or game design video, not a how to play this character video, which is why all of my how this character works videos are still relevant to those characters months later, even if those characters have been changed, because it's much more like, what is the heart of how is this character supposed to be designed? We need way better Rivals videos, like all this 20-minute Smash videos I keep seeing about one move. Yeah, exactly. Unfortunately, if you look up right now, actually, I already showed this, so now I can just go to YouTube. Oh no, you're gonna see that I watch theme park content. We've talked about it on stream before, and some cooking content. But if I look up Rivals 2, Rivals of Aether 2, what was that? I went to, okay, whatever. Workshop. That's Armanda combo videos. Sophie always posts combo videos. The first Toma, but that's a 20-minute video or 20-second video explaining it. Like when someone does a high, I need to save this because if we have time at the end of the stream, we're gonna watch this on stream. But if you notice, when something is a high effort video, oh wait, that's wrong spot. I need to save it to watch on stream. There we go. I see cooks, yeah. Like when someone makes a high effort video about Rivals that's fully scripted and thought out, it does okay views at least. About 10K in 3 days, that's great. Oh, this is the other one. I just didn't save it to a playlist because I know about it, obviously. Watch on stream. I'm in this video. 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 I'm in this video SK Harrison. I have not watched any of SK's videos. I can't comment on what it's like. It's showing me too many of my videos. Pavis got a bunch for his thing. Most complex. But like, when you search for Rivals of Faith 3, you don't get that many things. And wait, what? It's an embarrassment? I'm not watching that. That's just gonna... I think someone shared it in my YouTube, or... So my Discord has a channel where you can send me a video to, like... Lack of content. Live service elements. Okay, fine. This is someone who doesn't understand. Whatever. It's fine. How to... But there's a lot that are like, how to start playing with mods, or... Like, there's just not a lot of, like, well-made... Like, this one, you click and it immediately shows just a big text post, and the person's just talking. I've now been on it for, like, 5 seconds. There's not any editing or cuts. It's fine. I'm not... The last stock stuff is usually decent. But also, the ones that are like, it's just this patch. Or, I feel bad. There's somebody that is in... See, I'm not even getting Rivals 2 stuff. Like, I get stuff recommended that are shorts that are like, here's all of the skins that have been announced in this thing. It's like, we don't... No one cares about your event overview of this specific battle pass for the month. People will watch that for the day, and then they're like, oh, it's really easy for me to unlock them all myself. And as soon as the event's been out for like 3 days, it's already out of date. Anyways. We need just more high effort stuff. I don't want them all to be about Rivals, but I want some to be about Rivals. I want to do a lot more stuff that's about, platform fighters and fighting games in general. I think there's a lot of areas to explore, like, the overall genre of both of those. Those are ones I'm really excited about. I probably have like 20 different videos outside of the How Rivals Characters Works videos. Also, I could do the How This Character Works videos for other games. I've been thinking about making one for Echo and 2XKO. Like, I've been thinking about doing that for other games too. I could make them for Melee. I could make them for whatever. About covering features. Oh yeah, we went over that community post a second ago to mainly say, like, a ton of them are asking for scripted, fully edited videos. All right. But yeah, that's a lot of my thoughts on all of this. I'm basically trying to expand what I'm doing currently. I know I included it in the video that in the picture I put out on Twitter when I posted this. Full-time content, yes or no? That's kind of a meme. I do not make enough money to do full-time content. Not nearly enough. I think I made like $5 grand. If I include events, I probably made like 10 grand this year. That's it. We really have to level up as a community in terms of content creation. I don't even think it's bad. I think it's a very new community. You have to learn how to make videos. I have years of videos from before I did any of this. If you look lifetime, I'm getting close to 1.3 million. Here, I have videos all the way back to 2019. Like, you have to, and like, look at when it started blowing up. Bam, that was my video about hit falling. That's when I started taking things a lot more seriously on the channel. But like, I am roasting when I'm saying, like, people just have to learn how to make videos. I had 3 years of kind of making videos where that's where I cut my teeth on, like, a lot of this is bad. You recently watched a video about how the Yu-Gi-Oh scene compares to Melee for tournament viewership? Interesting. What could that possibly be? What are my oldest videos? God, I think my first video, yeah, my first video was about Rivals 1 Workshop, ironically enough. about how much fun it is to just find new random stuff all the time. This is now unlisted because it was just my channel intro. This is unlisted because it was bonus content. It's something that would be a members only post now. I did a video that was about difficult games. So Monkey Ball, Session, Melee, why people like to improve at video games that are difficult. 490 views. This was just going through the Genesis workshop character list on stream and cutting it down, but it did really well. This was my first attempt at like a real good video essay about one game, about Hyrule Field and Ocarina of Time. 300 views. That was a combo video about Slippy. I was playing a bunch of indie games, so this game broke my computer on indie games. A clip of me doing esports casting over Fall Guys things from a stream as a joke. Combo video. More indie games with a terrible name. No wonder this video didn't even crack 100 views. This was my first, like, oh, I think this video is really good. It was my beginner's guide to Rivals 1. 76,000 now. Like, you have to... These are the exact same kind of things that if I made now, I'd be like, yeah, these aren't good. And people can't be upset. I see a lot of Rivals creators right now that are upset they're not getting... Not upset, but they're just like, I can't figure out why I'm not getting views. I'm like, would you watch a video that's titled Patch 1.53 All Skins Shown Version 5? I wouldn't watch that. I wouldn't click on that. Like, this is how I had to learn how to make thumbnails, how I had to learn how to title things, how I had to learn how to do... Like, I had years of that. I thought this video was going to pop off because I beat Ludwig in a tournament. It did not. It's at less than 400 views total. Why is he kind of missing the skin showcases? Yeah. But, like, it slowly got better, and it slowly started getting more views on stuff. This is actually... Wait, this is when I was shocked at when it happened. Workshop Character Pack Explained. This was when the Workshop 4 were announced but weren't in the game yet. But you could just play them in Workshop. And I made this, like, 3 weeks after that was announced, and I was still the first person to make a video that was, here's the 4 new characters that are coming to Rivals of Aether Workshop. Or that are coming to Rivals of Aether from Workshop. I'm explaining who they are, their lore, how they play, everything. The fact that no one covered this for like 3 weeks is just... Like, that kind of thing just made me sad. That I was like, these characters already exist and no one is making anything. I want to do more stuff like this. Testing out Kickstarter platform fighters. Like, you know, different things. Anyways. There's a lot of stuff I want to do. A lot of stuff I want to do. This is finally up, considering there was points in the last 90 days where I was literally losing subscribers most days. I was genuinely in the dumps. This is while I was playing Wisely Wars and was just like, man, I'm actually losing subs. I had 1 month where I lost subs over like a 30-day period, and it had never happened before. But it's because I was only streaming. I wasn't publishing any videos. Yeah, last 90 days, none of these are scripted videos until I get to here. That is like 50 days. A lot of the Rivals 1 community and anti-content attitude back then. Did they? I don't really remember that. They had an anti-like workshop content from a Rivals 1 video about workshop doing well. Makes sense. Right, but that was a video about here's the characters that are getting added to Rivals officially. Whatever. I don't remember it being anti-content. Other than, like, anti the workshop memes. I got bullied by a lot of top players for making my videos about the base cast. Really? That's wild. That's wild. I also want to do more... If someone in Zapstream really roasting the workshop announcement, I'm like, man, you don't understand how much the casual scene. I've been beating this drum for months. Workshop and console release are going to be the two biggest booms to the rival scene. By far the biggest booms for the rival scene. The number of people that got into Rivals 1 basecast through Workshop is way more than you would expect. What was I going to say? There was something I was going to say that was about this. And wanting spectator mode to work for tourneys for... I do remember that. Because I also really wanted spectator mode to work. I'm also going to do videos that aren't like the script. Like, I want to do videos that are, especially with Workshop, I can do videos that are like fun challenge. Like, I want to do more things like... I fully expect to do the all ranks video again, but with Melee. Or also with Street Fighter. I did a video that I really think was good before I took stuff seriously, but I think is one of my best videos early on. That was a playing doubles in Melee, but one character was actually like Mafia, where they were actually trying to make their team lose, and you had to guess which player was like. It was a fun thing. I want to do that for more. I could totally see bringing that back as a series, but do it in Melee and in Rivals and a few. Like, I want to do more stuff. I'm just talking about the serious stuff, because like I said, a lot of people really want the big scripted, high-effort videos. But full-time content, I'm not making enough to do that. If I happened to get to full-time, it would be... Yeah, I would do it. It would be really cool if I happened to make enough money to go full-time. Right now, I am actively looking for new work. I'm actively looking for a full-time salaried career job. Because right now I'm doing a mix of content and contract gigs and freelance gigs and like some part-time work. And it's just not stable. Also, downside to Workshop, there's just a sizable portion of people that will only engage for the game like that. Yeah, but there's people like that for Smash that only engage with it in a casual and items sort of way. And that's fine. That's fine. Then not everyone has to become competitive, but if I can use it to funnel people in or backdoor them into carrying a little bit, that's what I want to do. I mean, the devs have fully said, you said the upside is more money for modes and features. They've said that Rivals 2 would not exist if Rivals Workshop didn't pop off. Anyways. I don't make enough from doing all of that kind of stuff. And like I said, the fully scripted videos take way longer, and they take way more money if I'm paying for editing for them. But I am also saying that I want to get at least 2 out a month. This is why you and Toma agreed to balance our characters around the base cast level. Yeah, for sure. For sure. So, I don't expect to go full-time on content. It would be cool if I did. But I'm definitely not there. I would need to, like, 10x my numbers to go full-time on content. In fact, I need to go more than 10x my numbers. I probably need to go, like, 15x my numbers on, like, Twitch and YouTube, both. But things are going really well. Wisely Wars was huge for the channel. Look at all that big bump. 90 days of almost nothing, and then that huge bump at the end. 15x is a lot of people. It's a lot of people. Wisely Wars was huge for the channel. It doesn't look huge on here, but the growth is still there. I'm getting more views on just random stuff now from Wisely Wars, from people that saw that and now are watching all my old stuff. I'm now looking, like, right now I have about 60 viewers between Twitch and YouTube. And I definitely bet that, I mean, hit me with a 1 in chat if you learned who I was or you started watching my stuff because of Wisely Wars. You found out about the channel through watching one of the streamers. I bet there are at least a couple of people in chat or that are watching, probably lurking right now, that learned about the channel through Wisely Wars. Not a ton, but at least a couple. Even if it's just Gaius, who was in here earlier as a player. Like, Wisely Wars got me watching your streams? Yeah, exactly. You may not have learned about me through it. Maybe you watched the channels, just the edited videos, and now you watch the streams. But, like, that kind of thing. Dreamer has redeemed giving my dog a treat. So one sec. I will rant about this in just a moment. Hobbs! Hobbs! Ooh, I should get up and stretch too. Chat, do you like my new shirt? This is like fully... I don't know if you can see it. That's like fully stitched, embroidered. It's not just a logo on a shirt. That's like heavy duty stitching. It's a really high quality shirt. I'm very excited. Rick gave it to me for $10. Because the head of Combo Breaker goes to my local fighting game monthly. Touch. Touch. Hi, buddy. Don't whine. No, you can't double down on treats? Yeah, that's on purpose. I have it set so that you can... I have it set so that you can't just suddenly make me feed my dog treats for an hour straight. It's for his health. That's why the channel rewards don't let you... It's set so that it's only like a certain amount per stream and per hour. Alright. Hi, bud. Okay. Infinite Foodie glitch got patched out. I mean, that was patched out from the very beginning. I set it up that way initially. But yeah, Wisely Wars was big. I mean, if you look at my Twitch numbers, all time, Wisely Wars was huge for the channel. I'm at 2,330 followers on Twitch, and like a quarter of those were from Wisely Wars. Wisely Wars has gotten numbers where if I streamed on just Twitch, I would have hit Twitch partner. Are there VODs? There are VODs. There's also a series of 3 highlights, one for each day. So there's highlight videos that are just like a 20 to 40 minute thing of one per each day. All the VODs are up on my YouTube. And then I am also making a fully scripted edited video about it as well. But that was huge for the channel. My general viewership, like if you look here, my general viewership on regular rival streams is higher than it was pre-Wisely Wars. At least between like announcements and events. I'm hoping, I think it bumped. There's also a lot of people that were in Wisely Wars that now are saying that they're like down to do collabs. Like Dad and I were talking yesterday. He's like, yeah, like let's do some like platform fighter and then teaching me Spelunky collabs. Barley wants to do something on stream again. Like a bunch of them want to do more stuff, which I think is dope. So like that stuff will help a lot too. Wisely Wars also increased the usage of the get a job emote in game for sure. I put up that emote on my channel halfway through the event. That emote was because of it. Because like yeah, my average lifetime viewership is 21. If you look at my average for the last 30 days though, it's at 91. Like this has been very good for me. If you look like down here. Wisely Wars has been very good for me. I've also had people from like companies and from other people reach out because of it. People are really interested in that kind of thing. But I can't do all of this without, yeah, if like you look at my hours watched. Pre-Wisely Wars, I was at 16,929 for like my lifetime hours watched on Twitch. And post-Wisely Wars was another 3,000. Sorry to hear about your job? Oh, I haven't gotten to all of that yet. If you're talking about what I think you're talking about. But, yeah. So yeah, that's where everything's at. I'm not going full-time content. It would be cool, but I don't think what you posted in the Discord. Yeah, exactly. I forgot you were in there. If life happened, if like workshop blows up and a few other things happen, then maybe I could go full-time. But I don't think it's going to be there yet. But even like I said, like I'm applying for like new salaried full-time work. I will still do this kind of thing. I don't know what my timeline would be. I don't know the frequency, but even if I got a full-time salary job, I would still be making content. I would still be streaming. It would probably be streaming a little bit less and focusing on the YouTube and only streaming like once or twice a week. So that's where we're at with full-time content. There was something I was going to say. I don't remember. I don't remember what it was going to be. Chat, what was I talking about right before that? I mean, the amount of time it takes, everything else. Oh. But, like I said, if I want to do all of this, 2 videos a month, I want to make, like, at least 1 out of 5 not rivals. Like I said, I probably have, like, 30 videos that I'm able to... that I, like, currently have in my brain or partially scripted or, like, the ideas of them are planned. I just don't have enough time or energy or, frankly, money to make those kind of thing happen. But my goal is to do at least 2 a month, if not more. Chat, I need to make an announcement. This is very serious. I am not joking. Oh, I remembered what the thing was. Okay, right before the announcement. It's more videos of different video games, I agree. The other thing is, I have realized that if I didn't multi-stream, I would be a Twitch partner now. And that actually is a big deal. It seems dumb because I don't actually make more money on Twitch. You literally just get more invited. Like, you get invited to more things. Twitch will, like, invite you to do more special behind-the-scenes stuff. It helps if I go to things like TwitchCon. It helps if I go to... Being a partner genuinely does open doors. It's something I really want. If I didn't multi-stream, I would be a Twitch partner by now. Because I multi-stream, and I think multi-streaming is important, I'm not. Because I'm splitting my viewership too much. Okay. All of that being said, important announcement time. Because that's all relevant. I don't know how to mention this. And this, if I make this into a video, this is not part of the announcement. There's a reason I'm timing this now. I'll say that. Chat, I'm going to be doing a subathon. It's going to be my very first one. I'm going to be doing a content-a-thon, a subathon, where everybody... This is Tobbs. This is not the time to start whining for a treat. You just got a treat. I need to do the math, and I'll literally go through this with you guys. I need to do the math. I believe it's going to be every either 20 or 25 subs will guarantee that I make another video. I'm going to try to make videos regardless, but those will be ones where it's like, all right, I made enough money through the subbing, through the subathon, that I can just be like, hey, I'm not losing money by not doing my normal job. I'm not losing money by doing this. I can just spend time working on a video. So the other thing is that I'm going to be doing with this, and we'll talk about all this in a sec, because when it's starting and everything else, we'll don't sub right now. Wait until I explain it. Don't sub. This is the only time I'm telling you this. Wait, that's awesome. What's up, Gus? Is I'm going to have special things that are like, if you donate 20 by yourself, you will be listed as a sole, like executive producer on one video, so that you won't probably know which one it's going to be. Maybe I'll let people request some of them, but you'll be able to be like, oh shoot, I went to the final thing and it mentioned Wojo42, executive producer. Like, because you donated the set amount, it's probably going to be like the equivalent of $60, which isn't much, But that way I'm making 60 on top of what... That way I'm making $60 on top of what that video will make on YouTube. Are you seeing I can pay you to play niche indie platform fighters? Genuinely, yes, during the subathon. But also, Crimson, like, you have gifted a lot of subs before. We are aware of this. Crimson, a few other people, James Typhoon, a few other people have gifted subs. If people do a sub bomb there, you can literally be like, hey, one out of the 20 videos you're working on next, one of them will have your name is listed like producer for this video at the end credits, which I will have to actually make. The other thing is that I'm going to have things that are like larger milestones of like, if we hit 200 subs, I will for sure get all of the how this character works videos out within the next 4 months, that kind of thing. There will be stuff that will also be part of the subathon on stream, because it's weird that I'm doing a subathon all for future YouTube things and not doing them here. So there will be stuff like, I mentioned that Dad was like, hey, we should do stuff. He was saying that because I was workshopping some subathon things with him. Dad will be coming on at points. 1 second, I gotta sneeze. Maybe I don't have to sneeze. All right. You'll force me to make a cross impact video. You can't force me to make a video on a specific thing, but you can force me to do James Hack. What's up, James? What was I gonna say? But like, oh, Dad as Heck. Yes, Dad as Heck will be coming on. So we will probably have like, if I hit this many subs, we'll spend some time where he's teaching me Spelunky, and then we will be playing PM together. In fact, I think he's my backup right now for the PM All-Stars mode. I have several people lined up that are like, yeah, if you do this, I'm down to do like a content thing with you as part of that. I can't do a 24-hour stream. I physically can't. If you look at this, are we discussing subathon things? We are. So I'm pulling the camera out slightly. That's my living room. That's my couch and my TV. I can't do a 24-hour stream. I don't have other rooms in my house to escape to. So what I'm going to do for the subathon is I'm going to make it so it's like a 10-hour day. And if we get to a certain amount of time, then it adds on another day that we're doing. Instead of a 24-hour thing, it'll be like, all right, if we hit 10 hours, it's one day. If we get up to 20 hours, it's another day. So that I can have each day be a, like, I start at 10:30 and I go until 10 at night, or like that kind of thing. I don't live in a big apartment, so that's why I can't do more. I also have to, let Hobbs out and do other things. So that's what we're going to be doing for the subathon. I have other people, like Dad and I are going to play Spelunky. I have people that are down to do, like some Rivals content with me. Can we get an apartment tour? I can't move my camera any further. My camera's on like an arm. But my apartment is basically living room. Kitchenette is like right there by like 5 feet. And then that way down a hallway is bedroom. It's not big. It's like a 1-bedroom apartment. So like that's partially why I can't do do you have a timeline? That's what I want to talk to you guys about. So right before I get to a timeline. So that's the goal. A lot of the big overarching, I will have a full list written up later. I'll have a full list written up of like, here's the different milestones. At 200 subs, we will unlock. I will for sure do how this character works. For every 40 subs we get, I will guarantee that I do another video like that kind, or 20 subs, I will guarantee I do another full scripted edited video. If we hit 100 total, I'll hop onto a stream the next day with Dad. If I do another one, I'll have Junebug join in. If I do another one, we'll do I'm going to have some that are like, when this happens, I'm bringing back Board the Platforms, which is the game show. If we hit this goal, I'm going to make sure that I'm doing at least one stock exchange a month. Like I do a stock exchange live the next day. Like there will be things that are happening because of the subathon. The timeline thing. There's a reason that I'm doing this now. And this is where it gets serious and that this sucks. I wanted to do a subathon thing in like February after Genesis. I live in Minneapolis, which if you don't know, has a lot of shit going on right now. Because ICE has come in and has murdered people and has been blocking off roads and has been stealing people from the streets. I can't give a whole lot of details because of my just privacy reasons. My job, when I'm not doing content and contract work and gig work, so it's a part-time job because I do a lot of other stuff, is I work with kids. And I work with kids in schools. And most of the Minneapolis and St. Paul and like surrounding city schools have been canceled for like 4 days. And we don't know when they're going to be back because it's literally too unsafe for kids to go to school right now. A lot of the schools are totally virtual right now because of that. Minneapolis hasn't had schools in a bit. I have not been able to, I've only been able to do one work day in the last week and a half. I will be working again on Friday. This all fucking sucks. I know that my situation is I'm just worried about money. And like, there are people that are going through so much worse things than I am right now. There are people that are worried about their families. There are people that are worried about their lives. There are people that are worried about their safety. I am ultra lucky that I'm not. But I also can't work right now. Or like, there's times where it's like, oh, I could go in. Like, I could go and work at a school in a couple of days, but like, I'll be real, it feels really scary. I'm not a permanent part of any school, so like, me going in and being like, oh yeah, I'm gonna help out with some kids today. I don't know them that well. I can't be like, oh yeah, someone just came into the, like, there's so much going on. It is high key insane that a school is canceled because of an American institution. Yeah. Fuck ICE so much. I already hated it before all of that, but like, it is scary for me to go to schools. I feel like I'm dancing around the topic. I will only mention this once because it's a safety thing. I do substitute teaching. I can't just go in and sub and be like, oh shoot, someone broke into the building to kidnap students. Like, that's really scary for me to be in that kind of situation. I am going to sub on other days still. Like, I will be subbing on Friday. I'm subbing other things. I sub all around the entire districts. Like, it's not just one school. It's not just one school district. That's the last time I'm going to mention exactly what that job is. But like, there's a reason that this is scary for me right now. And I've only been able to do a half day, and I have another day on Friday, whatever. This is why I'm pushing up the subathon. Is so that I can make some money when all of this is going on. Or else the job that was my... Like, this is my backup already. I mainly try to do contract and consulting and gig work, and then I do this other work in schools if things are dry right now, and it's like, okay, I can do this to make sure that I'm still staying afloat for later. I no longer have the staying afloat for later for at least a couple of weeks. So that is why I'm considering, that's why I was like, oh shoot, I need to move this up. That's it. So, because of that, I have two options. The thing is, I am working on Friday. I'm thinking I can either start... Stay safe. It's wild. Yeah, I know. Thank you. I'm staying safe. I would not tell you whether or not I've been at protests because I'm not gonna share anything like that. But I'm staying safe. Dobbs is safe. I literally live like near downtown, so like I am not joking when I'm like, I can hear sirens sometimes. It's been a little bit better for the past couple of days, but like, it's scary. Anyways, that's why I'm doing the subathon now and not a month from now. Because I wanted to do this a month from now so that I could kickstart. One, I think doing a subathon could be the way that I get my push to becoming a Twitch partner. I think the subathon is easily a way that I could hit that push to be a Twitch partner. I also think the subathon is a way that I can guarantee that I have funding in order to make bigger videos that I'm really proud of making, and that clearly my audience wants, from what I was showing earlier. You gonna be at Frosty's? I can't afford it right now. I could drive to Frosty's, so that helps, but like money is really tight right now from all of the things that I was just saying. I was in a car crash in October. People helped out from that. Like, I just can't do it. I'll be at Genesis. And then I'll be at Combo Breaker and probably Evo. But I'm sure I'll be at other things in between them. Those are like the 3 big ones that I know about. We'll just make the subathon last until February. So, okay, let's go over details. I'm saying that it's not going to be a 24-hour subathon because I need sleep, frankly. I'm too old for this. I'm 33. Also, I can't, like, escape. It's not like I can turn the thing on and be like, I'm going to put on a YouTube video while I go make food. Because going to make food is... Can I turn it far enough? No, you're going to see my monitor. Me going to make food is 5 feet away. Like, I can't do that. So, I am thinking about setting them as, like, 8 or 10-hour long days. Every time we hit the next jump of like, all right, we've gotten more than 10 days, or we've gotten more than 10 hours, that adds another day to the subathon. Or that means we now have another hour in that day. That kind of thing. Watch the cooking stream, invite Barley on. I would love to do that. I would have to go to them, probably. Speedrunner friend of yours does something similar. Pivot to being a cooking stream. I will be eating on stream for this, for sure. Because I can't just be live for like 10 hours. But yeah, that's my plan. I have a bunch of stuff planned. I will be sharing on socials and on like in my Discord and on stream what all of the goals are, what all the milestones are. I'm really excited. I haven't decided exactly how much each person subbing is going to... Finally, I can teach you to speedrun. I'm down. I want to do, like, I have to spend this time doing something. I'm down to do a bunch of collabs. I'm down to, it'd be really funny if I was like, each day we'll have one of the different Wisely Wars people. Like, we'll figure it out. I hope that enough. Like, I'm probably going to end up playing a bunch of very, very early workshop stuff. I'm probably going to have a bunch of super early workshop stuff that's like, hey, this thing actually exists at all. I guess we do it now. So, would it make sense for this to start? I do have a contract thing that I probably need to spend like 3 hours working on Thursday, because I need to get it done before Friday, and I'm working Friday. I think Saturday is the start date then. It's either Saturday or I do a weird, like, Thursday's the start date, but then it's actually Friday after work. But I think I'm going to set up so there's one day that I'm for sure on. That day we'll have planned stuff, and then after that, it's going to be each sub adds more time. I need to figure out the math on it, because I'm so scared. I've never done one of these. I'm so scared of doing a subathon where I get like an extra 3 hours added and then nothing happens. But I'm also really scared of, oops, I did this wrong. It's going on for 3 months. Wait, which Thursday? Because Thursday's tomorrow. I'm saying, so Thursday is the, like, I need to get stuff done for a contract. I'm doing video editing, ironically, for someone else. I also need to get the Lorena stuff. Is there a cap? Great question. I was thinking a cap of a month. The problem is I'm not starting at the first of a month. But like, frankly, I will be making the math on like how much I need to make per hour enough that it makes up for the fact that I'm not doing my normal job then. It's not going to be quite as much as I would make on a normal job day, but like it's got to be somewhere around there. So like it's probably going to be at least, you know, over 100. It's going to, you know, it's be like, well, I made $150 today. That adds another day. Like I don't know how much it's actually going to be, but like that's going to be part of the cap. I'm more worried about it not making enough money and it just floundering than I am about it capping. But I'm also, like, I'm going to Genesis in a month. So that could just be the, all right, Genesis is, when I leave to Genesis is the finale. But I'm thinking I start on Saturday. So today is Wednesday. So Thursday, Friday, Saturday. I think I start on Saturday because that gives me tomorrow to do that contract work, finish up the Lorena stuff, because they... Oh my god, I just realized that I'm going to have to do, like, voiceover work on stream, or else I'm not going to have time. Oh my god, that's going to be so weird. I'm going to have to do voiceover work for future, not the Lorena video, but for other videos, like, on stream. Okay. Alright, we'll figure this out. Chat, we'll figure this out. Spoilers? I don't know how else to do it. How is your voiceover process like? It's gonna be me reading stuff to not this screen, but this screen. And just like, Lorena has been the newest character added to the Rivals 2 roster. Now, we knew Lorena was going to be coming out. She was actually part of the workshop character contest. But we didn't know when she was going to come out. So, like, kind of the newest character. You know, that kind of, like, that's the kind of thing that I'm going to have to be doing. When Lorena hits her special pummel, this thing happens. Her regular pummel, though, is also much scarier than... He put the YouTube voice on? Yes, exactly. I think I can definitely get some of the bigger creators that were part of Wisely Wars to, like, join for special events. I can do different things. Oh, that's the wrong one. There we go. So, like, there's stuff that I'll be able to do. I think Saturday is going to be the game plan. So Thursday, I have to finish the contract editing. I have to finish my section of the Lorena video, which is like finish writing the script and then do the voiceover. I also am playing in a secret playtest for a game I can't tell you about. That's literally all I'm able to say. I'm playing in a secret playtest for a game. Though that would be after the time where I'd be streaming anyways. Combo Devils? No. Oh my god, wait. Chat, I am doing work for Combo Devils this month. Okay, I'll have to talk to them about how to make it work. Okay. Is it unannounced? Yeah, the other one I'm talking about is unannounced, and I can't say anything else. Sorry. I can't tell you a genre, I can't tell you anything. It's just unannounced game that I'm doing a playtest for. I actually am doing Combo Devils stuff. I'll need to talk to them about what I can do on stream and what I can do off. Because Combo Devils is... This isn't a secret. Combo Devils is getting ready for their Kickstarter. I think when the Kickstarter is a secret. So I'll be getting access to Combo Devils early so that I can help make some videos and, like, see if I even like the game at all. Because I've only played it for, like, 30 minutes at, like, EVO and at other things. But, like... Hey, if we get far enough, we can have a day that's playtesting Combo Devils with the dev. And that could be like a 3-hour part of the stream. So like there's a lot of stuff that I can do for this subathon that I'm calling it the content-a-thon, because the idea is that you guys, I'm doing content live so that I can make more content for you guys in the future, because almost all of the rewards are going to be either like something I do during the event, or hey, we hit the next 20 subs, which means that I now am contractually obligated to make a new video that is a fully scripted, edited video. Combo Devs is so cool. I played it at Evo and Combo Breaker, and I think one other tournament. Evo was like only like 20 minutes because I was so busy there. But yeah, and then Friday I'm actually working. I might just do a regular stream on Friday. Unless, would it be weird to start the subathon partway through? I feel like I want to wake up and start the day with a subathon. So that doesn't make a ton of sense. Like, I don't want to start a subathon at like 4 p.m. on a Friday. I think it makes sense to start it on Saturday. Do people have other questions about the Wisely subathon that's going to be starting? The stuff that I mentioned about why it's timed now with like, hey, ICE is literally impacting my actual work and making it so that I can't make money. I'm not going to be talking about that nearly as much. That is going to be there's a reason I'm doing it now, but I don't want this to become a like sob story for a Wisely when I am not nearly as impacted as people whose families are being ripped apart. It's also a bummer. Yeah. It is part of what I'm doing it for. And like, I do think if somehow this is so much bigger than I could have ever expected. If this is so much bigger than I ever expected, then I do want a spot where it's like, hey, I made way more money than I needed to. We will donate money to charity. Frankly, I'm in debt, so it's got to be a higher number, but I will be donating. Like, if it's like, oh, I'm making thousands and thousands of dollars from this, like 10K on this, I would be doing like, hey, I'm going to be donating money to like anti-ICE, like Minnesota Mutual Aid kind of charities. A friend of mine started midday and used it. It's a buffer day to unlock things. Wait, what? Gaius, I don't understand your comment. How do you feel about Steam Remote Play Parsec games on stream? If it's to like test out a new game, I'm down. I've done that before. I don't like playing games over that if I can avoid it, but if it's to like test a game, I'm friends with the person who makes Blindsight. I could have him come on and play and show off Blindsight. Like I want to do like, I'm gonna probably reach out to the person that makes, not Hitfall. What's the game called? Hyperfight. Yeah, the guy who makes Blindsight lives like 15 minutes away from me. He could just show up and we could play it in person. We've done it before. Hopefully you'll be free from the workshop gulag for a while to be able to watch and support. I need you in the workshop gulag to make stuff for me to play in the content-a-thon. Hobbs found a toy behind me. Hyperfight 2. Yep. I wanna message him and see if I can like play it with Flambeau. If you don't mind. I think I might have like one day that's like Wednesday, we unlock indie fighting game day. Like, I could see that kind of thing. So started the subathon in the middle of the day as sort of a day zero that doesn't count for the timer going down. And use day zero as sort of a head start to unlock some incentives without worrying about the timer to it. Interesting. I feel like I'm usually pretty tired if I come back from working at schools. I usually am just like tired. That's the other thing, is that I feel like I'd be really low energy. Although a subathon, like, you just are low energy a lot of the time. Ooh, Murphy has talked about wanting to do some like Balatro stuff. I'd be down to do some like Balatro / Rivals stuff with Murphy. I'm gonna hit up the Wisely Wars Discord, which only Wisely Wars players and staff are in, to be like, hey, who is interested in helping like jumping on for a subathon thing? Or like Dad even mentioned, he's like, I think raids count for partner now. So he's like, if you do a subathon and you're pushing for partner, I will raid you every time. Have you tried Clover Pit yet? Oh, that was another question. I'm going to run out of platform fighter stuff and my hands will literally hurt. My hands, like, I play on a box already for hand pain. My hands would actually hurt by then. What are people opposed to me playing games that aren't Rivals, even if it's not even like not Rivals, not like I'm probably gonna do a day that's 2xKO. Like I need to do stuff that isn't just Rivals, obviously. I'll do fighting game days. I'll do a lot of different things, but I might need to do some days that aren't fighting games or platform fighters just to have time a day for just 2xKO. I meant I'll do 2xKO in a day. Coach Ludwig out of silver. If I can get... Ludwig is so busy. Puzzle games? I'm not really a big puzzle game person. I might need to do variety just so that I have more stuff to do. I don't really like horror games, which I guess would be a bonus to people, actually. Someone mentioned Clover Pit. I've not played it yet, but I'm sure I would like it. I've seen it. It's not impossible? No, it's not. We can get Ludwig to plat, I'm confident. I started a Hollow Knight playthrough. We could have that be like the chill evening game. It's like, all right, the bulk of the content finished up. Dog? Yeah, he's right here. He's just out of frame. Chat, if we do this, I'll set up my other... I have a camera that I never use. One sec. I'll do it right now, actually. What is this plugged into? What is it hooked on? One sec. Hollow Knight the chill game. I mean, like, I'm gonna have to have something where it's like, hey, I've been streaming for 7 hours. We have 3 more left. I am low energy. Let's just play Hollow Knight on stream. Because I've started like 4 playthroughs. I'm not saying it's chill, but for me, it's not a multiplayer competitive game. When is it? I think we're starting on Saturday. I think Saturday is going to be the start. One sec. Chad, I'm setting up a Hobbs cam for you right now. I hope you're excited. It's going to be inglorious, whatever low quality Logitech 720. It says it's 1080p, but it's not. It's in a terrible spot for me to stream because it was on the monitor that's right in front of me, the one I look at when I do this. But Hobbs always goes to my right here. So let's see something. But I mean, like, if we're doing a subathon, I also have to have, like, hey, we're just watching stuff and reacting to it. Because I don't have time. But if I'm doing a subathon, people are going to want that. Like, it's going to have to be more interactive in general. Add existing. No, add create new. Video capture device. I literally don't have this webcam as a thing. I only use this for like Zoom meetings because it's weird for me to pull out this camera if I'm doing like a Zoom meeting with people that aren't content people. Because everyone's like, why do you have a really good quality camera? What's going on? I'm like, I want to avoid these questions. In fact, I'm going to name it Hobbs camera. There we go. Oh, you guys can see. One sec. Let's turn that light off. There he is. So, moving around. Hi, buddy. Touch. I'll give you a treat again. Touch. Yes. Yeah, I don't know. My stream looks good normally, but it does make it look very dark, much darker than it really is. you know someone who's actively working a workshop character, I'd love to watch them making as a break time. I will have to get friends on for like break time. Luckily, because I'm not going to do it 24 hours, I'm not doing like, I don't need like podcast mode. It's the chair that I just throw whatever sweatshirt I don't need. You can see all the dishes that but yeah, it like, beyond that, there's my kitchenette. You just can't see it, there we go. Like, I don't live in a studio, but I don't live in like a one bed, it's weird. Anyways, I'll turn on this camera when Hobbs is bugging me so that you guys can be like, what's Hobbs up to? So like right now, what's the best way to adjust this? Oh, I need to turn that light back on or else I look evil. But like, I won't be able to play for like, do content straight for like 10 hours a day. All right, now that light is on. See how this camera looks like this is totally normal lit and this is like, Wisely's blinded. I have a giant light in front of my face every time I'm streaming or making videos. I also might use some of the subathon stuff to be like, if we hit really high goals, I don't want it to be like, oh, I have to make 40 videos and that's it. I might have some be like, I made... Hobbs, where are you going? Did you see his name and his face just appeared? There he is. Hi, buddy. Yeah, he likes to sit like right here. There, that's what he does. He is just out of reach and then he'll whine for attention. And I'm like, I'm so close to being able to pet you. Why are we doing this? Why are you whining? You could just be in reach. Instead, he'll back up. So when I'm like, Hobbs, you're just whining next to me. What are we doing? That's when he's doing that. He knows you're streaming. He knows I'm doing something. Because he gets this way when I turn that light on. It's when I turn that light on, he's like, something's up. Yeah, I'll have that camera on for when Hobbs is being silly. How long have you had him? I've had him just over 4 years now. I found I got like the update. Walks right out of reach and then flops for attention. I like this idea. Leave it on the freak show during downtime. Yeah, I just won't be able to... There will be times where it's like, hey, chat, I need to make food. He's literally doing it right now. He's whining for attention. And I can't reach. Bud, come on. You just got 2 treats. All right, Hobbs cam off. There we go. Dog petting stream. I'm trying. He won't let me. He's right there. There. It's hard. I can't. Okay, there. You can just see his eyes. You guys can see the... I don't know if a lot of people have... I got this before my channel blew up a little bit more. Have people seen the Forsburn mask that I have? That Off-Brand sent me? Have people seen that? Or have people realized that's what that is? Greetings, I checked out the video you recommended on your experience getting into traditional fighting games. It was indeed a quality watch. Yeah, thank you. I'm glad you liked it. You were literally describing that video when I was like, I could just, yeah. Bro, how many people got that mask? Like 10? I was one of the, like, 6 creators they sent it for originally. I'll show you. It's before a lot of people found my channel. It was part of the Rivals 2 off-brand announcement. Nope, it's just back here. So this is handmade. It's like 3D printed and then hand like made and carved and painted by someone who worked at Leica Studios, which is like the people who made Coraline and other, like, it wasn't made by them, but like that's the person who made it. It's so sick. It's like one of my favorite things that I own. I'm used to having it now, but for a while I was just like, oh my god, that's so cool. It's like one of, I think maybe like 15. Like, the staff for the game don't all have it. Does it fit? Maybe? Like, I don't think it's worth a lot. Yeah, it fits. It's very loose. But yeah, they set this to, like, Void and me and Ludwig and a couple of other people before the game came out when it was in beta. And I got to open and unbox it on stream. But that was, you know, a year and a half ago, so a lot of people didn't know about it. Looks like almost 2D with the shading they went with. Yeah, it's so sick. What's funny is that I played Clarin when this came out, and then I switched to Forsburn eventually, and now I don't play Forsburn anymore either. But yeah, it's like hand-painted. It's so sick. It's like one of the coolest things that I own. Time for the Wisely supervillain laugh. I've never tried. I'd have to, like, I'm overthinking it. No, it needs to be louder and, like, deeper. Get lenses in those so you can see out of it. I mean, you can barely see out of it anyways because the eyes are... I could do a thing for the... I could do a... Hey, we hit 150 subs. I have to play ranked as Forsburn while wearing the mask. You gotta say scene double? No, I'm stealing all of these. I'm stealing all of these for the content-a-thon. I can't say scene double right now. I have to wait. You've been deceived? Yeah. Yeah, that's always been in the back of my stream, and people just haven't noticed. A lot of people have no idea that it's been back there. All right. So I think the plan, from what we've all talked about, is that I am going to take Thursday and maybe some of Friday to get everything ready for the subathon, and then Saturday is when we kick it off. I will kick it off with a full day of... planning. Or a full day, like, unlocked. So we will for sure get 1 day of a subathon. After that, I'm going to need to do math on, like, how much I need to make per day to make it worth it, kind of deal. Not to make it worth it, but to, like, make money and do the math based on that. Because I've seen some where it's like, yeah, for every sub you unlock $3. And I did the math, I'm like, so if I hit my max amount of subs I've ever had, I would have 4 hours of stream. That's scary. That's scary for me to be like, yeah, I got Dad, and I got Gaius, and I got this person, and they're all gonna come on, and oh, never mind, we didn't get it. Never mind. Like, I do need it to be hard to get. I'm sure I will plan certain things that we just don't unlock. But I want some of it to happen for sure. I want to run a successful subathon if I'm gonna do a subathon. Because I think people are a little burnt out on the, hey, I'm gonna be live for a certain amount of time, which is why so much of it is... The reason when I was like, all right, this is coming together is when I was like, hey, people all really want the fully scripted, edited content, and that's the stuff that I don't have enough time or my money to do right now. What if I make it so that for every 20 subs, like, if whoever gifts over $100 is... If someone donates over $100 or that amount of subs, they automatically qualify as, like, you will be listed as an executive producer. That is, like, when I was like, all right, I think this works. I think this will be a video that is, or a content plan that is worth doing. I do think it's very funny that I'm like, all right, I need to do way more scripted, edited videos this year. How do I do that? I'm going to go live for 2 weeks straight instead. And that's going to make money for me to make the scripted videos later. Chat, I'm going to go grab a snack quick. Hit me with things that you want me to do? Not the full videos, because those I'm gonna be planning. What are things that you think would be fun for me to do during the subathon? What are things that you think would be fun for, you know, a 2 hour to maybe a day of a subathon? So things that are like playtesting these games or reacting to this style. Yeah, like, I don't know. Whatever. Hit me. Oh my god, how did I hit that button? He's not even there. I just hit there. Indie platform fighter lightning round, yes. Brawl subspace. Maybe I could do PM subspace. I could see doing that. I could do PM subspace. We make wisely a furry OC. All right, I need to write down all these ideas. Yeah, I can get Barley to make a furry OC for me. All right. Okay, we save this one as 2026 plans doc. And do another save as 2026 subathon plans. If you have a Switch 2 Mario Kart World with chat, I do not have a Switch 2. If, out of curiosity, if you played all the other Aether games, I actually haven't. I could do creatures. Or not creatures. Dungeons. Okay. Let's write some stuff. PM subspace. Emissary. I think that's how you spell it. It does. Okay, no. Make a dream character. So, like, if I was to pay someone to do a workshop, chat makes wisely Fursona. 2 games, 1 controllers. That I tried that. That seems like oh, I could do the fighting game gauntlet. The fighting game gauntlet. I need to bring that back. Indie platform fighter. Indie platform fighters. Oh, I want to set it so that if anybody does like a 5 gift subs, they can automatically redeem to play me in a best of 5 or a best of 3 in any of the games that I cover. One M, 2 S's? Okay. Lovers of Aether. Lovers of Aether. Especially if we get to... Well, Valentine's Day, I'll be at Genesis. Cursed and weird fighting games? Sure. Oh, I said that I would learn... I said that I would learn Vampire Savior. I said that I made that promise. Start Vampire Savior. What's your Fursona animal? That's up for chat to decide. If we hit that in the subathon goal. Archipelago, but I don't play any games that have Archipelago in them, as far as I'm aware. Lovers of Aether. $5, 5 subs equals best of 3. As long as I'm not in best of 3 or 5 in any game I play, as long as I'm not in the middle of a content. Like, if I'm doing a thing with Murphy, I can't be like, and now I'm interrupting this. Wacky subs only tournament? Yeah, I could do that. Sub only tournament. You know what's really funny? Originally, I couldn't come up with a name for Wisely Wars, but I knew I wanted to do a creator event. There was a point where Wisely Wars was going to be a like monthly sub tournament. Sub tourney, and then I just yoinked the name for the creator event instead. Sub tourney with funny rules. That would be good for like a time where I'm like, hey chat, I need a break. I need to stretch. I've been sitting in a chair for 10 hours. You guys can play in the sub tourney now. Me don't own anything 5 gift subs. It has to be a game. I don't own any of the games you just mentioned, Crimson. So, like, you would also have to give me the game. If there's a sub tourney, there has to be a Dom tourney. Okay. Dom tourney with serious rules. I mean, like, I have Nair, and I've never played that. Like, there are games. Invite everyone named Dom. Or Smart Style. I've never... You know what's funny? I've never actually played modern controls in Street Fighter. I immediately went to Classic. I'm excited to do the fighting game gauntlet on some of these days. If you don't know, the fighting game gauntlet is I have to win a casual match and then a ranked match. Or a casual match and then a ranked set in all of the games I play competitively in a row. Or like 5 of the games. So it would be Rivals 2, Melee, Street Fighter, 2XKO, and Strive. Learn a new character. I don't know if that's enough yet. We will be more on top of, like, if you sub, I have to switch characters and, like, that kind of thing, though. A lot of the stuff that's currently channel point rewards. 5 subs is best of 3, 5. Or should it be 10? Should it be 5 or 10 to play me in a best of 3? Because I'm worried that they could just take over the stream. But, you know, don't look a gift horse in the mouth. 1 sub is switch character? No, because 1 sub is going to be the time. I shouldn't have 1 sub also be something else. Double arcade mode? I did try to win the simultaneous set, and that was way too difficult. I could try. It'd be very difficult. Oh, wait. 2XKO console and full release is going to come out then, too. So, learn Caitlin. 2XKO full launch. We gotta do tier lists. So, like, at some spot, I will actually have to rank like every platform fighter I've played. Joke tier list, yeah. I also want to do one of every character I've ever mained. Every character I've ever mained. Do you have a moddable Switch? No. I have a Switch. I don't know if it's moddable or not, but I don't want to mod it because I still use it. I assume you mean for HDR. What else? What else? What else? If that would way more platform vendors after you're done with your suggestions, sure, I'm down. The 20 gift subs or equivalent dono. All of these will be equivalent donos as well. Like if you just donate $25, then fine, I will also do this. 20 should be 20 or 25. What is the math on that? I think 25 for like executive producer. Randomized World of Light Nuzlocke. I am definitely not interested in doing that. That seems obnoxious. What is the... Okay, this is dumb. Twitch sub calculator. Oh, here. No, it's not $4.99 anymore. So, like, if someone donates 20, how much is this? That, like, 60, right? Yeah. Let's do 25 to become an executive producer. Flashbang challenge? Okay. You go Cake Assault on it. I don't know how to set that up, but... Cake Flashbang challenge. Smash Remix, sure. Smash Remix. Let's do 25 subs. Executive producer. I do have StreamerBot. Your poor eyes. Have you seen the Cake Assault flashbang? Oh my god. Wait, one sec. Executive producer. Let's see if I can find this. It's so funny. It's so funny. Cake flashbang? What is gonna pop up if I search for this? Here. Amazingly, it's the first thing. So, this was in 2023. Live right now, streaming my run in the Rivals Recess Major. Flashbang. Do you get around to playing Spelunky? No, that's going to be part of this. Dada's going to come on and teach me Spelunky for part. Cake is currently in Winner's Side Grand Finals while letting his chat CSGO flashbang him. This is peak Rivals. Yes. So, the screen at the very bottom, you can't see my mouse. The screen at the very bottom is what the game is actually like. The full screen is what Cake can see. Cake set it up so that if you donated like $1, it was so cheap. Or if you just subbed, it would flashbang him. And he had to play watching OBS and not his thing. And he still made it to grand finals of a major. There is... What was I going to say? There is like... It was an online major, but like... There was Discords groups coordinating like, all right, he got knocked off stage. We all got a flashbang now so that he can't recover correctly. Cake beat Marlin under those conditions? Yeah, exactly. Cake beat Marlin doing this. And people were doing like, all right, as soon as he gets knocked off stage, the next time we're all gonna flashbang at the same time so that it's harder for him to get back. We're not gonna flashbang if he's getting comboed, but we will flashbang as soon as he tries to start a combo. We will be doing, it's so funny. Let's watch this. So they made it so it makes the noise, and they figured out how to make it superimpose, like, you know how when you get flashbanged in CSGO, you see your old screen for a second? It does that too. They like figured out how to program it so that you saw the after image of the original still. good. It's so good. Dude. I'm so mad that Cake barely streams, because when he did stream, it was things like this. Oh no, this is upsetting my cats. I'm so sorry. I can't do this. I can't do a flashbang stream. I'm so sorry. So he lost literally because of that. Ha! Someone in his chat just said, I saw at the end, just to letting you know, you should make sure to turn your eyes away when next time. Oh no, bio's locked. I was gonna retweet it. All right, whatever. They need to add that to one of Malo's. I mean, Malo had a flashbang grenade. I also think I make it so that the full day is whatever the equivalent of $140, like, or let's say $150. It's not much. That's bad per hour, but that will get me another full day of doing this. That seems low. Should I do 200? What is the equivalent of? How many subs do I need for it to be 50 subs? Is that combined sub bits and donos? I'm saying the equivalent of that, yeah. To unlock each day. I think I should make it 200. The problem is the most amount of subs I've ever had is like 160. Do you have a separate dono link? It's my stream elements, yeah. I do. I would also, during this, be pushing people to be... I will be streaming on both, and I would include memberships, but I would definitely be pushing people to watch on Twitch. Is Brawl Minus included in weird... 66 and 2/3 of a sub if I'm doing 200? Is it really 66 and 2/3? Oh no. I can't. I can't. My chat would be obnoxious for a month straight. If I made 67 the number of subs that you need to make me go to another day. I can't do it. Did you watch the Asumsaus video already? Not on stream yet. I can't do that. I think I have to do 60 or 70 or 65. To make it 69, true. It's the modern funny number, but it's not. It's not. What is 60 at? I'm down to, oh geez, I didn't mean to hit my 69. There's at least a reason that that means the number. 67 is just, it's the meme is just that it is the number 67. I hate it so much. Remember, I'm doing this because I can't go to my job where I work with kids. I fucking hate 67 meme because of all of this. I hear it every single day for so long, and all of them are aware of how obnoxious it is. 24 for the Bob. Okay. I think I do 50 is a clean number. I'm worried that if it's at 100 that I just won't make enough. That's the problem. I'm working that if it's at 100 that I'm going to get like 2 days and that it's going to flop. I think a subathon that you only do like 3 days is lame. But I do need it to be worth my time and money. Chat, I'll leave it up to you. Anywhere between like $150 to $300. What should I do? For it to be worth it to me to keep doing this. I do think that streaming for 10 hours a day, because I'd probably do a 10-hour stream for each of these. Oh, I just realized I literally can't do longer because I multi-stream. Multi-streaming, you can't stream longer than 12 hours without it breaking. Do 65 plus 2? No. I'll do... What's 60 at? I like the idea of it being a clean number, but I don't think it really matters. It just matters how many subs. We'll do 70. We'll do 70. The equivalent of 70 subs. Because that's going to be subs and donos and other things all combined. All right. I'm down to not cap it. I'm down to not cap it. I think I would have to cap it at a month. Because of Genesis. I wouldn't want to be live every single day for more than a month. That seems obnoxious. I also wouldn't be able to make the videos that I'm talking about. How much money is this if I do it for a month? So let's just say 31 days. If I unlock that. $6,000, that's good money. Damn. 6,510. That'd be the equivalent of if I was doing a job where I made like 80K. I guess 78K. All right. All right. I'll take it by ear. Who knows? Maybe this is how I backdoor you all into suddenly being a full-time creator. I do so well for a month and everyone just loves supporting me that I then stop the subathon and everyone's like, what if we just keep, what if instead of it all being gift subs, we just keep subbing? What if? I do genuinely think that I might want to make a non-gift sub worth a little bit more than a gift sub, but I don't think I will. Because that would just to incentivize people staying subbed, but I don't think I will. All right. There's no way I make... You just need to meet me halfway. If that halfway is more closer to the 3,000, well, we can talk. God, how many subs is that? What's 70 times 31? 2,170. That seems... really, 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 really high, but just low enough that it could happen. I would be shocked. I would be absolutely shocked. I mean, much more expecting this to just get a couple hundred. I wouldn't be surprised if it's like, all right, we hit 500 or something. But, I mean, if the Rivals scene decides to be like, hey, we want Wisely to make 24 videos for us this year. How many videos was that promised to? Let me do the math on that. If I'm saying that each video is the equivalent of a 25 subs, which is at the $75, right? $510 divided by 75. Yeah, I'm not promising $86 or 86.8 videos. I'm forgetting about bits and memberships. Yeah, I'm saying the equivalent of. The equivalent of. But that's why at a certain point it would stop being like, I am promising videos, but I am like also being like, yeah, if I hit this, I will make I will make something in, or like I'll buy a new microphone, or I'll do this. Like, there's other things that I can do. Because at some point I can't promise people like, yeah, I'm going to make videos for the next 3 years. 2 videos a year. I just can't do that. But at that point, I think we're out of the realms of people are donating purely for the videos, and they're donating because of other stuff. All the average numbers per row is 6 or 7. I'm so sorry. Sick. All right, chat, I'm excited. 2 videos per year for 40 years. All right, if you think of other things, I will pull this up and add it to the notes on stuff that we could do for the subathon. Everyone who likes 6-7 only likes it because most people hate it. It's anti-culture. You don't hang around with children enough. I work with middle schoolers and high schoolers. It's mainly the middle schoolers. They really, really love the numbers. It's not an anti-culture thing. It's like a big, like group inside joke that they all know about. That is that sort of vibe. It's just because it's a meme. It is not the people who hate it. All right. I will. If you're interested in like the planning side of this, join the Discord. !Discord. You'll be able to find that. Or in my YouTube and Twitch descriptions, you'll be able to find that. You can hit me up with like subathon ideas in there in the general chat. You'll be able to do all of that kind of thing. I don't know if the Discord link is still active on there, but hit me up. You can join the general chat and hit me up with more ideas. I'm going to put all these into like a nice graphic for before I go live on Saturday. It is 10:45 at night. I've been streaming for 3.5 hours. I could do the Asumsaus video, or you can start with the dill video. That one's like 8 minutes. I don't know how long that one is. Is that what we're feeling right now? Is that what we're feeling right now? What's the dill video? I can pull both of them up. 1 sec. Stop sharing display capture. Start sharing just Twitch. There we go. Vibio time. Chat, I regret to, or I'm proud to inform you, one of the two, that I have finally fallen down the Northern Lion rabbit hole. I've watched a lot of Northern Lion recently. Just like compilations and clips. Where is my playlists? There we go. That's not it. That's watch later. I actually don't use my watch later, so I need to remove this.
It's crazy to think about.
From here. Okay, fine, whatever. I'll figure that out later. Watch on stream is not actually. Here's the clip where Northern Lion is a perfect rage bait for the entire FGC. Which one? There's like 5. This is like when I was a kid and the teacher brought in the TV. We already watched that on stream. Move. That's just old now. Wide stages are banned in fighting games. Here. There's the How Not to Clone a Classic by Asumsaus. Rivals 2 is almost amazing by Dill. The sync? I don't know what you're talking about. is Rivals 2 is almost amazing. Is the one I thought about watching. I have a feeling that a big part of it is going to be... Northern Lion is the other bald guy? Yes. So, Project M, or Rivals 2 is almost amazing. I have a feeling it's going to be about casual content. So it's going to be very interesting watching this and being like, yep. We got there. Just a day after your video came out. Because this came out like 3 days ago. Dill, if you don't know, does a lot of NASB content. Yeah, NASB is broken. She does, like, NASB tournaments. So a lot of the, a lot of different stuff is bigger on Twitter. That's not the right Twitter account, is it? Oh, it is. They just changed their thing to Flurry Frenzy. They do a lot of, like, drawings of stuff. Let's find their own art. Whee! Anyways. This video, you watch this? Do we want to watch this, or do we want to just go straight to the Asumsaus video? That's what I'm trying to decide right now. Because the Asumsaus video, it's really long, but it's like basically designed for me. Let's start with this. We'll start with this. If it turns out to be like it's just about the casual content, yeah. Yes, the Asumsaus one is significantly longer. You start with this, we go to midnight. 13 minutes doesn't add a ton. You say we go to midnight, I'm probably going to be pausing twice as much. I think we're going to like 1 in the morning my time. That's the problem. All right. You know what? Let's save this one. We're saving this one for the subathon. We'll watch the Asumsaus one tonight. That's what we'll do. That's what we'll do. All right. I will be, I'm sure, doing a lot of general React stuff during the subathon as I run out of content to do for that much time. It begins. Okay, so I've skimmed this, and I watched Coney react to it last night for like the back third of it. I know I skimmed it because I wanted to make sure it was something. I knew that it would be good because it's Asumsaus. I wasn't sure if it was something that I specifically wanted to watch on stream. Me too. Yeah, I thought I saw you in chat. Tando, one of the other people that liked icons. It was me, Coney, and Tando. Chat, I actually, to prove this, Coney was like, yeah, I genuinely like that game. I had over 100 hours. You got to see Coney's reaction to it. It was good. I do want to like go back and watch this beginning stuff. I have to show you something, chat. Because this video is about cloning Melee type games. Talking to me on stream about some things? Yeah, exactly. Remember played mostly Afi and Galu. I also was an Afi and Galu main. Because it's not just, he's not just talking, Asumsaus isn't just going to be talking about making platform fighters. It's very specifically platform fighters that were designed with Melee mechanics in mind. Icons Legacy Edition. 145 hours. I literally had more hours than Coney in this game. I loved playing Afi and Galu. The rest of the game, in hindsight, I can admit was not good. At the time, I liked it. All right. Coney had something like 300. He showed on screen that he had like 101. He doesn't cover many of them, unfortunately. I don't think he would. The point of this video isn't to be a comprehensive list of every game that has tried to be like Melee. He's just talking about some of the biggest known versions. Wisely, one puppet character? Yes. I can't make the first Wisely Wars, not Wisely Wars, I can't make the first Wisely character jam just make me puppet characters, but the second one, oh yes, for sure. Chat, let me know how the volume
On
is.
this video, you're likely already at least somewhat acquainted with this game, but even if you're not, there's a strong chance
You know, it was like 320. I had to do double look too. I thought he said that it was like 100. All right, I thought that he was at just over 100. I'm wrong then. All right.
you've at some point heard this soundbite.
Happy feet, wombo combo. That ain't Falco. That ain't Falco.
It's Waff. It's Waff. Shoot. One sec. I grabbed snacks, and I did not realize this bag of pretzel thins was already empty. We're just grabbing a food bar. Hobbs is asleep on the couch now. The moment that redefined the phrase wombo combo, it didn't redefine, it invented the phrase wombo combo. Wombo combo was named after a pizza combo at that restaurant. Okay. Wombo combo is just the pizza combo name at this restaurant that was at the same venue. It didn't redefine. It just made the phrase.
Oh my God! Wombo combo!
It originates from Wombo Combo, a nearly 2-decade-old clip of a melee match between Green Team, Silent Spectre and Tang, and Blue Team, Zoo and Lucky.
Very funny to me that the team that's getting fucked up, I'm now friends with both of the people on it. I haven't talked to Lucky in a long time, but like friends with Lucky and Zoo. Just it's being in the melee communities like that.
In it, Zoo, who has the last remaining stock on the blue team, is ruthlessly comboed by the greenies, tossed around between the two like a ragdoll until Silent Spectre mercy kills Zoo with the Knee of Justice. Unsurprisingly, Wombo Combo really caught on, and continues to be used in audio form in countless videos even now, enjoying a sprawling legacy unmatched by any melee video before or since.
Have I used the Wombo Combo audio in any of my videos? I've never focused on it. I don't remember if I've ever put it like as a joke in the background. I don't know. I don't know if I've ever used the Wombo Combo audio. Interesting. Curious. Fun times hanging out though. That shit still blows your mind? What shit? What shit there? Play? What? Oh, how influential it's become? Yes. Yeah. True. I don't know. I got distracted. All right. Play the video. I was reading something. I'm sorry.
Still to this day, the single most viewed and undoubtedly also most heard melee thing ever.
Happy Feet Wombo combo.
And yes, the loudest guy in the clip,
Whispering Happy Feet Wombo Combo is very funny.
still commentates. As a piece of media, Wombo Combo in some ways represents a microcosm of the very video game it originates from. Melee has continued to be watched and played en masse by people everywhere, with ongoing active competition and a scale and lifespan unlike any.
I was there. I did commentary at that. I did like the top 8 qualifiers for Melee there. And then I did Rivals.
Smashy Bros game since. Indeed, this game has truly taken on a life of its own, with abundant references and inspiration in other media at the very least cementing its place in the annals of video game history as a pretty notable game.
Okay.
What should we do? There's a Super Smash Brothers Melee exhibit at the Museum of Useless Art. Oh my god, man.
Oh, you boys playing Melee?
Yeah. Why, do you guys play?
Do we
not
play?
in a little while, but yeah, I'm a Kirby
you could
guy.
say that we play.
Hungrybox is in need of a major comeback.
I think putting the Campbell's ad, because that was specifically targeted to gamers.
Of course, beyond...
There's also... there's a line in a JVB song. Isn't there? JVB... Brawl. They mentioned Brawl and Melee as a, like... Yeah, there's a line in the song that says, "You brawl, I'm Melee." As saying, like, in a, like, you're Brawl, but I'm the cool underground one. I'm Melee, the good one.
These superficial references, given its long-standing place among competitive video game giants, mechanical borrowers and even imitators arise, with many games seeking to emulate its pace, buttery movement.
Wait, what was that list of? Peak viewership of games. Okay, got it.
Among competitive...
This is a 40-plus minute video with as many pauses. It's going to take like 2 hours. Yeah. It took Coney 4 hours to watch the 1 hour video on his stream. I'm aware that this is going to take time. I got to pause and talk, though, or else I'm not reacting and adding anything to it. I'm just watching the video with you guys. And I don't feel comfortable doing that. If I'm going to pull up a video on my stream and react to it, we're going to talk about it.
Video game giants, mechanical borrowers, and even imitators arise, with many games seeking to emulate its pace, buttery movement, combo system, and punishing mechanics, either subtly or overtly. And while some of these aspiring games succeed in building upon the foundation set all those years ago, some serve as stark reminders.
So he's saying that these are the ones that did succeed on the foundation? PM, Slap City, Rivals?
Reminders to the difficulty set all those years ago.
Okay.
Some serve as stark reminders to the difficulty of getting it just right. Or right at all. Let's examine some of these inspiration takers and take a good look at what they borrowed from Melee to create something new. Starting with complete and utter failure.
Because Multiverse is really, it was a platform fighter, but it wasn't trying to be Melee. It was much more trying to be like Brawlhalla, even. Rushdown Revolt,
with a whopping 0 players currently, 0 in the last 24 hours, and an all-time peak of 381 players. Rushdown Revolt is a rename, reskin, redesign of a game previously known.
That's Afin Kalu! That's my character! There we go! I played the little totem guys. Jesus, I don't remember this stage being so saturated. You cannot see the background from the foreground. Crazy.
Known as Icon's Combat Arena. Developed by a studio known as Wave Dash. First shown publicly in 2017, Icons was actually pushed decently hard to Melee players when it was in early development. Not only as a competitor / successor to the game, but as the platform fighter for the streaming era. Making appearances.
Yeah, it was supposed to be the, like, especially because PM died, like, the dev team existed and were starting to make the game, and then PM died, if I remember the timeline correctly, from the dev team being shut down. And then this came out, and people were like, oh, it's going to be, what if we have legal Melee and legal PM, and we can actually do all of our stuff now? What's going to happen? The Gizmo combo looks so slow. The first time I saw this, I didn't realize how badly slowed down. Just joined. What's the vid about? We are 3 minutes and 47 seconds into an hour and 4-minute video. We will find out. We have not even gotten to the thesis of it yet, but it's how not to clone a classic. I know what it's about. It's about It's taking a look at like 5 different platform fighters that have based their gameplay on Melee and like what worked and what didn't. This at a time when people were genuinely interested in a modern Melee like? Yes. Or they thought they were interested. And that's this, when people are like, hey, you can't get Melee players to stop playing Melee, this is one of the, Icons is one of the reasons that people say that now. Because that was one of the first people that tried. The stream is 3 hours. We'll figure it out.
Appearances at several
This is a long stream. We just started doing this. We were doing a lot of other stuff before this.
large Melee events as a means of promotion. Hey look, there's WAF. Icon's first and only big break was at Smash Summit 5, a Melee Invitational tournament held the same year it was publicly debuted, where
God, trailer reveal, gameplay showcase, mass layoffs. 1 year. Yep.
a showcase of the game in a beta state was streamed to an audience of roughly 14,000 people.
Hello and welcome back to Smash Summit, everyone. I'm Jason from Wave Dash Games, and today we're going to show off Icon's Combat Arena.
During the showcase, top Melee players squared off against each
This
other.
wasn't the first time it was shown, though, was it? I remember seeing the game before this.
A 1-hour promotional side event, where some players even vaguely gave the half impression that they might sort of think it doesn't completely suck.
I feel like it's awkward to hit people with my character.
2 years removed from when it started development, Icons was unimpressive on the surface.
They showed this game so early. He just said it was 2 years from when they started development. This game needed like 2 more years cooking before they showed it to everybody. It needed like 2 more years before it was publicly shown. But I assume that they were out of money. The term Smash Killers is made for clickbait? Yeah, that's why I don't use it. I guess it's just not a good name for a fighting game. Well, that too. But they showed this off way too early. Way too early.
Boasting a sterile, safe, Overwatch-esque art style, rough animations, sound effects like this.
It's crazy that at the time I didn't think the art style and the like graphics were. I knew that they were bad, but it was like, oh, it's an early alpha. It's fine. I did not realize. Looking back, it looks so much worse than I remember. The art style is legit. The reason you didn't play it, yeah, it looks so much worse than I remember. At the time, I gave them so much clearance for just being early alpha, though.
Go.
Similar round with Frame Makers? Yeah, I still haven't tried Frame Makers. Maybe that'll be on the subathon too. I've heard it's fun, but I just couldn't.
And a lack of real oomph to anything the players do. Aspects that its main source of inspiration excel at. And given that it is so heavily...
If you've been to a major, have you heard Melee like through a giant subwoofer? You hear, you're looking at the big screen. Every time a shine hits that has bass on it, Shine has like this underlying level of bass, and every time a Shine hits, you're like at Genesis watching on the speaker, and it just boof, boof. Did you ever play Icons? I played like 150 hours of Icons. Me, Coney, and Tandoori are like the 3 people that have positive feelings for that game. Even if I look backwards later and I'm just like, yeah, it wasn't good. But I liked it. It wasn't good, but I liked it.
Inspired, it makes for a really rough.
And you? I did not know that
you
were into the game.
Speaking of inspiration, sometimes you can take so much inspiration, your product ends up uninspired. Not to say anything of Icons, but tell me if these moves seem familiar.
Oh no. Oh no. Oh no.
Yeah, and there's Kid, the goat character. Get it?
Everybody
Kid,
was just like references.
The goat? Kid the goat?
What I'm getting from the videos that Icons shut down a long time ago. This video is about a lot more than just Icons.
Kid the goat?
Yep.
This game had over $6 million in funding.
Not only did it have over $6 million in funding, I heard some people after this video came out that were talking that were like, it was on Kickstarter and people were really excited for a game. This game was not a Kickstarter game. They had $6 million in venture capitalism funding. And then when they laid everybody off, they laid them off without severance. It was pretty shitty all around. He was in VC money too, not Kickstarter. Yep. They wasted so much money on parties. The finances behind this, I can't get into detail. I'll mention it if it's come up on here, because I know some like behind the scenes info. Rumor has it is that a lot of the money was spent on ads and connections. That's not a rumor. That's facts. They easily spent over $1 million in just trying to get people to play it by throwing lavish parties at things like Genesis and Big House and sponsoring events. Is it really that you need to unlock characters by buying loot boxes? You do indeed. You do indeed.
Don't sleep on the kid.
Ooh, hit him with the don't sleep on the kid.
Without getting too hindsight as 2020, several issues were apparent at the Smash Summit 5 showcase almost immediately. 1. It was just too early to be showing off.
It was way too
About
early.
halfway through its
Way too
1-hour
early.
showcase segment at Smash Summit 5, the game completely crashed, resulting in a 13-minute intermission where one developer left the casting couch to hard reset the
Or you bought the Founders Pack? Yeah, I did buy the Founders Pack. So I spent like $40 to have all of the characters ever. Yep.
PC that was being played on, while the other developer discussed Ashani, their dream character that sprung up into their minds 2 years ago.
What?
Johnny was like one of our...
No, Ashani was just Captain Falcon. There's no way that you're like, oh, Ashani is the dream character that we wanted to make. There's no way. I've said many times that the reason I liked this game is because I played one of the, like, there was like 3 characters out of like the 6 that were not clones. And I played one of the ones that wasn't a clone. So I had this very unique experience where I played a character that I could only play in that game. To the point that I'm literally thinking about commissioning someone to make Afi and Galu in Rivals 2 Workshop. But with like a better art style, or like make 2 animals that do the same thing. But like that's crazy if they're about to say that Ashani was their dream. That character was just Captain Falcon.
First dream characters. She kind of like sprung fully formed into our minds like over 2 years ago.
Ashani was, by all accounts, just a clone of the speedy Captain Falcon.
She sprung fully into our minds. That's crazy. She sprung fully into your minds because she's just Falcon.
What's your favorite move on Ashani then?
I think it's the Falcon Punch.
Yeah. That big EM punch. Yeah.
He went on to say Kid, who is a space animal with a
Like,
shine. And
I know a lot of my chat is Rivals players. This is not like, oh, Rano is close to Sheik, or Claren is close to Marth. This is so much more of a 1-to-1, because this is like, oh, Claren's close to Marth, but some moves are a little bit different, and she has Tipper Stun, and the way she combos is totally different because of that, and she does whatever. This is literally the exact same moveset. The exact same moveset. The only difference between their version of Marth that I'm blanking on the name of and Marth is that her neutral special did a projectile. That was it. That was it. Probably same frame data. I don't know about that. Like, Kid is a space animal who is basically has a couple of moves from Falco and a couple of moves from Fox. But because there's no elements or anything, we don't even have the, like, well, if you set them on fire, it does all of these other things. Do they play any other fighting games or go to other mediums for inspiration? I don't know about this. I don't know about this one. I mean, some of the devs have gone on to do other things. How's Raster the same as Falco? People say it. They're wrong. Zerong, yes.
Pew Pew Laser Gun followed soon after.
The flat stage is called Terminus? I didn't know that.
Smash,
so Terminus,
Smash
final,
inspired characters available at the event following suit.
No one shines like me.
Yeah, they literally called it a shine.
The sound design implemented at this point was also, frankly, atrocious. I mean, just listen to this.
Oh yeah, the upstrike. Yeah.
That's the upstrike. I'm gonna be honest here. This is strikes are the moves that you can charge, guys.
I give them more pass on the sound effects. To me, that was just because the game was clearly in beta. Although they definitely tried to it was in beta and early access, but they weren't treating it like it was in beta and early access. They were treating it like it was out. Like, they were selling loot boxes, so... But in my head, at the time, I believed it. And I was like, oh, it's in beta. They're gonna fix the audio. Like, it'll sound a lot better later. You think the editing makes it sound worse? Maybe. It wasn't great. It wasn't awful. To be fair, Terminus would be a cute nod to Final Destination. This is one of a few references. No, there was like, the game was full of references, not just to Smash, but to like the Melee community. There was a character named John, like a character's pet or something like that. The fact that Kid doesn't have just a move called Shine, but literally yells, "No one shines like me." Like, there's a lot. John the dog? Okay. Zana was fairly... Oh my god, I just realized Shapular and Ulci. I fought both of these two a lot. Because you knew everybody that was in like the 40-person community. I don't get the reference John and my uncultured swine. At the time, no Johns was a thing that people said to be no excuses. And then it died when Reggie of Nintendo said no Johns on stage. And then no one ever said no Johns again. Because it was the equivalent of like when a brand says your meme. So no one talks about Johns anymore. She's basically Ganondorf. No, she's more unique. She was like Ganondorf, but also had some like grappler elements. She had a lariat. She honestly had some like Lorena stuff. Again, I am not surprised. The fact that Tandoori played Raymer, who is fairly unique. I played Afi and Galu, who still have not been even close to any other character. And Cody played Zana, who is also fairly unique. But if you played Zurong or Kid or like a couple other characters, they were just clones. They were just clones.
And that's from a later build, from 2018. Now, call me a conspiracy theorist, but I think this particular criticism must have been pretty popular
Every
in
time
chat,
about
too.
icons because of the Asumsaus video. Chat, Crispy Chicken, we are watching this video. We are watching the Asumsaus video. That's why we're talking about icons. That is the video we are watching right now.
Actual gameplay resumed after the crash. They're royalty-free sounding, but actually original single track.
Your Twitter timeline is all icons now? That's crazy. My Twitter timeline is not, but I also
played on loop
kind of
quite
ignore Twitter
loudly,
now.
while the game audio was reduced to functionally inaudible levels a la Jason Newsted on And Justice for All. One of the developers...
I don't think this was intentional. There's no way that was. There's no way they changed the audio when the game crashed. That's just happenstance.
Developers' main selling points was that you could play icons online with any controller you had, for free. But the thing is, you could already do that with Melee, a game that looked better, played better, and had an established community. Sure, in 2017 you couldn't hop on ranked Slippy and smash your controller as you get placed in low silver, but it wasn't exactly the Stone Ages. Online Melee was more than playable with delay-based netplay, and indeed, you could already make...
I don't agree. I do not consider Melee as having functional online until Rollback came out. Delay-based, yeah, forgets to mention that Melee netplay. The only time I've ever spiked a GameCube controller was on delay-based netplay. It was so bad. I also hated Anther's Ladder because the chat function in it meant that, like, I was just insulted and called, like, slurs because I played a character that I play Ice Climbers, so people wouldn't play me, or they would just play me and then get really mad. It's just how it works. There's a tacked-on input lag offline to help emulate online delay in icons? I don't remember that. Anthers such a throwback. Holy shit, I remember that era. Yeah, I had a couple Anthers accounts. I just hated it. It was not good. I literally, like, deleted my account fully and had a friend change the password so I wouldn't play again because it made me so mad to play because I hated. It felt so bad, but it was so close to being what I wanted that I would rage. I would rage at Anthers. It sucked. It sucked.
make Dolphin recognize damn near any controller you wanted for free. There is an argument to be made about accessibility. You didn't have to acquire icons for one. You didn't have to...
I think that's huge, though. I know people that don't play Slippy because they're like, oh, I have to go find an ISO and I have to download this. You have to find an ISO, you have to get a GameCube controller adapter to work. Like, Slippy is great. It is hard to set up if you do not know how to play everything. It's one of the reasons that I think Rivals is great, that we have so many controllers that all work. Like, that is I think this was the big thing that I thought was going to get the game, was the free-to-play on Steam where you can just play with any controller. I still think that it is way harder to get Melee working than a lot of people. The fact that you have to find an ISO, just that by itself is going to knock a lot of people out of the running. That and having to get a GameCube controller adapter and a good controller.
Download a specialized emulator, but is the small convenience of circumventing minor setup really compelling enough to play something so similar, yet so much worse? Also, Icons doesn't even natively support the GameCube controller. Haha. 2.
That's fine.
It had no identity.
You don't need... It would be good if it did native support it, and I did play on a GameCube controller, but like, it's like when people tell me that a Rivals should be balanced around a GameCube controller, when I'm like, no, because it's a modern game. It should just work for modern video game controllers.
In a game with melee-style edgehogging, melee-style combos, melee-style movement, and melee-style characters, what sets it apart from
just the Ken combo.
Melee? What is the appeal that is supposed to drive people toward this game as opposed to the one?
The appeal was Afi and Galu. It was the one character that wasn't the same. Kid flip-flop between having Fox and Falco Shines during development. I do remember that. They definitely did a patch once and it was like, oh, you just switch which character Shine was.
It's blatantly borrowing from the characters, the loot boxes.
Let's open it, see what we get. Give me a new character. Oh, what's that? Is that a skin? So we got a victory pose.
4 of the 7 playable characters were unlocked in loot boxes in this build. That's crazy. I bought the Founders Pack. I didn't know it was that bad. I didn't remember it being that bad. That sucks. You can only place 3 characters at first?
For them. And some things.
Picture this.
You ever open up loot boxes and icons? Only ones that I earned. I bought the Founders Pack, but I didn't spend any money outside of the Founders Pack. So I either earned, it was either stuff I earned or that I got from the Founders Pack.
1 asks Melee Fan 2, hey, do you want to go play my not Marth against your not Falcon in not Melee? No, see.
The worst part was that the loot boxes didn't even have anything in them. It was character skins. It was also at the biggest point when people were against loot boxes. Yeah, Mr. Game Guy. Character skins were good. No one cared about any of it. You could like do emotes, or you could drop like little tiny I don't forget what they're called. No one cared about any of the other things. The only one anybody cared about was the characters and the skins. Everything else in the loot box just felt like the craziest padding. People still hate loot boxes, but people aren't like, this game has loot boxes, we won't play it at all. This was like when like people are now like, oh, loot boxes suck, but we're used to it. This was when like loot boxes were fairly new and everyone's like, oh, we hate this, we're gonna try to make laws against it. And then they did the same thing with NFTs and Rushrev. I forgot about that. Is that covered in here? The fact that the Rushrev guy tried to put NFTs in and then backpedaled super hard and went, no, I wasn't going to do NFTs. It was just, I was putting in on-chain functionality just as a proof of concept, just in case. But I wasn't going to do it.
Seriously, try to picture that. If you're going to try to appeal to an audience who are big fans of what is functionally a free-to-play online game with your freemium online game, why in the fuck would you make a game that is in tandem so similar, but with so little more to offer? Who is it meant to appeal to? Its intended audience is evidently Melee players, but aside from the obvious, it looks a bit shit.
I love that Coney immediately went to bat for icons in response to this vid. I did watch Coney's thing. I played Coney in the chat. The only time that Coney and I have ever done commentary together, and I don't think I mentioned it in stream, and he's like, I was there. I don't remember you being there. Coney and I did icons commentary together at Low Tier City one year. It's the only time I've ever commentated with Coney, and it's the only reason that I've been able to check Coney off my bucket list of like people to commentate with. Only 4 characters to start. 3. Forced loot box or pay up, but it's free to play. That's where we first met. Yeah, I know, Tanda. I know that's where we met. I think you also mean you and Coney, but yeah. Like, I genuinely really enjoyed playing this game. I liked my character. I did not care at all about playing any of the others, other than, like, I played random sometimes for fun. I mean you. I forgot Coney was even there. Okay, that's what I thought. Checking Coney off your bucket list sounds more sensual than intended. I think you're hearing that wrong. A commentary bucket list is totally normal. Of like, here's people that I would kill to be able to commentate with. I think that's on you.
It doesn't appeal to Melee players because they can just play the more fluid, more fun, original versions of the characters they've already been playing, and more that Icons ripped off.
Well, you added
because they manufactured this game to appeal to such a niche of a niche, the game, on top of having zero sauce, just doesn't appeal to anyone else either. I mean, boiled down, the developers at Wavedash were essentially showing off hyper-competitive, no casual content.
See, like, that was cool.
Developers at Wavedash
let's show what's going on here. Raymer, the gunslinger character, could bounce bullets and do like ricochet combos. So he's gonna shoot up at the platform to be able to hit kid off for the edge.
Essentially showing off.
Boom, and then here, he's going to aim up at the platform to ricochet.
No casual content, Timu Melee, 2 Melee
This is the character?
players.
No. I want to commission off Ingalu. Yep. Unironically, I liked Icons, yeah. It was just a wake-up call that it wasn't nearly enough. Yeah. I agree.
The developers at Wavedash were essentially showing off hyper-competitive.
This is when we all thought esports were the future.
Content, Timu Melee, 2 Melee players. 3.
That's easy in hindsight. At the time, no one realized that Melee players weren't going to ever switch. Now people get it. Also, wasn't there an Ice Climber's like, yeah, that's Afi and Gala. That's the ones I'm saying that I would want to commission a, like, animal variation of their, like, steal their moveset but turn them into animals for the Rivals Workshop.
Just look at it. Does this character appeal to you? On a visceral level, do you want to play as Green Creatine Girl, who is built and plays like Ganondorf? What about DreamWorks face Goat Guy? Marthena, maybe. In a game like Smash, the developers have
the characters' designs weren't amazing. Yes, you do. Some of the character design stocks leaked recently. Well, the sketches don't translate gracefully to 3D. Give me back my lesbian orc mom. I like my totem friends. I liked my totem friends. I think it was the art style. I don't think it was the character design. I think it was the art style.
The benefit of pooling together established, beloved characters that many already have connections to, or at least obscure ones from the vault that are so goofy they're endearing anyway. So for a competitor that pulls straight from the mind palaces of its crew, their designs have to really resonate with people quickly. Now, be honest with me.
The witch was... So, okay, here was a real problem, is that the character silhouettes were really hard to track. Like, the silhouettes don't help. And in a middle of a, like, frantic fray, that's difficult. I assume he gets to this, but that's one of my big problems with Rush Rev, is that it's so hard for me to track what's happening in that game, both playing or watching. It's so hard to track. It's so difficult.
Do any of these characters make you want to move away from a roster of killers to play a character with no personality other than this is the Marth analog?
It literally translates to my blade is dancing.
This is the Marth analog.
That sucks. That sucks. 100% rush rev walks so a few quick matches could run. Oh, we need to add a few quick matches to the dock. Overwatch menus? I think they had ex-Overwatch devs on their thing. It's just at the time we thought that was a good thing. You think this white cartoony art styles work so well for platform fighters? Yeah. It's just interesting because he's saying that, like, how are you going to get people away from, like, giant Nintendo characters? But, like, Rivals somehow is, like, holds its own at least. I hate that everything was just references.
It all just seems so misguided.
Yeah.
But in a way I can almost sympathize with. Because while it is, in my opinion, foolish to try to tear Melee players away from Melee with a clone of Melee that looks, plays, and sounds worse.
Hindsight's 2020.
On top of offering few, if any, original ideas, Icons was one of the first attempts to truly make a Melee successor.
Yeah, exactly.
Or at least the most...
We didn't know. We just didn't know that this was going to happen. I think he's saying why it didn't work, not how dare they think that it was going to work. Does that make sense? Does that make sense? Like, I think he's just being like, this is why it didn't work in hindsight, not like, how foolish do they think they were for thinking this was ever going to happen? Mechanics were exactly the same, yeah. Shit, there was something I was going to say. I mean, unfortunately, I was bought in. I was like, this game's going to be esports. It's going to help us get away from Nintendo. We'll actually have dev support. It's going to be great.
Public. They sort of set the bar in a way for what not to do when attempting a game of this sort.
I've thought about making a video about Icons as someone who actually did like it. But I don't know how to make it without it turning into either me trashing on Icons or me just sounding like, man, I like my totems. I wish they were in a game again.
Fortunately, though, Icons is a case study.
Macro, friend of the channel.
Truly believe that
Macro was in Wisely Wars. Macro, the Wisely Warrior.
This horrible showing at Smash Summit 5 affected the game's entire lifespan, from open beta to now.
I don't think it's just this. It was the Evo showing that was worse. They showed it off way too early at Evo. And Evo already made... Now people will see Rivals at Evo and they're like, oh, it's cool to see a platform fighter that isn't Smash. It's cool to see a platform fighter that was designed to be a competitive fighting game, even if it's not for me. Icons, people were like, dude, this looks bad, and we all hate Smash right now. And it looks like even worse.
Most Melee players, i.e. the audience they first sought to onboard, this is not only Icons, this is...
I can see the comments now. Icon Glazer. Oh, that's what I was going to say. I got hate for liking this game because I streamed it sometimes. And I was active in the PM scene. And I literally had, because this was, I don't know if it's going to be mentioned, people were like adamant that this game killed Project M, which is fucking dumb. Nintendo killed Project M. But I still read that people are like, it was PM died for this. And it was an entire subreddit that was just people trashing on Icons because they viewed a conspiracy theory that the Icons devs shut down on purpose, or shut down, because like Icons had like 3 devs that came from PM. That was it. It was like 3 devs that came from PM. But people were like, oh, those devs came from PM. They must have shut down Project M to make this game, even though it did it for like 2 years, but I got hate. I literally had people that were like sending targeted harassment to me. Brownie points to anyone that remembers Blindsight. The Blindsight guy lives like 10 minutes away from me. People getting angry over made up stuff in their head. Yeah, I had people like literally like I couldn't comment on Reddit, or which is at the time when I still used Reddit. People were clipping out of context parts from my stream. There was a moment where I didn't throw a controller, but I got mad, and it's one of the reasons I stopped streaming for a long time after that, because it was one of the only times I got close to spiking a controller and it was on stream. I didn't do it, but I basically did that and then like put it down heavily. And people literally were clipping that and being like, this is the guy who likes the game. Like, dude, like they were like, hey, Wisely is paid to play this game, which was not true. It was not true at all. Oh, what's up, Saber? Yeah, you would remember this. It wasn't true at all. I was never paid to play the game. I just genuinely liked it. But there was... Raymer pissed me off at the time because he had a couple of moves that were very unbalanced. He could F-tilt. The back hit of his F-tilt would kill you, and it would hit from like a full character length behind him. Mickey has the worst taste in games maybe ever. I think I have a bad taste in what games are going to be popular, but Mickey beats me. Mickey beats me. At least I kept playing all the other ones. F-tilt was crazy good. I didn't care about F-tilt. I cared about the fact that he would F-tilt like the butt hitbox behind me, and then I would explode off the side. And it was the fact that he was also good at close combat that I hated. But I almost spiked a controller, and people literally clipped that and they were like, dude, Wisely would never play this game if he wasn't paid to do it. He's a piece of shit. He's actively killing the PM community to sell out for this game. He's actively killing the PM scene by playing this game and not supporting PM. How dare he? And I was like, I've never been played. I just also was playing this other game. Come on. What are we talking? Like, literally, I deleted that clip and then found out that people had made backups of the clip. And were, like, still sharing it in Discords. And were, like, I couldn't comment on Twitter or on Reddit without someone being like, oh, by the way, you're the guy who spiked it. Because they were all like, you did spike a controller, and this is proof that you didn't actually like the game, but you were just selling out. Which, by the way, rich of anybody in the PM scene to call anybody a sellout. Not that the PM scene has sold out, but the fact that anybody would be like, yeah, this game that gets literally negative money, you can't make any money off of this. This is in peak random Sam Hade era. Yeah, I don't know why that happened to me. Anyways, it's funny that those same people don't care that I like Rivals. Because at the time, I was also playing Rivals 1. But they only knew about me playing Icons because I didn't really stream Rivals 1.
Also, its current iteration,
anyways,
Rushdown Revolt.
I don't like to bring that up because it sucked, and it was genuinely kind of traumatic to be like, hey, anytime I go online, people are sharing this. But now I have no idea what any of those people are up to. I'm not going to name any of them. If you know them in chat, don't name them. I guess I hope that they are just better people now. But also, I have taken a lot of solace in knowing that I ended up doing way more for Project M than any of those people ever did. Even afterwards, the fact that I still did stuff for PM for years and still do stuff for other games. I'm like, yeah, I ended up being way more successful anyways.
Now, all of these mechanical and aesthetic shortcomings could have been true back then, but after Wave Dash Games and Icons died due to less than stellar reception and interest in 2018, were revived as Vortex Games and Vortex Rising in 2019, then
I love having the moral high ground. It's so sick. Vortex Rising 2019 to 2019, that's so sad. You ever played Brawlout? I have. I don't like it.
Rushdown Revolt
it feels very bad.
You'd hope that some positive changes would have been made. So, how is it faring as Rushdown Revolt?
It's not.
Well,
it's dead.
To my surprise, despite the stats showing a small active player base, the game was still, until pretty recently, actively supported, with horny beach outfits made available to purchase shortly after its 2023 1.0 release.
I didn't know that. You can pay $10 to get a beach outfit? And it's not like the God, they just added a Chinese dragon tattoo to her thigh. That's so... That feels so grimy and gross. I still think it's hilarious that when people were like, wait, the pool party skins for Rivals put more clothes on the characters than before. In Rivals, you by getting the beach pool party Absa, she was wearing more clothes. And the Claring one, she's wearing a snorkel outfit.
Alongside a partnership with Overwolf that same year, and a small content patch in late 2024. As far as gameplay goes,
I know they were
you'll
doing
be
this.
delighted to hear that Rushdown Revolt is no longer shitty melee, and is
The problem is that the stuff I liked from Icons was the melee stuff. And all the things they added were things that I made me like the game less.
instead its own thing. Even the Marth clone is no longer legally actionable. The game has its own laundry list of nuances, but the main ones differentiating it from its previous iteration are its rush system, pretty much an extension of Melee's wave dashing, and its HP system. You rush by simply...
I hate the HP system. It feels so dumb to be like, I did all these cool combos, and now you might die off the side, or you just kind of explode anyways. I get why people like it. It's just not for me. I think the spark system, so basically you can cancel moves like that's roaming canceling in Guilty Gear. So you could hit somebody and then spark to cancel your animation and then do your aerial dash to follow them and then hit them again. It seems cool on paper and like it kind of works in a few quick matches, but it's so hard to follow and do. The barrier to entry of this game is so high. To feel okay controlling your character against someone who's decent is way, like, people hate trying to be new at Rivals. It's so much worse from here. Look, quite interesting, distinct gameplay. You were aware of the previous version titles controversy. Interesting. I thought everybody who knew about Rush Rev knew about Icons. Other reason I don't care about Rush Rev is, like, I just know too much stuff about, like, the insider trading, insider baseball kind of thing. I'm just not a fan of the dev. Like, the community devs that took over, that's fine. That kind of thing is fine. I'm just not a fan of the founder. That's it. I kind of will refuse to elaborate further on that.
Aiming in a direction with the analog stick and tapping the right trigger, either while grounded or in the air. This obviously has movement implications, but you can also use it to extend combos via Spark. Spark is gained by simply hitting an opponent, and is indicated by a player's
I got into like
electrified
arguments
UI.
with the CEO
If you've
on
got
Twitter
Spark
on
and hit
accident.
an opponent, you
It
can
was very
rush or
weird,
jump
and I
to
just
use
kinda
your
swore
Spark
off
and interrupt your
touching
attack's
it.
recovery frames, pretty much letting you chain attacks together by zipping around, leading to some neat but often visually rough-looking combos.
Apparently that CEO really hated me.
Oh no.
Rushdown Revolt also boasts a health bar. It somewhat resembles Smash's more typical percentage-based growing knockback combat, in that as you lose
There has to be
HP, you get
simpler
knocked back
term for
further,
that.
but you also just explode off to the side if your HP reaches 0.
Yep, that guy was not good. Yeah. Sparkly? Yes. I think stuff like Sparkly's cool. Stuff like the fact that it's it's just community driven now is also really cool. There was just issues at the time. Stuff that's like, well, friends who worked at the studio told me, so I'm not going to share their stories. My own stories of him not liking me, that's fine. I just don't want to bring up bad blood because I think he and I have patched it up since then. So I don't need to dig that up again.
Which is what
Combo Devils percentage system kind of reminds me of this. I need to play more Combo Devils to see how I feel about it.
I mainly see happen in my own play and competitive play.
Ooh, okay, I like that retreating option. Oh, and the kunai sneaks it in. That's gonna be a reset. Leviathan is gonna...
The game
Is that JM Crofts? On the mic? Combo Breaker 2023 had over 3,400 entrants, 34 people to the Rushdown Revolt tournament. No, they didn't.
is definitely better than Icons, but it's
7
still
DQ'd. That makes more sense. That's what I was about to say. It reminds me of... Let's see if I can find it. Start GG. Genesis. Rushdown Revolt. Genesis 9? They were a key sponsor at Rush of Genesis 9. Here. And then they also, so by a key sponsor, I mean they paid to be one of the sponsors of Genesis 9 and have themselves in the event and had over 135. Levi also plays everything? Yes, Levi does. And now, by Levi, we mean Leviathan. But if you look at the brackets, they did not have 135. Shoutouts to Leviathan. Leviathan's also been a top player in Nasby and in Brawlhalla and in Multiverses and in, yeah. DQ, 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 DQ. People made it out of pools not playing a human. Because it was free entry. So they say they got like 135, but they actually had like 25. DQ, 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 DQ. He plays professional Deadlock now? Really? I didn't know that. Yeah, here. Verbal Flashbang made it out of pools. DQ, DQ, made it up, played winter semis, lost, and then got out of pools to top 32 off of DQ. Pool full of DQs. Yeah, exactly. The creator of Pseudo Regalia did the Rush Rev character redesigns? That's wild to hear. Anyways, I only bring this up because they paid to be there, and I know that it costs about $50,000 to be the primary sponsor of an event like that. And this was as they were doing layoffs for the rest of their dev team because they realized they weren't making enough money. My estimates were that they spent about $200,000 on esports activations in their final year of operations when they were also laying off dev teams. And the main guy was also talking about the fact that they knew that promoting esports wasn't the way to go and that they need to be addressing more casuals or else the game is going to die. And I'm like, then why are you spending $200,000 on esports? And then the CEO got very mad at me because I did the math on Twitter about it. Yep. Anyways. Back to game. That also peaked at like, that had a prize pool and a pot bonus. I don't remember what it was. And I saw that it peaked at like 60 viewers on Twitch. But they also had paid EE and Toph full rates of like multiple hundreds of dollars each to do the top 8 commentary. Like everything about Rush Rev's decision making was insane to me. Pseudo Regalia is a good time. I need to play it. It looks very fun. It looks very fun. Art style I can give or take, but like the movement looks great.
Of wonkiness that also inhabited its lesser incarnation.
No one shines like me.
A feeling only amplified now with its more original efforts to separate
I do like that the characters look more unique, even if I don't like the new redesigns.
Both combat and...
Seeing these character redesigns and then learning that the Pseudo Regalia creator made them makes so much sense now. Because Pseudo Regalia is oddly horny, from what I've seen, and so is this. So are these redesigns. I get it. I get it. Rush Rev having long streams with slideshow of Business Suck with no gameplay made me go insane. I don't remember that, but the fact that the thing the guy came up to me to yell at me about was the fact he's like, no, you don't get it. Our marketing department, all of that money is for marketing. It's not for this. That's different than us laying. I was like, well, all I know is that one of my friends got laid off as you guys were announcing that you were the principal sponsor of Combo Breaker and also had almost only DQs to be in there. So I don't know what to make out of this. It's all right. They couldn't make Afi and Galu horny because they're totems. It's fine.
From being a mere melee clone.
Try me, you little shit.
Both combat and movement are solid enough.
I'm okay with language in games, but anytime like a platform fighter or a game that doesn't seem like it should have that is just like, what if we throw in swearing in one of the character select things? It's just like, okay, you're so cool. I get it. I get it. You felt really brave putting that in there.
And given its multi-million-dollar code base
Not
and
being able to
roughly
pick off
8 years in
is just a
development,
skill
you'd
issue.
expect this
Well, I said,
at
I'm
the
gonna
bare minimum.
get my
It's got a story mode
my
that was
Rivals
clearly
2
abandoned.
workshap
It's
iteration.
legitimately just 3 levels
Chad,
playable
is that the
with
first
one
time a
character,
platform fighter
culminating in
character
about
cussed?
10 minutes of gameplay that now serves solely as a tutorial of sorts. It's
like
also
it
got a
can't be.
single map for a
It
Break the
probably
Targets
is.
minigame that's definitely a Break the Targets minigame, and other than fighting CPUs, that's it for the single-player stuff.
I thought there was more.
Yeah. Experiencing online play, as you may have presumed, was...
This game is just some complete ass getting for the video shitting on icons or reviving, whatever. Okay. We are 15 minutes in. It's because I keep pausing. It's because I keep pausing, not because... And then he just talked about 2 different games. It doesn't actually take this long in the video.
but a pipe dream. Until I joined the Rushdown Revolt Discord, where, in their last bastion, I challenged the Rush Rev stragglers to some games.
Ooh.
In the rare moments when I wasn't getting completely shit on,
Snake was
the
a platform
combos
fighter
I was able to get off
did he
were
cuss in his
actually
games?
quite
I think
rewarding
they mean cussing
and
in the
smooth,
platform fighter, not
thanks to
just
the
their
game's
game that they're
Vortex
from, or else
rollback,
like
as I
Bayonetta
found my
definitely is
handful of
cuss.
pure CPU practice hours coming in handy.
was
Slightly
this before
troubling for
Bayonetta? I
me,
don't
however, was
remember.
how infrequently the platforms in this platform fighter seemed to come into play, as we instant transmissioned around the stage with rushes, ginormous hitboxes, and thrusts, for the most part only
interesting.
interacting
So
with
you don't
them
really
when
use
we
the
just
platforms at all
happen
at a higher
to land
level.
on one.
I never knew
A
that.
stark contrast to games with more restricted movement,
Rig has a few
like
squares and
its first
multiverses,
source
yeah,
of
but that's after
inspiration,
Icons
where
and
the
Rush Rev.
number and layout of platforms can be game-changing.
There are definitely characters that have cussed now.
I also noticed that when players get fast, the game has a severe
Hobbs needs some water. The bowl is empty.
lack of visual clarity with some of
Good
the
night, and
cast.
keep blessing Slap
Between
City
the
forever.
projectiles flying
Ow.
everywhere, things planted everywhere, tiny silhouettes that
God,
made
this stream is
distinct
gonna go
actions
so
hard
long.
to read, and just general speed. It's a lot to take
night,
in,
Wojo.
not only playing, but also for viewers who, when it still had them, must have often questioned what the hell is going on.
Yeah, we talked about that. I
In my
cannot
few
follow this
hours
game.
spent playing online, I
I've
was
also
mostly
tried to play
spared
it.
from the frequent
I
desyncs
did
and
like a
crashes
playtest,
that
and
seemed to
it
haunt
did
the
not work.
game.
Oh, yo, that shit was so powerful that the game said, nah.
Though from my scouring the game's official Discord and watching pro matches, it seems to be somewhat of a common occurrence.
Oh, this game is gonna piss me off. This game is gonna piss me off. This game is dead ass gonna piss me off, bro.
So
don't-
common, in
okay.
fact, that the literal first dude I played against warned me about them before we even started. Thankfully, though, my personal online experience only included a single crash.
Oh, there we
and,
go.
to my knowledge, 0 desyncs. A stat
so
I
many new
believe will
characters
stay
that I
that
don't
way,
know about.
because as I saw the Steam achievement for 10 matches played pop up on my screen,
Oh,
an
no.
achievement that Steam approximates 0.7% of players have obtained, I decided to calculate
0.7% of the players that touched it played more than 10 matches? That's crazy. That's crazy.
my perception of Rushdown Revolt as a mostly functional game. And at last, put my Zurong away.
Bye, Zurong. Asumsaus paid $10
Most
for
of
that skin to
Rushdown
make
Revolt's
this video.
team departed after its 2023 1.0 release failed to generate any real traction. But as I said before, in spite of this, the game somehow continued staggered development all the way up to late 2024. Instead of a team aspiring to create the platform fighter for the streaming era, however, its post-launch team was a skeleton crew of volunteers seeking to create something more interesting than just ugly melee. A far cry from its initial ambitions as some sort of esport.
In 2007, I went to game development, and I said, someday I'm going to start a game company. And
I'm
it's
part of
gonna
the
be all about
0.7%. I dropped this the same day I tried it out. Rough. Wait, what did he say?
Rush
Someday I'm going to start a game company, and it's going to be all about
See, this is fine.
Rushdown Revolt's
It's a
cleanup
bad idea now, but at the time we thought that this was literally like saying that your game was esports was thought to be okay because people were like, yeah, we want competitive, serious games that people can take seriously. This is a hindsight thing. This is for sure a hindsight thing. Now, if a game comes out that they're like, yeah, this is esports, dude, I'd be like, no, you can't force that. That's crazy. Like, I'm now Coney Build on that one, but like at the time, I was also Coney Build at the time because we both thought that like esports this was gonna be serious in the future.
crew worked out of pure passion. Not that there wasn't passion from the team developing it when it was first revealed, but it was a different kind of passion. Passion about a game they saw potential in, but didn't expect to make a return on.
Care for a duel.
Passion for a game that's all but dead, but whose ashes were kept in a nice urn that they continued maintaining and decorating lovingly.
Yeah,
These weren't
that's why
just
I'm like,
developers.
even if Rush Rev isn't
they
for
were
me, I
passionate
appreciate the
community
people that are
members
still
and
like
players
working on it and
who
making
felt
it
they could
happen.
improve upon what had been
Like,
left.
that's totally fine.
And shape the game closer to what they believed it could be. Really,
I
not
think
too
the Smash
different from
community
the
is
game.
way too obsessed with esports even at the time. That's what I'm saying. At the time, they were very obsessed with esports. This was when like people were wearing suits and ties on commentary. We just didn't know.
It initially set out to emulate. Poetic in
You
a
seen the money
fucked
Street
up
Fighter?
kind of
Yes, no,
way.
we were seeing the money
Rushdown
like
Revolt
Overwatch
isn't
was
the
getting.
best game I'll be showing
This was
off
during
in
like
this video,
Overwatch League Season
but
1.
at least it's something novel and interesting. At least
Or I
with the
guess
knowledge
for
of where it
Icons,
started.
not for Rush
And
Rev.
after experimenting with various price tags in its many years between Icon's
It did
debut
have a lot of
and
weird price
Rushdown Revolt's
tags.
full release, it's also permanently free.
There we go.
On the
I thought it
top
was
of
gonna
the
be massive,
long
dude. I also
abandoned
thought
community
esports
hub
was
for
gonna be
Icons,
massive.
There's a guide for generally improving online play.
I thought that was
and
gonna be my
minimizing
job
lag,
in the future.
Something the game struggled
Whoops.
with during its heyday. The steps are as follows. Step 1, go to your Steam library. Step 2,
I thought I was
right-click
gonna work at an
Icon's
esports
Combat
company
Arena.
to help run
Step
events.
3, select uninstall.
This guy is so
Step
based. I
4,
have seen this
go to
part.
the Steam store. And step 5, purchase Slap City.
Slap City is so good! Yeah, that guide is stupid, but Slap City is so good. Welcome to Slap City. This song is bangs. This song goes so hard.
Released into early access in late 2017, not long after Icon's reveal in beta,
Found out about Slap City from Renzo
is a
posting that in
zany
the
platform
Earthmancer.
fighter concocted
That's
by
crazy
the
that you
twisted-
heard about this and before Earthmancer. What the hell are these maps? It's Slap City! It's Slap City! 1 second. Adding things to the subathon. Slap City.
Minds at beta. Slap City is a zany platform fighter concocted by the twisted minds at Swedish studio Ludosity,
this?
who would later go on to concocted by the
there we
twisted
go.
minds at Swedish studio Ludosity, who would later go on to develop
He doesn't have
Nickelodeon
rollback?
All-Star
Oh.
Brawl.
Ludosity should put Slap City in sale right now. It's like
Nickelodeon
$7
All-Star
at
Brawl
most.
is
You're
the
fine.
predecessor to the game
Yeah,
Nickelodeon All-Star Brawl 2.
Okay. It's 20 right now?
I didn't care
really?
for the first one,
Crazy.
and I didn't pick up the second. Featuring a cast of goofy characters from Ludosity's own well-received back
Loki
catalog.
hated this take. It's not a take. He's just saying he hasn't played it. It's fine. It's not a take. He didn't. I also thought that NASB 1 kind of sucked. And because of that, I also didn't play NASB 2, even though I've heard it's good. It's fine. NASB 1 just hurt my hands. It was the only game I couldn't even play on box because it hurt. Like, this isn't a take. He's just saying what happened. We got to get you on 2. I own it. I have played it for making, like, character design videos. But that's about it. It's fine. It's fine. Damage a lot. True.
Slap City was developed with the intention of first being a fun
Most
video
people didn't play
game,
NASB 2
with
because NASB 1
additional
disappointed
efforts
so many.
made to
Yeah,
allow
exactly.
the game to hold up in a competitive setting.
I know
This
someone who worked for, not Ludosity, but their publisher for NASB. He literally did marketing for the publishing team. He's like, yeah, we got burned because everyone's like, this is the game that NASB 1 should have been. But because we were all burned on NASB 1, none of us played NASB 2. I also know because of that, he's like, it was free on PlayStation Online, whatever. And he's like, when it was free on PlayStation Online, we had 50,000 concurrent players at one point. Or like, not concurrent, but like 50,000 people played the game at one point. Like, that's how much free to play means. Ludosity still making games? I think so. I think I know who you're talking about. There's no way. He's a Minnesota person. I don't think you do. Unless you know Ogre from the Minnesota Modern Honda player and currently 2XKO player. Game Mill. Yes, worked for Game Mill. Oh, nope. Exactly.
Means that while it has more casual for fun game modes like Story, Smack the Crystals, and Arcade, it
Smack the
also
Crystals is
features
just break the
mechanics
targets,
like
right?
wave dashing, shield dropping, smash DI, known here as Slap DI, its own take on L canceling, and the Slap City original
remember dash
clutch
canceling at all.
that lets you reverse the momentum of certain moves in the air. In short, more advanced techniques typically associated with more
speedrunners made by them?
competitive-leaning games. And I'll just say now, before I really get into Slap City specifics, both
Game Mill earns the
competitively
name as a
and
publisher?
obviously
Yeah, I wasn't
casually,
talking about them
this
as a
game
game dev.
blows icons out of the water.
These side
The
mates
characters
came
are
over
original,
updates, yeah.
both in design and
You didn't say they
abilities.
didn't.
The sound effects are solid. The movement is
Does the plat fighter community like L canceling? Interesting question. If you're a Melee player, yes. If you play any other games, no. My hot take is that I think L canceling is good for Melee and should continue to exist in Melee. We should not mod L canceling out of Melee. The game not was balanced, but like the current balance is based around it. Same with PM. I'm not a fan of auto L canceling in PM. The game's balance is based on L canceling existing, but I would never add L canceling into a current modern platform fighter. I would never add it into a platform fighter. I thought you might have been talking about Tafar. No, I do know that Tafar's making his own game right now, though.
crisp, and the overall feel of the game is just less bland, copyright infringy, and frankly lame than its 2017
Yeah,
peer.
this is why it's
And
not
as an
about
added
the
bonus,
graphical
they don't even
fidelity,
directly
it's about
rip
the art
entire
style.
movesets from other games.
Slap
Now,
City
the
looks
reason I
goofy
compare
on
these
purpose,
two
and that's
here
why
is
it's
twofold.
fun.
Not only were they both indie platform fighters let loose for testing in 2017, they were also, as shown earlier, frequently pit against each other by fans of the
I
genre.
hated this stuff, though. As someone who did like Icons, I enjoyed Slap City, but Icons always felt like it had a bigger potential future to me. So I always was like, yeah, but I like Icons because this could be a big game with dev support in the future. And Slap City will only ever be a goofy, silly party game with friends. And people hated on Icons because of it. Yep.
Genre in that era, at least before Wave Dash Games imploded in late 2018. For that reason, I'll really emphasize
The buff blue platypus or whatever looks so weird. You don't talk shit about Fish Bungeon. You do not talk any trash about Fish Bungeon. Take that back right now. Take that back right now. The game is supposed to look like it's flat art style claymation. Do not talk any trash about Fish Bungeon in this chat. Slap City is also filled to the brim with love for its characters. So many Easter eggs call back to the source material. Shoutouts to the lesbian couple with a secret grab when they kiss. Really? I didn't know about that. Fishman's the only character at every move nerfed in one patch.
where I think Slap City succeeded in ways Icons really struggled.
Wait,
Unlike
chat,
Icons,
can you guess who I played in Slap City? Can you guess who I played in Slap City? It was not Fish Bungeon, I'll give you that. Who do I play in Slap City? I'll keep playing until... Princess Remedy, Jenny Fox, Diamond, Jenny, the Queen, Fish 100%, Jenny Rem, Fish Bungeon for sure, Businessman, it'll do, Business Casual Man, Ruby. Wow, everyone's thinking Jenny. There's no way you played Business Casual Man. Ruby, I don't know. Do they have a duo character? No, they don't have a duo character. Edgy Raven guy, Asha. All right. So far, the character I play is the only one that someone said there's no way I played them. I was a Business Casual Man main. I loved Business Casual Man. He was so much fun. I lost a tournament set due to doing my super the wrong way. If you don't know, Business Casual Man had moves that racked up money, and then you could spend the money like it was EX in like it was an EX meter to like special like superpower to turn a move into from a combo move into a kill move, or do like a better recovery. But if you got to like full money and didn't spend any of it, you could do your super. And he was the only character with a super in the game, and he literally played solitaire. Your screen filled with solitaire cards. And I got snapped back on my controller and did the super the wrong way and just shot solitaire cards off to the side and then lost the tournament set because of that, because it was a best of 3 and that was the final game. That's the only time I've played that game in bracket. It was at Bigger Balk, or even Bigger Balk. It was a great memory. I thought it was the funniest way to lose, because I didn't take that. There's a game where I would only play it in a goofy way. I would never want to play Slap City competitively in a bracket. I would never want to play Slap City competitively in bracket. And that was the reason I liked Icons more, is because I thought that Icons was going to be the game I would play in tournament and do commentary for and do all of these things. And instead it was that game died, and then Slap City just became a goofy, funny game.
For example, Slap City's roster, simply put, rules. An opinion I'll bolster by adding that I've never played any of the source material for these characters.
Same, I've never played the originals.
All I know about them is pretty much what I've gathered from their story mode dialogue. However, even before doing those,
there's a reason
perusing the Steam page,
I could talk about so much praise about how much Slap City mixes up the character archetypes. There's a reason that I talk about Slap City a lot in the character archetypes videos that I make, which I guess has so far been the Space Animal one. That's also for the subathon. I will include as one of the milestones that I will actually make a like ninja and like grappler and a couple other like playstyle archetype videos.
Their silly, more eccentric designs. I think a few of them end up with slightly too similar silhouettes, that being Little Cartoon Girl. But even these characters with their similar broad strokes have all got distinct and interesting abilities in their kits that give them their own personality
Alex's
and
character,
flavor. Of course, that's without mentioning the more insane characters like Ultra Fish Dungeon 3000, a humanoid fish dude slash really ugly regular dude slash mecha fish dude unlocked via story mode. There's also the Ramiel-coated Masked Ruby, a debonair crime-fighting octahedron with a rapier, or an octahedron with a wizard hat.
I mean, that was their
or this dude,
Meta Knight style,
who would seemingly fit in just about
Asha was
any
the
other
teleporting
fighting
one that was
game,
added later,
but
right?
among this roster just seems kinda out of place in a funny way. The single-player experience, which both Icons and Rushdown Revolt have next to none of, is good. Story's got a Subspace Emissary thing going on in terms of fully realized levels and boss battles, with a unique-ish story for each character and a bunch of unlocks to obtain. And while the music tracks, character recolors, and additional gameplay tips are neat, the real
Gappy, what's up? What's up? Best Plot Fighter story mode, by the way, is it? Gappy, what was happening on the Gappy stream today? What was happening on the Gappy stream today? My life is like a video game raid. I hate this. Never mind. Take the raid back, please. We are watching a video about different games that have tried to clone Melee. And some succeeded and some failed in a lot of different ways. Gappy like Joe? No, Gappy like the person who just raided me on Twitch. Though he might be named after that. I don't know. Gappy was one of the Wisely Warriors. What's up, dude?
Are the full-on new outfits unlocked for
If you missed, you all missed it. I announced that I'm going to be doing a subathon on Saturday. So after we're done watching this very long video, we can talk about that some more. Oh no, what's the Twitch clip? This is Gappy? Which clip is this? Which clip is this? Oh, it's the... He's doing the My Life is Like a Video Game in real life. Great. Great. Gappy, why do you let your chat do this to you? Why do you let your chat do this to you? Why do you do this to your chat as well? I'm glad that even you were like, I can't keep it up anymore. We can't keep doing it.
Each character's respective story. I will say though that the scant few differences between each character's respective story did start to wear thin after 2 or 3 characters, with actual levels remaining
I've never
mostly
touched the
the
story
same
mode for this
between
game. I've
them.
only played
The biggest
multiplayer
differences
for it.
being who you fight in the numerous one-on-ones, along with the interactions between these characters you fight. As a fan of more level-based stuff in platform fighters though, I had a really good time with these first couple. Some of the dialogue even got a laugh out of me. Like when the mayor says he's building a giant mechanical fist to punch the world, putting everyone in so much hit stop he can rob a bunch of banks without anyone noticing.
Punching the world to put everyone into hit stop is a very good fighting game joke. That's a very good. Not to kill the world or to beat everybody, but just put them into so much hit stop that you can rob everybody. That's so funny.
Other offerings include arcade, pretty much Smash's classic mode, with various standard battles broken
game
up
had
with
so much
mini
hit
games
stop,
like
by the
hit
way,
the
too.
balls into the
Characters would
circles
pause
and
for, like, a
break the
full
targets.
second.
Serviceable content. And of course, a standalone Smack the Crystals, which is Smack the Crystals.
Dude, I need to play some business
Online
casual
play
man
is a
again
blast.
soon.
Unfortunately, its prime is long past, and it's also beyond dead.
Yeah, you have to
Peering
play
into
with
the
friends.
past,
You can't
though,
just
we
search
can
for
see
games.
that while it was still poppin', Slap City at $7 not only peaked nearly as high as the free-ish Icons did, but also sustained a healthy player base for far longer, despite
interesting. I
not
didn't know
having
that.
a trailer shown at EVO.
They didn't mention that it was shown at EVO.
Not having demo booths at events like TwitchCon, and also not
Donkey's
paying
video did
untold
help.
amounts of
Sure,
money to be
that's
played
fine.
on stream by internet celebrities. Anyway, the vacant player base means it's
Oh my
next
god,
to
I forgot to
impossible
mention
find-
something I knew about Icons. The EVO reveal was dead silent, I bet. So Icons at one point, I don't remember if it was Icons or Rushdown Revolt. At one point, they got, the lead dude got mad because he paid Mango to either stream or like make a video about the game. But he didn't send a contract. And he had already paid the money. So Mango just didn't stream it. Because he basically was like, here's some money for you to maybe stream it. Never sent a contract. Apparently Mango's management was like, yeah, we were waiting for a contract for like a month or two. And they didn't send it, so we just didn't do anything. But he did send the money. So, and he was like, well, can I get it back? And he's like, no, you sent me money. I don't know how much it was. I heard it was like $15,000. Like, that's the way that they were handling money, was things that they were like, oh yeah, we'll get Mango to stream the game. We'll pay him like 15 grand to do it. And then didn't send a contract. And then got mad that he didn't stream it. I don't know if it was 15 grand or not. I don't know. That's what someone told me. I'm guessing it was more like 5 grand or 10 grand. But like, that's pretty scummy. It is, but like, if you're sending something to an influencer and like, yeah, you should just try to play this out of your own goodwill. Clip this. Do not clip this. Do not do that. This is like public knowledge. This isn't just me, but don't clip this. I don't need this to start any beef. I don't need that getting out. Like, that's what I heard, though. You see the DMs Coney showed on stream? No, I didn't. I did not. But yes, please don't send this to anybody in the Rush Rev or Icons community. Please, God. I don't need this causing problems.
to match organically with the game's matchmaking system, ranked, casual,
Like, that's just a crazy
otherwise.
story.
So I was
Tando,
solely
DM me
playing with friends.
the screenshot
It's
if
got
you
your
have
standard
it.
1v1
I'm trying not to
teams
bring up
and
anything about
free-for-all game
Kako.
modes, but it's also got Slapball, the objective of which I'm sure you can garner from this footage.
Oh, it's Smash Ball.
The gameplay I'm most interested in, one-on-one, I found incredibly enjoyable, however. I can't speak for balancing or relative character strengths or
I
anything
just can't
because
imagine
I'm
sending someone a bunch of money
experiencing
to
Slap
hope
City long after
that
the
maybe
game
they
has
stream
any
your game,
semblance
but
of an
not
active
actually
player base.
giving
And
them
as
any
new blood,
directives
I kind
or
of got my
contract.
fill of game-specific
Just being
Discord
like,
ass
maybe
whoopings,
stream this
but
if
the
you'd like
movement
to.
and
Also, here's
combos
money.
feel
Because we
fantastic.
think that'll make
I
you stream
described
it,
the
hopefully.
movement as Melee-esque, but it's definitely got more refinement comparatively. For example,
Like, it's not
instead
like,
of Melee's
to be clear, it's not like he was like, oh, we said stream it on this specific day or do anything. It was just send it at all. Rival Student needs this kind of content desperately. Well, Workshop was announced yesterday.
intentionally implemented shield dropping, where you shield and either tilt the
What a
stick
casual
downward and
businessman,
pray,
yes.
or hold to the side and slide down to the diagonal notch.
But that's why when
Here in
Kako
Slap
was
City,
sending
you
like
just
full on like
shield on a
business
platform
strategy things,
and
I was
press
like,
B.
come on.
Also different from Melee is the game's buffer,
You're not
a system
actually
that
good at
essentially
business.
allows you to queue up your actions before your character can actually do them, eliminating the need to be frame perfect if you want to act as quickly as possible. Ludosity opts to be pretty generous, and Slap City defaults to 7 frames of buffer, an unspeakable amount to some Melee players, but is easily
Yeah.
adjusted in the menus. A customization option that in itself is almost enough to distinguish Slap City from a mere Melee clone, in my Melee player opinion.
No,
the more
buffer's not enough to
streamlined approach to
distinguish, but that's
movement
fine.
continues in the game's
That's fine, I get
implementations
it.
of advanced movement options borrowed from Melee. Moonwalking, a tricky technique in Melee, is absolutely free. And with such hefty buffer, there's pretty much no chance you miss a waveland or wave dash either, eliminating many of the technical movement flubs you can
Yep.
make in a, we'll
That's
say,
how it should be
less
now.
accommodating
There's
game.
no reason to
This is
make a Melee style platform fighter, but still make this as difficult to, like, you know what I mean? There's no reason to make a Melee style platform fighter and then make it still as difficult to wave dash as in Melee. No, wisely, Rival Student needs this content, not Workshop. I really don't want the devs to substitute content with user-generated creations. Well, good for you.
is understandable, of course, and how it
Rivals 2 roadmap. Oh, come on. Don't yell at me. They are making those things. Oh, come on. Just open up the full thing. Open image and just let me pull up the full image. There. We're getting item mode and Aether stages. Aether stages, if you don't know, are versions of the stages that have more things happening, where they have stage hazards or things that can bug fixes and balance. Yes, true. But yeah, we're getting items and legendary skins, but like Aether stages are like stages with other things happening, not just basic stages. That's like where we could get those fun stages, things like that. We're getting story mode. We're getting other things. Like, yes. Yep. Stage hazards. Right. Yeah. Items. Okay. You don't have to have the items on. Tetherball. Yeah. I'm hoping they do stuff like Tetherball. Anyways. It was just funny being like, hey, they should add this thing that they do have in the roadmap already.
argue preferable. If Slap City's primary goal is to be
It's
a fun
kind of
and
insane that Mango
accessible
took the money and didn't play the game. I'd feel like a huge piece of shit. He didn't. Yes, it's shitty that he did that, but also like, from what I'm aware of, he didn't even like say like, hey, you should play the game at this time, or here's when the game is launching or anything. It was just like, you should stream the game sometime, and that's it. Yep.
game, a bit of buffer is
Giving
necessary
someone money
to
and
keep
being
the
like,
game
hey,
from
maybe you
feeling
could stream the game
antiquated and
sometime. Just
clunky
is not a
as some
business strategy.
2001 games can be.
I'm not saying that it
in any
wasn't
case,
shitty.
the default buffer never felt overbearing in the way I feel that a game
I'm just
like
saying how
Ultimates
that
can be,
happens.
for instance. As far as moment-to-moment gameplay goes, the combo meter that pops up past 5 consecutive hits is a nice touch.
They were waiting for a
Even
contract,
nicer is how meaty and impactful
yeah, I'm sure
the
Steam
big
was like,
hits
yeah, at some
feel,
point they're gonna give
compared
us
to
info,
something
right?
like Icons, where the feedback is wimpy, thin, and flaccid. Slap City's got the graphical effects.
You have to remember, at the time, no one, you weren't contracting Mango through Mango. You were contacting Mango through a team of people. Mango did not plan any of his own contract obligations. There's no way Mango planned any of those. You eating chips? No, I've been on stream for a long time, so I cough medicine. C9, I don't know if they were his agent or not, but like, you weren't planning a stream activation through Mango. You were planning it through like 3 other people. So if you send his team a bunch of money and then you don't send them any info, what are they going to do with it?
Frames and sounds down pat, with everything feeling appropriately satisfying and juicy. One thing I was especially impressed with was the number of stages available. On top of your
I was
more
always shocked at how
serious
many
Final
stages. I think there was
Destinations and
arguably too
Battlefields,
many
typical
stages in
stuff,
this game.
It also had
Like
a
a
ton
crazy
of
number
more
of
wacky
stages.
Stages with constantly shifting terrain, meaningful but not over-the-top hazards, and novel layouts. In addition to stages that are both interesting mechanically and don't feel like you're in a pinball machine. Most of the time. Between the rock-solid mechanics, story mode, the fleshed-out original characters, great OST, and all the different game modes and stages, it's a seriously impressive amount of stuff for a small studio. Now, on a technical level, Slap City doesn't look much better than something like Icons, but honestly, in this case, it works. For one, the roster doesn't consist entirely of sickly corporate, boring-ass characters placed in a game that desperately wants to be epic. Instead, it's a knowingly
Tando, I
goofy,
said the part of the VOD on stream's DM should be in the timestamp. That's actually what I was just looking at. Am I okay to bring this up on stream, or does this just open up a big can of worms? Am I okay to bring this up on stream? This timestamp of the DMs. You know what? Fine. We're already in the weeds. Unless you tell me no quick. Feel free. You're not the one who DM'd me. Don't say feel free when you're not the person who sent the clip. Cody shut it off to like 1,500 viewers. That's what I'm thinking. All right. I do not want this to turn into a people talking about like shit on people from that team. That's all I want to make sure is that it does not turn into that. So it should be on the timestamp. All right. Coney, what'd you do?
The guy talking to me also says that they are creating like a weekly series written by a guy that wrote for the Jimmy Kimmel Show, like the Tonight Show, like, and like it was gonna be like a weekly live stream thing, and I'm like, okay, maybe I could find the DMs. Probably not. They're old. I wonder if I could like.
What is the DMs about?
Find them. Can you find them?
The series?
I know exactly who you're talking about. That guy was crazy. Yeah, man. Yeah. Dude, I would have to go. Oh, wait.
At one point on Twitter, he publicly called me one of the most two-faced people in esports.
Some other
which is crazy.
Commentator in the group, and I shan't say their name. But wait.
What?
If I go back deep, I think it was me and some other commentator in the group, and I shan't say their name.
LMAO? Yeah, he said it because I didn't like Rushdown Revolt, but I liked Icons, and I publicly was like, hey, the way they're spending money doesn't make any sense. And because he thought that I liked the game and was friendly with him, he said that meant I was one of the most two-faced people in esports ever, and then deleted it. But I think it's because he was having literally was having a mental breakdown, because he was also arguing with Slime at the same time, and Slime was fully willing to just send all of the followers at him.
Okay.
I'm so curious. Again, this is why I don't talk about Rushrev or Icons, like, ever. He's not on the team anymore, so it doesn't matter.
Surely I could find it somewhere. There was something like that. However, this did show me something new that I want to show you, which is very funny. I don't remember what the chat was. I'll see if I can find it, the DM. But basically, I got told there's a whole media blitz around Rushdown Revolt, right?
Not
Everybody's so
Icons,
excited for
Rushrev,
Rushdown
okay.
Revolt, and they bought Icons, and they're going to make a show with the guy that writes for Jimmy Kimmel.
They're gonna
They
make a
have all this
show?
money, and they are prepping for this big thing. And I told them straight up, I'm like, hey, that's cool. But just so you know, I'm not really into, like, complicated games. Like, I told them straight up, I'm like, I liked Icons because it was very simple. I liked an easy character. I don't like a game with high APM. Like, I told them, I was like, I'm not into that. That's not what I like.
Is your stream volume on
I'm not
max?
into a
Yeah, it
super
is.
sweaty, do a lot of moves game. Just not for me, right? Why Jimmy Kimmel? You know what I think it was? It is like a guy who was on the show as a writer for like a month. And then he had that credit to his name, whatever.
Sure.
I don't like super punchy APM games. That's just my thing. I'm down to keep talking, but that's not a game I like. And they were like, okay.
Yeah, that makes
I
sense.
never heard anything about it. And to my mind, I was like, wait, I maybe $10,000 a week for this pyramid. That's crazy. Maybe I should just
For this pyramid?
maybe I should have taken that deal. That seems silly. But now I'm looking at this, and okay, so I can't find the DMs where we talked about the Jimmy Kimmel thing. Okay.
I'm so almost
But I do
terrified
have
for what he's
DMs
about to
from this
show.
guy that I was talking to, who gave me a Steam key. This is me and him in April 2020. Okay. This is me. He asked if I would test the game, just to give my thoughts.
Yeah,
And I think I was supposed to
he
get
actually
paid,
had me
but
do
I
this
wasn't-
too. He sent me a key so that I could test a game mode that they were adding. I remember that.
Really worried about it. I just wanted to try it.
Different timing.
This
Mine
is
was much later,
April
like
23rd,
2023.
2020. In fact, I'll just show you this. Okay? There it is. April 23rd, 2020. All right? Ignore the Discord leak.
Adding
Played
a
the
suite of
game
tutorial
for a
content.
little bit. It was very laggy, didn't work, wasn't
What game
functional.
mode? It was like
And I was
a like a tag team, like when you lost somebody else from your team tagged in kind of thing. Can corroborate I was in this. Is this Coney's VOD? This is Coney's VOD, yeah. We are now all very off track.
I don't really like this game, but it feels like you guys have something good for high APM, sweat lords, tech monsters, training lab people. I'm not into it, but I see where you guys are going. Good luck. They said, okay. And I expected to get paid for my time because that's what they said. It never happened.
I never was testing it to be paid. Mine was always unpaid.
Then
Like
this
Cruise,
happened.
not quite, because it was hard to explain. It was like a weird thing. It wasn't the same as Cruise.
This is September 2020. Hey man, heads up, Rushdown Revolt, Open Alpha, Week 1 is out tomorrow, adding a suite of tutorial content. Hey man, cool. I didn't really like the game, but, I'm not going to respond. That's cool. I hope the game succeeds. I really do.
Yeah.
Peep this if you're free. I don't really want to, man. I'm not really into it. March. When is a tweet? Not just a tweet. I don't care.
Why is he
I don't
sending that
care
in
what
the
it's
DMs like it means something? You're now spending like marketing money on just getting Cody. Matt Pat, you should look at this. Is that a reference to something he did? Saying subspace emissary, that's it. That's the tweet. And then saying, when is it? Okay, sending that
It's
directly
not
to an
just a tweet.
influencer is
I
weird.
I'm not into it. I don't like this DM blitz.
Yeah, I tested the game once and I was like, I literally was like, this mode seems fun, but I'm having a trouble following the game. It's hard. Like, it doesn't click correctly for me, but that's fine. Whatever. And that's about it.
Here's more.
He said subspace in what?
This probably
Yeah.
doesn't make sense now. Here's a new one. Hope you're doing well. What's keeping your spirits up?
Oh,
March
that happened to Hello
2022,
Neighbor?
some
Okay.
sick clips for you. March 2022.
God, they really were bugging
Hold on.
Coney. That's crazy. I only got a couple DMs.
The Matt Pad is going to want to analyze
well, not even publicly. Not even publicly.
That's great. Oh my God.
Random move generator for April Fool's Week, March 31st. April 14th. Hope you're well. Do you have time to connect in a week or so? Have some meaningful game changes. Your name is cool. This is what we'll play. New mode.
That's
gameplay.
crazy.
Keep it secret.
Oh, I think that new mode is what I played.
Want to play now? April 2023.
I think that new mode is what I played. And it was because I tested the new mode and was like, hey, I don't really like the game that much, but I like the mode was fun. And then when I was like, hey, later on Twitter, I was like, hey, the way that you guys are spending money makes no sense at all. And he's like, I can't believe you tested the game and then also slammed us on Twitter. How dare you?
You want to play now? April 23rd. Don't share. Update.
This is the same game where Slime... They paid Slime to advertise it, or they paid Lud to advertise it on Scuffed World Tour, and Slime was on the comms and made a joke about, like, yeah, they're going to add LeBron James, or they're adding, he's like, Multiverses has LeBron James, they're going to add Michael Jordan to this one. And apparently the lead dev freaked out at him. He was like, no, you have to tell everybody that's a joke. You have to tell people that's a joke. Like, if people think that, if they think that we're getting Michael Jordan and we don't, they're going to kill us. No one will respect us ever again. And, like, freaked out. And it's like, dude, it's Ludwig and Slime. If someone's watching this and didn't know it was a joke, they're watching the wrong stream. And, like, this was all happening at the same time. It was very weird. But Slime was talking about that, and I was like, oh, yeah, this happened to me with that guy. And that's, like, when he started freaking out.
May 4th, May 8th, want to play test? And that's the end. It's over. Like...
That's, like, 2 years of...
Listen. I said very clearly, good luck. The game's not for me. This happened over the course of years.
Mm-hmm. If you interacted...
By the way, this guy was like...
Do you remember when Rush Rev fans spammed the shit out of Mighty Keith to play the game Kako sent him? No, I don't remember that. I don't follow Mighty Keith at all. No, he was like, if you interact... He literally was like, you commentated Icons once and really liked Afi and Galu. You should playtest the new character. You should do this. You should do that. And I was like, but I don't like the new engine the character's in. I just liked the old character. The more shit I hear about Kako, the more I feel sympathy. Yeah, exactly. That's why I'm like, I'm totally fine with the current Rush Rev community because it's all community directed. But I stayed very clear away from Rush Rev at the time, even though they were giving people a lot of money to do like commentary for a game. At one point, Rush Rev, even though it only peaked at like 300 players ever, Rush Rev paid Tampa Never Sleeps to be in their weekly lineup for like 2 weeks, and then it got like 5 players, so they took it out because they couldn't make a stream off of it. Like, the decision making in Rush Rev is just bonkers. Like, the way they threw money around for no reason. And it's partially because Kako has a very wealthy family. Like, it was, like, outside money. Anyways.
Kind of publicly gloating over the shutdown of another Plat Fighter. I don't remember which one it was. But this dude was like...
Oh, yeah, he would frequently share, like memes about, like, good game, stable player base... Like, good game, financially successful, and, like, creatively, morally upright. You gotta choose one. Like, 5 players for it. I don't know if it was 5. I have no idea how much. All I know is that it was only in for, like, 2 weeks. He made Zoran Mondani slop. What does that even mean? What does that even mean? Oh, he made a sloppy, like, a slopware game? Weird.
I forget what the tweet was, but there was some kind of tweet where this guy was like making fun of a Plat Fighter that failed and was like giving advice as to why. I don't know if it was Multiverses or a different game, but it was like, it might have been Multiverses. And like, listen, as somebody who like will make fun of shit or whatever, or have fun, like, I also, you know, it's okay. I'm trying to be honest here. I will not dance on a game's grave. I don't. I will acknowledge when a game is ass.
Sure.
I think.
Yeah, that's fine.
I don't know how it seems from you guys. I try not to.
It's the same way. I've had people be like, why did you have Cody in your thing? He shits on Rivals all the time. He's like, no, if he doesn't like something, he'll talk about it. That's fine. That's different.
We'll make fun of a game. But I genuinely try to acknowledge when it's good. Pot calling the kettle black. Maybe. Something about glass houses, yeah. Maybe it's different to me as a professional or a streamer.
How far?
Shit talker.
I think he's getting into a different topic now.
You danced hard on Multiverses. You know why? Because they fucked up. They took away something that I loved. That's different. Multiverses took away my favorite game, and they made shit.
Okay, now we scroll forward to see if he talks about this more.
Here. I'm trying not to be genuinely. I feel like
Cody hating on Rush Rev, but liking Icons made me mad because I also didn't like Rush Rev and liked Icons. I for some of the same reasons. I found Rush Rev really, really, really hard to follow. I tried to play it a couple times. It felt extremely unintuitive, and it was difficult for me to understand what was going on, even if I knew the mechanics. It just wasn't for me. I get it. It's just two fully different games. But a lot of people were like, if you liked Icons, you have to like Rush Rev. Including Kako, who is one of those. I didn't get bugged like this, but I got DM'd fairly often.
You know, I try to have fun with it or acknowledge the good shit. I don't know if it was the most fun thing I'd ever played, right?
I think Rush Rev is a different stroke, but I think it's a much better game. No, I do think that Rush Rev is a much better game than Icons. I just personally liked Icons more because I liked Afi and Galu. And I want to play Afi and Galu in a game engine that's close to what I already like, instead of the fact that for me to play Afi and Galu, I have to play them in an engine that I don't like the rest of the game anymore is hard. But like, I do think that Rush Rev is a better game than Icons. Yeah, 100%.
That blew my mind. So I'll acknowledge when a game is good. They were one-sided for the most part, but down Revolt. Crazy. Wait, $1 million?
Okay, he's on to something else
right?
now.
Like,
I didn't realize when you were saying he showed DMs that it was.
Do you write for Jimmy Kimmel? Like
DMs about that. That's crazy.
I don't know, man.
Also, the fact that he thought that it was.
Revolt was weirdly desperate. Say we have gotten through the Icons portion of this video. Okay. I loved Icons. I thought there was an acorn of something there. Rushdown Revolt was weirdly desperate.
Yes.
My attention didn't happen. Let's see how it keeps going.
But
Rushdown Revolt definitely was this, like, you always got this, like, I'm trying to think. I just kept getting messaged about, like, oh, you should like this. You should try this. You should, like, anybody that had even kind of notability in any game was just like, really fuck Rush Rev after that big LUT event. Yeah, exactly. Yep. The fact that he paid money and it made it worse, actually. Still won't forgive that. Yeah. That's when he had like a big breakdown on Twitter as well and blocked me and then unblocked me.
I say.
All right. Let's make a rule in chat. We're not going to talk about Kako or any of... We can talk about Icons as a game if it pops up more in the video, which I know it will. We are not going to... Can everyone thank you, Starman, for Spark League? Oh, Starman, I didn't know you were the Spark League guy. You weren't here earlier, but I was literally saying that, like, I really, really respect all of the stuff that the community has done for Rush Rev. Like, the community stuff for Rush Rev, that's really cool, even if the game isn't for me. I totally, like, I think that kind of stuff is great. Like, I know Axie and I know other people. It's literally just the Kako stuff, honestly. It's the Kako stuff and the fact that, like, I play 2XKO, so I like fast games, but Rush Rev just didn't click for me, and that's fine. But then it was this weird, like, but you have to like it from him, that I was like, no, I don't. You doing a Slam event sometime this year? That's dope. I think that's sick. I think that'd be really cool. You definitely should. Yeah, no, the community stuff has always been great. That stuff's always been really cool.
Fighter with an original and charming aesthetic.
We literally shouted out
Slap
Sparks League
City's
earlier.
MO
I think
isn't
that
to
was
be
you.
an
Was inspired by
esport.
you to do it.
Slap
That's super
City's
sick to
goal
hear.
is
I really think you should. That's really sick. Crazy, it worked in 2XKO for a little bit too. Not for long. It was very short as far as I'm aware.
to be a fun game with mechanics and depth informed by Melee, which means it doesn't have to attempt to visually appeal to gamers as a game to be taken seriously with the most stale art style you've ever seen.
I will open the forbidden portal.
This was the official reveal?
Take the throne.
I don't remember it looking this bad. You gonna try out season 1 next week? Oh yeah, for sure. I said that you missed it earlier. I announced a subathon that's gonna be happening starting on Saturday. But I definitely will be playing it for that. I have my Echo Darius team. This video completely sold me on it. Slap City's so good. Slap City's so much fun. BTW, the reason Slap City is crossplay was literally just a proof point of how easy it is, and SP's one approval process for it was messy and unnecessary. Really? I had no idea. It was very funny. I had the same opinion as Cody of like I liked icons, so I was annoyed that Slap City got pushed as like you had to like one or the other. When I'm like, I think they're both fun though. But like I would much rather go back and play Slap City now than icons. So, but
sure,
you know what, Chad? I've mentioned it enough. Eventually, I will commission my Afi and Galu function for Rivals 2 Workshop. I will make that one of the. I'll make that one of the subathon peak goals. I will make that as one of the subathon goals. Is like if I make enough money, I will commission someone to just make Afi and Galu, but in Rivals 2 with like animals, and they can both be bugs that roll around or something. You have design sketches? Nope. I just want that. I just want their playstyle. That's it. That's all I want. I want their playstyle.
The most beautiful game, but Slap City owns this fact, and to speak completely
they can be animals, they can be whatever. I don't care.
This game looks. Flat colors, cartoonish proportions, and ridiculous attacks and movement.
They can be their own
These are
thing.
aspects that not only keep the game distinct from its inspirations, it also gives the game itself its own identity. It's endearing seeing such an indie game content to just be wacky and lean into its modest development realities and the strengths of its small team.
It was clear that it was an indie game that was trying to be a fun indie game
City had millions and millions
an indie
of
game that was
dollars
trying to
backing
behave
it.
like a AAA
Slap
game.
City left early access and released fully in September of 2020.
Sounds like my chat
to
loves
rave
Slap City.
reviews.
Hit one in chat if during the subathon we talked about doing some funny goofy tournaments. We can do that with Rivals. It could be fun to do a quick Slap City like NA only. If you own Slap City, hit one. That's what I'm asking for. If enough part of my community owns the game, it could be fun to make that like one of the evenings.
And as of this video, received its last and likely final content update in 2022, coinciding with its release on the Switch. I remember hearing about Slap City and how
I've only entered one Slap City tournament. It was always an event or a game that I was like, I don't want to play this competitively. I only want to play this casually. But playing it casually was very fun. I like games. I really like games where I can use all my platform fighter experience and like muscle memory and play that casually still.
Legitimately good it was during the pandemic.
This game's amazing.
And playing it now, I regret not giving it a go when it was still populated. Experiencing it past its glory days as I am, though,
I can guess based
still
on the name which one that is.
Slap City is rad. I'd recommend a full price purchase if it weren't so dead, but I'd still nab it on sale if you're interested.
Yeah,
now,
get it on sale.
On to the next one.
I thought it was like $7, not 20. The best Smash game there is, Project Plus. I might be a Melee head, but goddamn, I love Project M and Project Plus. It is potentially the best platform fighter. So good. I wish that it was not dead in my community, in my state. I have ideas for PM content that I really want to make. I really want to make some more PM content.
When it comes to games inspired by Melee, it's hard to get more inspired than Project M. I mean, the M literally stands for Melee. Or it did, before the developers decided it stood for nothing.
It was so sick. I was at Olympus. I was there. That was before I did any comment. I had only done like regional commentary then, so I wasn't even on commentary at there. I just existed. I was just a player and hung out with friends. Chicago, but the scene thrives there. Chicago's huge for PM, yeah. Dude, I don't think I've played PM in over a year. That's crazy. At one point, I played this game daily. Daily. Hours every day.
The story of this game is long and tragic, but between
top
players of all Smash titles speaking of its Nintendo-related shafting,
YouTubers
YouTubers making videos highlighting it, and automated Miiverse bannings when mentioning keywords such as Project M or PM, there's not a lot that hasn't already been said or seen.
Yeah, that's the thing. If I make content for it, I don't want to just rehash something that already exists. That's why I was really happy to make a video about the concept of shadow majors. I would need to think about what to make content for. There is PM All-Stars, and I'm going to play that with some people and make a video about it. I have ideas. I have thoughts.
For the uninitiated, the skinny is this. In the early 2010s, a group of developers seek to mod Super Smash Bros. Brawl's Falco to play more like Falco in the series' previous installment. Melee. Ambitions skyrocketed as the team decided to continue past Falco and slowly alter Brawl's entire roster in the image of Melee, adjusting characters not present in Melee as they saw fit to match their Melee-fied roster mates, and inversely adding characters from Melee not present in Brawl's official release, while also making active efforts to balance their character revamps for a more level playing field than was offered in Melee. This mod, eventually becoming known as Project M, really began gaining traction, culminating in a world-ish
PM All-Stars is incredible. Yeah, I was Junebug and I want to play it. I just don't know if we're going to have if June is going to keep being too busy is the problem. But I will play PM All-Stars at some point. It just might have to be with Data's Hack instead. But it was going to be Junebug and I playing it. Do you have any interest in HDR for Smash Ult? I can't get HDR to work. I've tried to make it work on my computer like 3 times. I've spent like 10 hours trying to get it to work, and I just won't. I want to play it for the sake of... I want to play HDR for the sake of like seeing what they do with ult characters in that kind of engine. But I would never want to compete in HDR. That's definitely not my style game. Dude, I know like everybody in this video. In this screenshot. I know most of them at least. I'm actually going to hang out with Alex in like 2 months. He's going to come and visit with Artie.
Wider scene so undeniable, its competitions were regularly run alongside official Smash entries like Melee and Smash 4.
Yep.
In 2015, however, numerous tournament series, both major and regional alike,
wow, I haven't heard from Artie. We're in a Discord together with like, it's not a Smash Discord, it's just a friends Discord. Because I'm friends with Artie through going to like Mile High Club and a few other events, and Artie and Alex are really good friends. So that's like how that all happened. Like I was friends with Alex before all of that, but it's the only reason that we've stayed in contact, and I'm very happy for that.
Ceremoniously dropping
she's like fully
PM
off
from
of
their
social
events.
media and everything
the
else.
Final
now.
blow to the mod came
try
in
4X
December of
no,
that
I
year
never did.
when it was announced via a statement on PM's official website that development on the project was ending immediately.
Dude, I was running
for
a
reasons
Smash tournament
mysteriously
when this came
left
out.
unexplained by the dev team. Though many suspected legal action from Nintendo forcing their hand, the day after this announcement, a Project M developer took to Facebook to explain that, rather than direct action or threats of action from Big N, the team's decision to end development was to prevent potential legal repercussions. An understandable precaution, given much of Project M's team were university students and graduates making the long recovery of being a university student.
The development team behind Project M has announced it will no longer be
Yeah, this is also people were claiming that Icons was the reason PM shut down, which is insane. It was clearly Nintendo. It was clearly Nintendo. Like, why are we believing just conspiracy theories?
Popular mod for Super Smash Bros. Brawl.
In the end, as tournaments continued dropping Project M from their events in what was assumed to be similarly preemptive measures, Project M's time in the spotlight
Not all of them were
was
preemptive.
swiftly
Some of them were
concluded.
just emptive.
Nearly half a decade later, reputable community members corroborated an anonymous post to detailing Nintendo's hand in the whole affair. That the company had privately
Wait, am I in
eluded
this?
this post to detailing Nintendo.
Pretty much this. Seen it all is soul crushing. Yeah. Yep.
Hand in the whole affair. That the
Yep.
company had privately alluded to community heads' long-awaited direct support for competitive Smash, namely an official circuit in partnership with Twitch, in return for the community's hosting of Project M events and the support of Project M.
Icons hired the PM team
to
because of the
cease.
PM shutdown. Well, they didn't hire the PM team. They hired like 3 people from the PM team. But people were still like, that's why it shut down. It's like, no, you have the order flipped around. That's crazy.
Was sacrificed, and yet this official circuit never came. In a silver lining type of thing, though, a couple of former Project M developers were
Nintendo.
actually hired to work on a different spiritual successor to Melee. Yep, it was at this time of uncertainty within the community that developers under the Wave Dash flag made efforts to create their own Melee-like. But by all accounts, this coinciding was happenstance, and Icon's development began
a few
before
former
Project M
Project M devs.
officially ceased development. Not to speak ill of either of the dead, but could this whole situation have not been more of a slam dunk for Wave Dash? I mean, a whole community left in shambles, and adjacent communities disillusioned with their game's publisher, right when they started to work on their
That's why I
own
thought it was
Melee
going to be
clone, only for
big.
them to deliver
Come on.
this.
And then it just wasn't good.
Looks like an
A few of the characters look like Overwatch OCs.
I thought it was going to be big.
A handful of them are just carbon copies
But I
of
played
Smash mainstays like
they're
Marth
going to
and
keep
Fox.
talking about, because I did skim part of the video, they're going to keep talking about it being all a bunch of clone characters.
Another Marth. Ashani is a Captain Falcon clone. Raymer is a sort of Zero Suit Samus clone.
Wait, Raymer is not a Zero Suit Samus clone. What? That one's the only one that's wrong.
Familiar?
Yeah.
One forward smash is not the same as being a clone.
Taken right from it.
That's not a clone.
This game literally has some attacks that are just stolen.
The character designs themselves grew on me when I wasn't wanting to put my controller through my monitor following a particularly
But
nasty
I played one of the
lag pocket
only
or
characters
drop
that wasn't a
inputs.
clone, which
When
is
it
why I
comes
liked
to
the game.
music, I hate the
I
theme song.
fully think that's
It
why I
sounds
liked
like
the
some
game, is
cheesy
that I played
cartoon show where I
one of
blow
the
my brains
unique
out at the
characters,
end.
and I liked
You
them.
can't keep a passionate group of
Ass
blokes
Smash Fair
down for
and
long,
Dare. I only
though.
remember
And in
Ass Smash.
2019, a spiritual successor to
Icons had the... I thought it was like one move. Icons had the bag handed to them. They fumbled because they had Nintendo brain and esports brain. Yes.
the spiritual successor was released, Project Plus. Intended to serve primarily as a balancing
good. We're
adjustment
watching
for
the
Project
Awesome
M's
Sauce.
final 3.6 patch,
Chad is
P
mad that
Plus
it's taking
also
like
made
3
efforts
hours
to
longer
fix many of
than it should
PM's
to watch,
various
but that's fine.
bugs
I
and
knew.
issues,
Can't quite get the kill on Falco. The eruption and the weave freezes. Oh,
This vid is so
Resulting
good.
in a-
Considering I've played like every single game talked about in here, and I've streamed and made content for almost all of them, it felt fitting to play and watch. I skimmed part of it, and then I saw Coney react to the end of it. I think we are at where I heard Coney reacting to stuff now, but to make sure I like wanted to. But some of the stuff is things that I didn't catch, or that I only saw while skimming.
generally more stable experience, though as of their version 2.0 patch, P Plus also graciously offers the entirely new character, Knuckles.
Hot
with
take, Knuckles should not be in PM. I know that is rough, but man, this character was not balanced for PM. Like the play style, it was clearly developed for 3.02. Knuckles doesn't feel like a P Plus character. I will still stand on that. I'll stand on business there. I've been vocal about that one before. I don't care if you think Knuckles is cool. Knuckles is cool. Knuckles doesn't belong in P Plus though.
all of the same content as PM and
This
then
character is
some. P Plus
better
is a
now, but was so jank. Was so jank for so long. Y'all just like the memes. I don't care. You can type the whole song in my chat. It's not gonna change my mind. This character shouldn't have been added.
worthy successor to the beloved mod. Like PM, you can of course play more seriously, and it's great fun in that regard, with a decently active competitive scene to boot, but you can also enable items, enjoy Brawl's alternative game modes, or even access all of its source.
Hot take, I think PM might be the best casual Smash experience. Well, okay, Ultimate now is just so big. Are we talking shit on Knuckles? What's up, Dad? Also, Dad, we are talking shit on Knuckles. Chat's mad at me. Wisely's mad at Knuckles' black excellence. What? Not with us around? No, Dad and I both hate Knuckles. Yeah, fuck that guy. Also, PM is the best. Yeah, I think PM is the best casual game modes. Also, Dad, I mentioned chat now knows that I'm going to be doing a subathon starting on Saturday. And I mentioned that you said you were down to, 1, teach me Spelunky for part of it. But 2, I think we should do a stream where we play casual PM modes. Or some serious, but definitely both. Let me know, brother. I'm so in. Exactly. I will have to... I said... I announced what I'm going to do. I said that I would be making like I explained some like example streams and milestones and different things. I just have to like actually get it all figured out now. But yeah, plan is to start that on Saturday. PM's casual content is carried mostly by Brawl, but has a lot of good PM exclusive stuff. Yeah, I didn't say it wasn't. I think all of this, I've played so much All-Star mode. I've played so much of the flip around stamina mode. I've played a lot of that different kind of stuff.
Materials single-player offerings,
Fuck Knuckles.
including
The
Brawl's
characters shouldn't be in the
Subspace
game.
Emissary story mode, with all the new characters and mechanics
keep 'em in
intact.
PM Rex or
Indeed,
whatever it's
as
called.
a modification of arguably the most casual-centric mainline Smash game, P Plus has the added benefit of having great casual content built in.
Yeah.
It's nice returning to
I'm
all
not
this stuff
saying that
with a
it
fresh
invented
coat
the
of
casual
Melee
content. I
paint,
just think
so
it
to say.
did.
And of course, playing against others
has
with
all the
the
casual
reworked
content, and then they
characters is a
invented
ton
a
of
little
fun,
bit of
too.
their own.
Ironically,
which
there's
makes it the
really
best for
not
casuals.
a ton of specifics to talk about in regards to the actual game in the context of
But
this
they did
video.
add enough of their own,
It's
so it's fine.
Brawl with a bunch of new stuff, but it plays like Melee.
Brawl with a bunch of new stuff in a place like Melee. Mr. Game Guy, that's what he's talking about. That's literally what he's talking about right now. The video doesn't fail to mention that. I paused on when he mentioned that.
It's cool. Now,
Did
I
the
hear
V-Day
ya.
stream to my Discord and that rules?
Why does this
Dude,
game
Tandoori,
get a
I
pass for
totally
being so
should stream
similar to
some more.
Melee? You just
I'm so glad
dismantled
this is when I
icons for,
came
like,
in.
the whole
Yeah,
video.
5.5
for
hours
doing
into the video, and we're watching this video, and this is when you popped in. Is literally you popped in 2 minutes after I was like, wait, hot take, Knuckles shouldn't be in this game, and chat was very mad at me. I will say, okay, everybody in chat, I need one. I just muted my mic on accident. I need a 1 in chat if you've played a competitive tournament set against Knuckles. 2 if you have not. 2 if you have not played a competitive tournament set against Knuckles. Man, that's a lot of 2s. That's a lot of 2s. A lot of the people talking trash have never played against this character competitively. I see. To be fair, you didn't talk trash. I know. I just saw the couple people that were like, what do you mean Knuckles is great? Then they all put 2. None of them have played a competitive tournament set against that character. I like Knuckles casually. That's fine. That's fine. You can like him casually, but there's like PM mods that have all those characters for that. I don't even think Knuckles is like too good. He's just designed for a different game. That's it.
Listen, it's true. Both Icons and Project Plus play
feel
very
neutral,
much
yeah.
like Melee, but there are some very, very
Bring
important
back
distinctions
3.02
to be
Me Too.
made here.
I mean, if
while the
Dad and I play
projects were
PM
developed
All-Stars
by
like I would mention.
hobbyists, Melee enthusiasts.
Oh, Dad,
who
I
wanted
also
to-
mentioned that because Junebug and I were going to play it, and June has been dodging me for like 2 months about playing the PM All-Stars, which is the mode. I can send you the thing for it. It's the PM that has like the most broken version of each character instead. So it's like 2.5 Ivy and 3.0 Mewtwo and that kind of thing.
bring their love of Melee to a new audience by expanding upon their fervor, Icons was developed by people on payroll, people part of an actual, real deal company. This wasn't a
they picked this
passion
wrong,
project,
is it?
no pun intended. This was a product.
That sounds
a
insane.
product
Yeah,
whose
that's why we do
idea,
it for a stream.
clone
I'm
of
not saying
Melee
we
on the
compete
PC, and execution, loot boxes, and a leaning
kind
on the
of original
nascent
modes that
esports
P+
trend
have.
were
A
driven.
lot of it was just Brawl, like the fact that you can do subspace still, which I've never done. I really like they did a wraparound stamina, where if you go off the right blast zone, it would pull up on the left blast zone. Or like if you flew off the top, you'd fly up through the bottom. Or the other way around. That was really fun. They were the inventor of All-Star Random mode, which is literally what crew mode in Rivals is, where you spawn in as a new character every stock. Except you can play random in that, versus instead of just choosing. Rivals 1 added that eventually. Yeah, they did. Yep. There's a lot of stuff. Someone modded in Lethal League into PM that I love that. Nice, I didn't know PM had it. Yeah, PM had it first. There's a lot of things that other games have now that PM had first.
And I don't mean this in a cynical way, by profit.
$40 for
which
Icons?
brings me
Dude,
to
I
my
bought
second
the Founders
point. The
Pack.
projects were, in the
I liked
truest
Afi and
sense of the
Galu a
word,
lot.
free. No strings
I
attached.
just like that one character.
Icons, at its most shameless, was a free game that attempted to entice players with
part bothers me learning
microtransactions.
hex
A game
editing.
that tossed over half of its cast
Making
behind
programming
loot
to mod
boxes,
Brawl was way easier
including their
than
nearly
making Icons from the
one-to-one
ground up.
clone
Sure,
of
but I
Marth,
don't-
and had
whatever, it's
executives
fine.
so brazen
League
they
of
had the
Leagues sounds
balls
hype
to
is-
continue calling their
is
game
fun.
the
Yeah, that one's a
platform
mod.
fighter
It's
for
not
the
in base
streaming
game,
era,
but I think-
after their
I think
reveal
it's in
trailer
a
was
lot of
laughed
the,
at
like,
by over 60,000
general
people live on
versions.
stream.
Wisely, no. I really liked one
The
character.
same team who thought it was a good idea to port Marth, Fox, and Falcon into their Abomination flesh suits.
You missed it earlier. I've said that if I make enough money from doing workshop content, I'm gonna commission someone to make Afi and Galu, but in Rivals 2 workshop as little animals instead of totems or something. It had potential, just fumbled so hard and it sucks. Yeah, exactly. I bought into the potential, and it is the game that taught me to stop buying into the potential and like see what a game actually is going to be. How many hours you had in Icons? How many is too many hours? What would you judge me for having? You need to look at the Icons promo art. It actually makes the characters look cool. It did! It did make I bought in! I'm sorry. How many hours is enough that people would judge me? I know how many hours I had. I pulled it up earlier today. I had like 150 in Icons. 1,000 plus, no one had that. That game didn't live long enough to do that. In fact, but I had like 150 in like the 3 months that it was alive. I played the game a lot. I think Rivals 2 is one of the only games I played more immediately. It's still, the Icons never took over. Like Rivals 2 got me to stop playing like Slippy and a few other games for a little bit. And Icons I always just played, and I kept playing Melee, and I kept playing PM. It didn't like pull me away from my other games the way that some games have.
As a way to make people who play the real Marth, Fox, and Falcon play their game. The real Marth, Fox, and Falcon coming from a game whose player base
That's a
is
crazy
notoriously
animation
unwilling
transition.
to stop playing that game, unless presented with another game featuring every Melee
Probably have,
character,
like 10 hours
plus
max
a
in Rush
bunch
Rev.
more
I think I have, like,
characters, dozens of
30
additional
minutes in Rush Rev
stages, and
for a video.
arguably improved visuals, and
They all do the
even
Icons
this
for you to
didn't
pull up. I
convince
don't want to
everyone.
pull up.
But
I
look,
want to play
look at
Afi
all
and
the
Galu
funny
in a different
stickers
game
you can
engine.
unlock in the loot boxes. Wow. By the time
That's it,
Icons
that's
was
it.
showing off
I don't
its
wanna pull
$1
up.
million idea
Don't make me.
5-character roster,
I wanna
consisting of
remember
3,
what
maybe 4
my
clones
brain
at
thinks it
Smash
felt
Summit
like.
5. Project M had been dead for nearly 2 years, with a completed, fully functional cast of 41 goddamn characters. Yes, like Icons, some of them were clones, but these weren't
How much
clones of some...
time do you have in Rivals 1? I wish I played more of it while I lived in AZ. Their local scene is so good. AZ's local scene is amazing. How much time do I have in Rivals 1? I think it's less than I have in Rivals 2. Because I didn't play Rivals 1 between majors nearly as much. I didn't like playing online for Rivals 1. Yeah, I had like 350 hours in Rivals 1. But I didn't like playing online I only really played that game in person at majors by the end, or like when a friend would message me to play on Discord. That's crazy. I already have 150 more hours in Rivals 2 than I ever had in Rivals 1. I'm almost at 500 hours in Rivals 2. Jesus Christ. That's crazy. I didn't like it either. I wish that didn't stop me. I hated the online for Rivals 1. It tilted me so badly. People in Rivals 2 that complain about the online don't know how good they have it. They don't know how good, both like the online play, but also the matchmaking and also the player base and also like everything about online. Not just rollback, not just delay, that kind of thing.
Other property, they were clones of the same.
Shout out to MVDVA being the region where Rivals 1 is way more popular by Rivals 2 for most of our active player base. Really? Last nervously at 1,000 hours? Oh, I mean, I wish that I played more Rivals 1. Every time I played it at majors, I was like, damn, I wish I was better at this game. I wish I put in more time. I wish I wasn't just like still kind of doing the same thing over and over again. That's about it. Current Rivals Online. Right, but I'm talking about like matchmaking and everything as a package, not just delay-based or rollback-based.
Same character, just from a different game. It's just less
you visited Heatwave
gross
on your
feeling
birthday. I've
to
still
want to
never
be
been to
involved
Heatwave.
with.
I need to go.
Let's put it like this. If Project M was my spiced up sauce controller, a modified original shell with superior internals, Icons
I've never
is my
been able to make a
shitty
Heatwave. There's always been
GameStop
something
controller.
going on, or I've been
Knockoff,
like...
feels bad.
This year
looks
was just
bad,
money.
Embarrassing to
But
play on.
there was one year
Finally,
where it was the same time
I think I pretty
as
much covered everything actually.
Main Stage, and it was Main Stage that was the first tournament to like fully pay and hire me to like fly out. Like,
Rivals of Ether 2 is a 2024 platform fighter
like,
developed
always
by
been, like,
Ether
something at the
Studios.
same time.
Published
Wait,
by
this is
Offbreak
Rivals.
2 is finally.
Did we switch
I
games?
think I pretty much covered everything actually.
Oh, we did. Cool.
Rivals of Ether 2 is a 2024 platform fighter developed by Ether Studios, published
weird
by
hearing that it was
Off-Brand
a
Games,
2024.
a company founded by internet personality and Melee Puff main Ludwig.
I know
Rivals
him.
2
I've
enjoyed a
beaten him in
heavy
Melee.
marketing push by Ludwig himself,
I know
as
that
well
guy.
as a short-lived weekly online tournament series from internet
Wisely, we'd love
personality
to have you
and
at Hitfall one day. I'd also love to go to Hitfall. This year, I've been broke, so I haven't been able to go to anything that isn't like paying me to be there, and not just like, oh, you're giving me money for my commentary block, but like I've been pretty specific on like I haven't gone to anything that I'm not like getting flight and hotel and like a few other things. And unfortunately, grassroots Rivals events, it's the same reason why I haven't really gone to any PM things this year, because I can't afford to. And obviously PM events can't afford to fly someone out, because that'd be crazy if they could. I would give a huge rate discount to a PM event, but like they just don't have the money. We're also broke. Yeah, exactly. Like Heatwave and Hitfall both don't have. If I somehow make it as a big content creator and I can just go to things I want to anyways, yeah, I'd for sure go to Heatwave and Hitfall on my own dime. I'd love to. Like, come on. If I had it like that, I'd be hosting crazy PM events. Yeah, exactly. If I not that I think that will ever happen, but if somehow I become a Ludwig, when Ludwig hosts his LACS, I'd be like, I'm hosting this, and also there's somehow a PM event that's on this other surprise Twitch channel that I swear I'm not related to, but we have. Would either put that money towards like a pot bonus or something? Yeah, it depends. Are you guys still looking for Hitfall comms? Always. There's a few events that I'm like, I would love to go to this. Some of the only ones that I like go to on my own dime are Genesis, but they still like I'm still paid for comms. Combo Breaker, but I'm still paid for comms. I live close enough to drive. Like that's basically it. I'm still unbeatable in crew battles. That's true. All right.
Hungry Box, a couple of which even reached their entrant cap of
Do you think we should have any
1,024
hope for quality
players.
online for the
One
next
of these
Smash if you're
weeklies that
familiar?
capped out
No.
was a qualifier
You should not
for
have
LA
any hope for quality for the next Smash for online play because it's made by Nintendo. Does that clear it up at all? Does that make sense? You should never expect a Nintendo game to have good online play, especially for a game you want to be competitive. I also don't think that they're going to make a game that I care about on a competitive sense anyways. Like, I don't see them making a new Smash game that somehow fixes the things that I dislike about Ultimate competitively. I do like Ult casually. It's fine casually. Competitively, it's just not what I want. But no, I don't trust any game to be an esport to have good competitive online play if it's stuck on a Nintendo Switch. Air Riders 2 had a decent online. Dad, show the tweet. Dad as heck, post the tweet. Air Riders 2 did not have decent online. What are you talking about? The reason I'm saying Dad showed the tweet is because Dad was the one who posted the tweet. I saw
Rivals,
that.
A tournament held only a few weeks after the game was released.
I was there.
With a $25,000 prize pool, this Ludwig-fronted and named
It was fun.
invitational
I
tournament
had a great
featured
time.
some of the biggest names
Still very
both
funny that I
Melee
didn't do
and
commentary
Ultimate
at this
had to
event.
offer. In addition
And
to
I
some
just was flown out
talented
to do,
Rivals
like,
1
videotaping.
players. Peaking at over 11,000 viewers on Twitch alone for
The
this
only event
event,
that's happened
coincidentally
before.
also a stone's throw from its
Flew me
impressive
out.
open
I
beta
wasn't
player
paid
count.
to be
The
there
release
because
of
I didn't do
Rivals
commentary,
2
but
was
I
by all
didn't have to pay
metrics
to go
a
either.
success, in no small part thanks to its stellar marketing.
It was right after I lost my job, so that felt nice to
Retention,
have like, something cool
however,
happen.
is a different story. Sadly, as I write this script a little over a year removed from
I
its
saw the
release,
Arcane Bidet in real
Rivals
life.
2 struggles to maintain even a morsel of its launch success, and it's
Yeah.
trending downward. But
Honestly, I'm
before
sorry
we
for
expand
networking in my Twitch chat. If you're finding commentators for an event in Twitch chat, that's fine.
more on the
So, okay, this is something I've actually talked about because a lot of people are like, yeah, the game's died. I'm like, every fighting game loses a big chunk of their player base after release. It's fine. I get it. Actually, did do that. You're fine. You're fine. The fighting game standard of rollback netcode? No. There's no way that I would expect, even if it's rollback, it wouldn't be good. This is very common among fighting games. It's not a great look, but it's common. Yeah, exactly. That's what I'm saying. Street Fighter still keeping only losing 58% 's a goddamn miracle. That's crazy, actually.
circumstances surround.
Like if you didn't have Strive and Tekken 8, if this was like, if you did the same chart but with like Slap City and Multiverses and like a bunch of other games, Rivals would look great. Rivals would look great. 95%, that's not crazy for this kind of game. 95% is not crazy for this. People talk about Rising as having an amazing success story for the fact that it like didn't have a huge bump and has actually grown since then. This makes you cry for Grand Blue. People talk about Grand Blue like it's a savior. Grand Blue is Grand Blue made the final day of EVO last year. This is not great. I don't wish that it was 95%, but Grand Blue was like the 4th biggest game at EVO last year, and it also lost 90%. That's just what happens.
Surrounding the game, let's more closely examine Rivals of Ether 2
I'm not happy
as
about
a
it,
game
but like
proper.
how it
In
works.
contrast to its first entry, which was definitely going for more of an original take on the platform fighter formula,
Yeah,
Rivals
that's fair.
2 is unabashedly more derivative.
Yeah.
Rivals 1 players were understandably a bit sour at
We
the
made
removal
the
of
EVO
many
main
of the
stage
game's
for this year too. No, we haven't. We made main lineup. We have not made main stage. We have not made main stage. We gotta hit the numbers for main stage. We will be in a bigger stage than last year, and we will be main lineup. Pixel art, no throws, no shields, no ledge grabs.
unique aspects in favor of more explicit inspirations, but as a
Shield
melee
dropping
player,
like melee and ledge hocking like melee.
I just thought it'd be funnier if it were a bigger number.
Crazy that that number is still smaller than my actual number. Crazy that it is still smaller than my actual 480 hours. It'd be funny if it was a bigger number. Oh, whoops. I do make content for this game. If you included the time that I spent making content, I would have... Oh my God, what would I be at? If you included just the time, if you included time that I spent making content in my 480 hours, I'm sure I would be over like 700 hours. I'm sure I would be. I would actually play this game more if I didn't make content for it sometimes.
I like it though. Unlike some of the games we've seen where the characters were pulled from existing titles, the characters from Rivals are
Wait,
just
why does
that.
Rivals 2 piss you
Rivals
off?
characters. As
This
we've
is a weird
learned,
chat to be
creating a
in
bunch
if
of
you get pissed
completely
off at
new
Rivals.
characters and trying to generate appeal is difficult. Much more difficult than, say, compiling a roster of fighters from games your fans have already played before.
Maybe it's
or
because I feel like it's presented as a competitive plat fighter. That's what attracted most people to it. Then having it a big drop off makes you think, why did so many players quit? They quit because there was no. It was presented as a casual platform fighter, but you still need casual things. You don't want to talk about it? That's fine then. You don't have to talk about it. Like, you still need casual things even for competitive players. I've done so many casually, like, I've played All-Star Random all the time in PM. It's probably like a 10th of my game plan, or of my gameplay. Nah, it's probably not a 10th, but like you still have to have casual things to keep people playing. Leon Massey actually put out a good video that I think is similar about like why people get burnt out on competitive games that they love. Put it out on his secondary channel. I think earlier today, actually.
least recognize. Here though, Rivals 2 does a great job, whereas Icons faltered greatly with its uninspired, hideous roster containing multiple movesets lifted straight from other games. Rivals 2 features a cast of expressive, interesting, and mechanically deep characters whose designs are instantly readable, charming, and
Dando,
most
I'm not
of
really
all,
happy with Rivals
original.
right now. I saw you post about that. I was meaning to reach out and
animals,
ask,
but they each have an elemental affinity granting them cool
fine.
moves, giving
It
not
sells more
only a
casual content than
distinct,
most other platform
unified
fighters?
look
Not
for its
really.
fighters, but also,
Not really.
but they
The Marlin clip is
original,
insane.
whose
Yeah, it was
designs
very
are
weird
instantly
commentating
readable,
that. Commentating this was strange.
charming, and most of all, original.
Very weird.
They're all, of course, animals, but they each have an elemental affinity granting them
DM
cool
after the stream.
moves.
It's
giving not
after
only a
1. I'm gonna go to
distinct,
bed right after the
unified
stream,
look
but
for its
I
fighters,
will try to remember to hit
but
you up about it
also,
later.
you know, a thing to pique an audience's interest. Instead of ideas like, what if Fox was a goat? What if Falcon were a black woman? Or what if Marth were Chinese? It's what if a
What if
beetle
Marth
could
was
dig
Chinese?
up stone blocks that break
Instead
into
of-
fragments to toss at his foes? And
What, is
what
Marth
if he can
Japanese
also
because of
turn his
firework?
foes into blocks? On top of raising an entirely new platform as a means of recovery
Yeah,
and combo
I've always
extension.
said that the character designs are like
What if a
makes
hyena
Rivals
could shroud the stage in a dense
It's
fog,
not-
maneuvering through it to trick
the
opponents
gameplay
and
feels
strike
great and everything else
unexpectedly
feels
in
good,
tandem
but it
with
is
a decoy?
the character
What if that
designs are
hyena
so
could
unique
also
that you either
inhale
love it or
that
you hate
fog
it.
a number of times to gain a powerful finishing blow? Or how about a ripped-ass mouse that knows martial
Martha's
arts?
Altian, if you
with
want to
a
be dirty,
gem?
that's fair.
Dango's got all the mix-up in his head, and he's cashing out on this damage.
It's me again! Well, that
This
was
isn't
Ubo
to
and then me.
imply there aren't ideas adopted from other titles. Absa is a storm-controlling mountain goat clearly taking
Fictional
from
country,
Zelda
yeah,
and
that's-
Mewtwo,
I've played
with a couple moves
Heart
pretty
of
much
Sacred
direct
Stones,
borrowings.
yes.
Zetterburn, whose model would unfortunately not look out of place in Icons, is also, funnily enough,
Forsberg got
inspired
so
by the
hot in Rivals
Spaceys,
2,
more
that's crazy.
specifically
That's a
Project
crazy
M's Wolf,
sentence.
and his shine, yes, of course there's a shine, allowing him to both pressure and link moves together at
It's just be a
blazing
wolf.
speeds will be familiar to people
And Dad would
familiar
play him
with
if
the genre.
Shine was on down B
In
instead of
Rivals'
neutral
case,
B.
however, the way these characters both engage in neutral and combo aren't taken wholesale, and the synergy between their moves are more often
That's
than
all
not
accurate.
hardly similar at all. For example, Absa's game plan revolves heavily around her side B, a move that superficially
She's so
resembles
good at
Zelda's
editing.
side B as a controllable projectile, but whose properties
I-
are much more interesting.
I need
She
to-
can control
I-
one of
I
the
just
props
can't
into a
even get
burst
to
of
this level of
electricity,
editing. I
not
need
only
to-
as a way to combo,
My
but as a
editors,
way to both
you're all
secure
great.
kills
We need to
and control
level it
areas
up.
of the stage.
I can't pay you
Down
to edit
special
like
is
this
a
'cause it's
niche
too
but
expensive.
really cool move where she can make a time bomb
But
out
God,
of
I
the
wish
cloud, or herself. She can also charge
would
her
literally be
neutral
too
special
expensive
to
for me to
create a
pay you to
line
edit
of
like this, but
lightning
it
from
looks
her
so
to her
good.
cloud, which is also pretty niche but so sick. Zetterburn's burn mechanic
Crazy
keeps him
double jumping
relatively
into it.
weak
Oh, that was
until he
Little Boy?
temporarily sets his
No,
opponents
not Little
ablaze,
Boy.
during which his forward throw and smash attacks, strongs, gain an added
legally
hit with
distinct.
additional knockback. His shine is also given a
Oh, I
bit
like
more
that.
depth.
I
with
like that. The
addition-
way they split the screen here is just by doing a drop shadow on one of them so that that's the only dividing line. I would have done like a harder like paper analog thing in the beginning.
additional knockback. His shine is also given a bit more depth than you'd expect. In Melee, no matter where on their beautiful hexagons an enemy is hit, Fox's shine sends at a semi-spike angle, and Falco's sends up. Zetterburn's shine, however, comes out a bit slower, and instead of a fixed angle, sends opponents hit by it radially. For example, if you hit an opponent above you, you'll knock them slightly above. To the side, and hitting an opponent below you, of course, results in the classic shine spike. There's also Rano, a poison dart frog played solely by dickheads. Rano's got some moves that'll ring bells.
I've seen that already.
But he's got
it's very good.
By dickheads.
It's very good. I've seen it already.
Rano's got some moves that'll ring bells for most Smash players, but he's got a couple unique mechanics to enhance his character
This edit blew my mind
For
when I
example,
saw
he can
that.
poison opponents
I don't know
through
why.
various
I don't know why.
means,
It's very
such
simple
as
actually.
poison
But it looks
darts.
so cool.
Poison not only gives players a yucky effect where they take damage upon performing an attack.
It already does in-game capture for stuff in these games that definitely do not have in-game capture features built in. Most games you can find like green screen mods for. Rivals 2 obviously has it built in. There's green screen mods for Melee. I know that there's camera mods for Melee. I've used both of those. The Sheik edit is amazing. Yes, I agree. After Melee's models? Oh, I see what you mean. That I was like, what is after Melee? Is that a mod I haven't heard of? You meant after Blight Space Melee. Icons definitely does not have those mods. Yeah, if you notice, the Icons ones weren't as in-depth. It was good editing, but he definitely had to like make do to make it work. Why is hating Rano a meme? Why not any of the characters people actually hate? Linja, you must be new here. I know you're not, but you must be new here. People do hate Rano. People do hate Rano. That's like half the roster. Depends on you ask. For a lot of people, it's the other half of the roster.
But
I haven't heard a single
Rano's
Rivals
bubble
character
for a
not
longer
get
period
hate.
of time, depending on
I heard
its
someone
stat
say that
count,
they hate fighting
allowing
Lorena
Rano
earlier.
to rack up more damage while his opponent is trapped. However, like many character-specific gimmicks, this bubble of Rano's can sometimes
everyone agrees
be
that
used
Lorena's
against
not
them,
very good
which is
right now.
liable to break their tiny brains, as in this clip. I won't bore you with the mechanics of every character on the roster, but just know they're all mostly the same story. Varying degrees of familiar, leaning heavily toward fresh, with added bits of nuance and depth for them to behave similarly,
Why don't my
but in
Crag
most
opponents play
cases
like
almost entirely distinct from their inspirations. Beyond gameplay mechanics, the cast of Rivals 2 keeps mostly to simple designs and easily distinguished silhouettes, something
Lorena's
I attribute
no lag
greatly to the
sometimes? In
limitations
what
of
way?
Rival 1's pixel art, where the sprites for
You
its
think characters can be bad and
so
still have fun to play
compact
as?
they
Yeah,
more
or
or less
play
forced
versus.
focused,
Yeah, I agree.
clear designs. I would know.
I played
Here's
Melee
a hobby
Ice
project
Climbers.
of mine
I
coded
was a Melee
many,
Ices
many
man.
years ago in the same engine Rivals 1 was.
I get it. That character was like 9th best
This
in
is
the
why
game
Dan
and still
does game dev and I
not
do
fun to fight.
YouTube. Couple their limited palettes with the game's diverse, elemental-themed stage settings and nice character designs, and you've got a pleasantly colorful,
good that I was
lively art
great at the
style that
Ices
I'm a
Ditto,
fan of.
so I didn't have
In
to
terms
worry.
of art, however, the real star of the show here are the game's animations.
getting tired.
Sometimes games
going on
inspired
long.
by Melee have problems with animations and movements so erratic
Alright, like
they
10
become
minutes, we're
hard to
fine.
follow and kind of jank looking.
What is happening to me? Well,
Rivals,
you're playing
on
Narc,
the other
that's
hand,
why.
steers clear of this potential pitfall, maintaining much of Melee's speed, while also standing toe-to-toe with Melee's beautiful animation.
I love-
Much of Melee's speed,
I
on the other hand,
love
steers
Cake Snare
clear
1
of this
combos.
potential
Bop.
pitfall, maintaining
So
much
sick.
of Melee's speed,
No one else
while
does Nair
also
1 like Cake.
standing toe-to-toe with Melee's beautiful animation work.
Rivals 2 run animations are so good.
Rivals
They are. They really are.
moment-to-moment gameplay is honestly monumental. After I had gotten my 30-some-odd hours during the game's first week or so, I
The problem is if
periodically
someone makes
returned-
an Ori analog in Rivals 2 Workshop, Ori is what keeps me coming back to Rivals 1 still. To play Ori. That's like the big thing that I'm like, that's the Ori and sometimes Palm are like when I'll pull up some Rivals 1 if a friend asks. If I get Ori, Palm will eventually come in Rivals 2, and if I get Ori in Workshop, then who knows? Who knows? You love Smithy. Smithy's very fun. It's a weird way to say Hodan. I never played Hodan. I knew how to charge works, but I never was like good at it. Can someone make an Eliana analog? Well, they're still going to play Eliana. They're still going to add Eliana eventually. I'm saying, like, I don't expect Ori to ever be added, so I need the Ori analog. Hodan is a charge character? Yeah. Hodan is a charge character the same as like Guile or Honda. Hodan is literally an anagram for Honda. You hold down and it makes his move stronger. Certain moves stronger. How does that work in a plat fighter? Great question. That's why Hodan doesn't exist in Rivals 2 yet. It worked in a game that didn't have shields or crouch canceling. I've heard that even in their very early testing, making a charge character that isn't busted with shielding or crouch canceling has been very difficult. Or like that is not way too bad either. Because what do you do if someone's shielding? Are you allowed to hold down in shield? I don't know. I don't know if you should be able to hold down in shield or not. Should you be able to crouch cancel and keep charge? I don't know. I don't know if you should be able to do that or not.
To Rivals every couple months, and each time was floored by how good everything felt. Not only is it far and away the most satisfying gameplay in terms of both movement and combat I've experienced in an indie platform fighter, but the level of polish, the graphical effects when an attack connects, and the fantastic sound design actually allow Rivals 2 to rival even the juiciness of a game like Melee, for instance.
I was surprised
Seriously,
that he
in terms
was
of feedback,
talking about this because I feel like I hear from a lot of people that Rivals
moves
doesn't
have
have
just the right amount of stun on them,
which I don't
sound
agree
effects
with.
are
I think that
beefy and
the
powerful,
animations
and
of the hit
landing
stun
strong
and
hitboxes
noise is great
feels
in Rivals 2,
incredible.
but I've heard people
Plus,
say that
the
it's
movement is smooth. The buffer, remember that, is just right, and of course, the game's beautiful animations enhance every part of
It's
the
like how I already will sometimes when I play Force Burn, I'll do crouch cancels, floor hug, and then I'll do combust, and it's very funny every time.
Experience.
Dude, the animations do look so good. They do look great.
Now, all of these things individually owning is critical, because how good everything feels in a vacuum contributes to the big thing
It is funny
in a
that
fighting game.
he
And
goes.
go figure.
He goes to like, yeah, the player base is pretty small right now. That sucks. And then the rest of the video is him being like, I love Rivals 2. Editing this video is really good. I'm glad I wasn't the only one who noticed. I mean, if you've watched a lot of Asumsaus videos, like I'm a big Melee person, so I've already watched a lot of Asumsaus videos, and that's just how he is. His editing is phenomenal. There's a reason he's like the biggest Melee content creator, at least when he uploads. He's not like the biggest for like annual views, I'm sure.
Comboing in Rivals 2 is so sick.
So sick.
Let's dive into this a bit by discussing my favorite fighter, Fleet. On the Rivals 2 spectrum of familiar to new, she's probably one of the characters furthest on the new side. Her most familiar mechanic is her float, reminiscent of Peach in Smash. However, the similarities pretty much end there. Though some people will say she's like Pit simply because Bo. As one would expect,
I think she's like
intended to be somewhat
not just
of a
because
zoner,
of Bo, because
but
of
thanks
other
to the
moves.
incredible
Bo
breadth
helps.
of expression allowed not only by Rivals, but
I think
the
she also
glorious
plays a little like
genre
Pit.
itself. Fleet can be played as a rushdownish character, which is the playstyle of her current top representative, and the playstyle I attempt to emulate.
I need to do Pit, or not Pit.
Like
I
the
need to
rest
do
of the
Fleet to
cat.
level 50 soon. I played a lot of Fleet in the beta, and then have not touched her much now, so Fleet, she's very low level on my gameplay, but I think she'll be really fun to get to 50. I think she'll be very fun.
Fleet's combos are exceptionally freeform. She weaves between multi-hits,
Somewhere
her
in the 30s
somersault
for
kick
Lorraine
up air,
already.
reverse aerials, and occasional
Oh my god,
specials
this
with
subathon,
great
I'll be able to get,
fluidity.
I will
Her
just have to
primary
get
goal
characters
is
to
to
high
combo
level.
her opponents deep
I wonder
off
if we should
stage
do,
where she can utilize.
should we do a bonus thing in the subathon if I get a character to level 50, like something happens? That could be fun. I don't know how we would do that. I feel like if I get a character to 50, you guys should pay me, not the other way around, but we'll figure it out.
Utilize her limited float to finish opponents in direct proximity to the blast zone, a rare advantage among Rivals cast. But she can also spike with her down air, or occasionally secure kills with
That's
her
gonna be what I have to
glacially
learn
slow
when I put, like,
shotgun
Fleet is
bow
going
smash
offstage for
attacks
everything.
too. Ooh. She's fast, can be really technical, and her strings feel like they constantly have at least 5 different branching paths. Cool as she is, though, her uniquely sustained aerial combat
Sub
style
will get
means
a
she
character to
doesn't
level
get to
100.
use
I
one
have
of
a few
Rivals
at
2's
100.
coolest mechanics often, Hitfall.
That
In
takes
Smash,
way too long.
there's a binary jumping
know if I'm
system
good
for
at
the vast
subathon,
majority
I
of
guess.
characters. You either short hop or you full hop. Rivals 2 has this as well, but they've built upon this system in an interesting way. If
Have
you
they?
hit an opponent with an aerial, then input
Oh,
down
hitfalling.
on the
Okay.
analog stick,
Sure.
you begin
Yes, they
descending
have built on it in an
immediately.
interesting way.
In essence, unrestricting jumps from mere short hops and full hops to an entire range of jump heights
Dude,
accessible to the player.
It's small things like here zooms in to focus on the text, and so he makes the characters go out of focus for a
You
little
begin
bit.
descending immediately.
Incentives to match subs when we hit a goal? No, because if I'm doing a subathon, it's because I need money. It's because I've mentioned it before, but I'm not able to do my normal job for a little bit. I'll talk about it at the end of this video a little bit more. But so I can't also put in subs. But we can figure something out.
In essence, unrestricting
Or by
jumps
match,
from
you mean
mere
play
short
subs.
hops and full hops to an entire
love using
range of
defocus,
jump
it's
heights
really smart.
accessible to the player.
If
This
you mean
range
playing
of height
subs,
is
then yeah,
most
I already
visible
have
when
that listed
Olympia is
to
juggling
play
the
against
shit out of
people.
people with up air,
In
but
any of
other
the games,
characters
it could
utilize
be
Hitfall to
Melee,
perform lightning
PM,
fast
Rivals, a few quick
combos
matches,
only
Strive,
possible due to
2XK,
this
whatever.
unique addition to aerial combat.
He had to play Mars, and I'm not sure.
Oh my god.
Chad, if you didn't know, Mars literally has like entered Rivals 1
Yeah.
tournaments.
Yeah.
Okay. The combo that makes
Like,
you
even
old.
before
There's
here.
his down throw. Oh my god.
The combo that makes you what?
His down throw. Oh my. 1,000 hitfall nairs? Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. The combo that makes you old. There's his
Oh,
down throw.
weird.
Oh my
All right.
god.
You know how in Smash, when you're grabbed and you're expected to mash all your limbs on the controller in an attempt to escape?
Yes. They don't have that in Rivals.
It's shit. Mindless, tiring, damaging to controllers, and it should probably not be the counterplay to something that happens several times a match.
Yep.
Rivals has a much better take on this grab break mechanic.
I
and
think
instead
it's
of
so
mashing,
good. I
allows
think it's
players
such
the
a
option
good way to do
to
this.
interact. In Rivals 2, players have the choice between a single normal pummel done with A and a single character-specific
Mars,
special
SFAT,
pummel
PPU,
done
all
with
entered
B.
Rivals 1. Yeah, I know. Because I've beaten 2 of the 3 of them. I have Rivals 1 bracket wins over SFAT and PPU in the same bracket. In fact, the only bracket they entered. That was me. I lived it. I was the person. Was it confirmed this was taken from Killer Instinct? Yes, because Dan worked on Killer Instinct. So, yeah. Yes. Let's see if I can find that bracket. I'm now curious. Challenge Rivals of Aether SFAT Pew Pew U. Missing SFAT PPU. Missing SFAT PPU. I need all of them. What tournament was it? Someone here probably knows. Someone here probably knows. Streaming light Rivals versus other top players. Started sub turning. Okay, that's a different thing. Where's the bracket? Where's the bracket? Where's the bracket? You are not finding a challenge. I am. Let's just do PPU. I've talked to PPU about this. He didn't realize it was me, and he thinks this is very funny now. We are going to find this. Oh my god. How many things? Oh no. Few top clips. MSB, where are you? MSB will know how to find this. Pew Pew U Rivals Amateur. How do you spell amateur? How do you spell amateur? Why can't I find the amateur? There we go. Why couldn't... Show results with PPU. Missing PPU. I just said to show the results with PPU. They just add in that end up looking. Okay, I'm messaging MSB because he is the holder of all of the... He's the holder of all the Rivals lore. Wants to see the challenge bracket when I beat SFAT and PPU. And I can't find it. Do you remember what that was? Remember when Google is functioning? MSB is asleep? You don't know that. I mean, he might be asleep. But you don't know that. Isn't there to specify challenge as a site? Maybe? Advanced search. No. Go to your challenge account. I don't know if I can find that challenge account again. That's the problem. Okay, one sec. We are not showing all of this on screen. I ran tournaments is the problem. So I'm finding over 600 tournaments that I ran. I think I found it. I did. Crazy. Found it. Thank you, whoever said to find my challenge account. Also, Elkies was in this. Penguin won, and it was the first time she won a bracket. So, Pew Pew and SFAT both entered. This was a Rivals Amateur Series. And it was the first Rivals bracket I entered as well. Adelus entered. Crazy. Pew Pew, Penguin beat Pew Pew in winners. Yeah. Colossal Mini, Sentinel, Murder of Crows, a bunch of people who would go on to be very good. I think Elkies is in this bracket. Jarek was here. Fatty Jabbers, Phantom, Elkies. Yeah, Elkies is in this bracket. I outperformed Elkies, apparently. SFAT got beat by Solar, so whatever. SFAT and PP both played for about a month. And then entered this. Or a week, something like that. And SFAT and PP ended up both going to the same side of losers. And I'm no longer... There we go. And here. Right there. Hard for me to tell in mobile. This was when? This was in 2016. So they were both top 10 in the world, like top whatever in the world at Melee at this time. And I was playing Rivals while I lived in Philly for a year. I beat whoever that is, and then I beat SFAT and QPU back to back. And that was the first time anybody in the rival scene ever heard of me for like 3 years after this, until I started doing way more comment, until I became known for commentary. Because this was the first tournament I entered. People would be like, oh, you're the person that beat SFAT and QPU. Like, that's just what people knew. Can't believe RAS 400. Yeah, this was RAS 20, and now they're on RAS 400. But yeah, I beat SFAT and QPU back to back and got way more attention than I was expecting, and it was crazy. It was very weird. But yeah, when someone's like, yeah, SFAT and QPU have entered brackets before, I'm like, I know. I'm the one who beat them. I told SFAT this year, and he's like, holy shit, really? That was you? That's crazy. All right, back to here.
Each of which are beefed up from standard Smash pummels to compensate for their one pummel per grab limitation. Now, if your opponent guesses which pummel you do and taps the corresponding pummel button, your grab is broken. Elegant, right? Of course, if you'd like to avoid this mix-up altogether as the grabber,
I take so
and
much
not give your
inspiration
opponent
from
the
like
chance
these
to
kind of
escape,
creators. I'm like, oh,
you can
that's how
also
I could be
just
showing UI on the
throw
screen
instantly
better.
too. Nice. Crucially, Rivals 2 is explicit with its monetization. $30 upfront for everything gameplay related, past, present, and future. No setting out the reel as a free-to-play game just to be faced with loot box shit preventing the actual characters of the game to be played. No ridiculous 10+ hour grind per character as a half-assed compromise. They're just there. Of course, Rivals 2 is a modern video game and thus also features purchasable skins, stage reskins, and things like that, which Ether Studios mostly allow to be obtained through the rather generously dealt in-game currencies. However, real money is the obvious shortcut. The game also features...
Use code wisely! Use code wisely in the store if you want to support me and help me out. It helps a ton. I can't help but noticing that Asumsaus has not used any creator. Asumsaus has not supported any creator on the screen, so he's on thin ice, but that's fine. That's fine.
You know, a battle pass. But in lieu of limited time progression creating a sense of urgency to play before the event's over, all of Rivals 2's battle passes are accessible at any time. And you can progress them individually as you please, selecting any of the themes you want to get your hands on whatever cosmetics catch your eye.
Wisely when they give me
all
lovers
for free.
to Abso. That's not my
$30
fault.
only gets you so much though, and an important piece of the platform fighter formula is missing from Rivals 2. Casual content. Despite being a much...
It's so funny that this came out the day before Workshop was announced. It's so funny that this came out. It's so funny. Oh my god, play now FOMO, but you don't have to. You can just get it anyways. You can get it later.
Much better game. Sadly, I think this game has somewhat suffered in similar ways to something like Icons.
Yeah,
namely erring far too much on the side of competitive play, alienating the largest and most important player base of all. Casuals.
Yep.
And
I do think it's... I'm sure he'll bring this up, and I think I do remember him bringing this up, but like... This vid got like 8 of my friends playing Rivals. Nice. I'm very happy to hear that. Between this and Wisely Wars and a few other things, it seems like a lot of people are playing Rivals right now. It's been dope. And Evo and new character and everything else. But like... They were in a spot where they were literally just out of money. They did not have any more money. And so they had to make something that people would buy. And it's the point of like, do you want to produce a good base game that people can have to play as a competitive fighting game? Or it's like, we have a story mode with no... Like a story mode with no good base content. Like we're missing a bunch of characters. So, like, I think they made the right decision. It just sucks that they had to make that decision at all instead of waiting another year and then having a much more solid game out at that point. Like, I get it. It still sucks.
audience that, ironically, aids greatly in fostering a
Dragonade has a
healthy
ton of cosmetics
competitive
that were battle
environment.
pass and have shown
After
up
all,
since. Yeah,
everyone
exactly.
starts as a casual. And essentially forsaking this audience in a genre dominated by fucking Smash is akin to chopping your legs off at the shins before competing in a foot race. That being said,
Why is there
it'd
a
be
ham attached to it?
unfair to say Rivals 2 is entirely alike icons in the reason for this relative lack of wide appeal content.
Workshopping coming though, we up? Hopefully. We gotta wait like a month before we're up. Now we are potentially up depending on what people make. We are up potentially depending on we need people to make things now.
Whereas Icons was dead set on a solely competitive audience, Rivals' hand was more or less
Yeah, Rivals
forced.
doesn't want to be only competitive. They're just kind of forced into it right now, which is I think what he's about to say. I think that's what he's about to say. But oh my god, that highlight is we're with the new age of gaming, of streamers and esports, we had an opportunity to build a game around the celebrity side of prize fights. It's so rough in retrospect. At the time, I fully bought in. But in retrospect, yeah.
You see, making video games is hard and expensive. And when you want to switch from a modest 2D game programmed in GameMaker to a 3D game seeking to rival AAA games in terms of gameplay, you need more expertise than Rivals 1's team could provide. That means you need a bigger team, who ideally should be paid. So when you inevitably run out of money to support your team...
We were all 17 and stupid, wisely, it's okay. But I wasn't. I'm 33. I was 23 and stupid. I wasn't 7. I was an adult and stupid. I'm 33 now.
Developing your ambitious sequel, whether it be personal funds, investor
yeah,
cash,
I am.
or whatever.
I am literally an uncle. I have a nephew. I am indeed Unc. I'm gonna have two. I'm gonna have a nephew and a niece. I left for a sec. Did I miss a Wisely Being Stupid story? No, it wasn't really a story. Just things that I bought into at the time.
You need a plan to continue development. The plan for Rivals 2? Release the game in early access.
True.
But not officially. Freely admitted by even the director of the game itself, Dan Fernacey, Rivals 2 in all but the official Steam page
Rivals
was released...
is literally 20 years old now. It's crazy. No, it's not. It's like 12 years old. It's not. Don't make me feel that old. It's not. You're not real. It's like, yeah, it's like 10 or 11 years old. Doesn't help that early access is notorious rep for releasing low effort, unfinished games. Yeah, exactly. That's why they didn't call it early access anymore, even though that's basically what it was.
Early. As funds for the game's
Rivals
ongoing
of Anthem came out
development
38
quickly
years
approached
old.
zero,
Feel old
Dan
yet?
believed,
Yes,
and
I
I'm
do.
inclined
I
to
do feel
agree,
old.
that a game releasing officially on Steam in early access would receive less
There's
immediate
one
support
moment where
than
I was
a
like,
game
there's
released
no
in a
way it's 20, and then I thought, I'm like, actually, there
finished
is no
state,
way it's
and
20.
thus might
That's
more
crazy.
quickly lead to a repeat of their whole out-of-money ordeal.
So in middle school,
Is
I
it a
was
bit
in like my
deceptive to
senior year of
consumers
college, I
to do
think.
this all-too-common business practice, while also being indicative of a medium whose artists are frequently pushed to exhaustion and sometimes financial ruin for an unfinished
Who's
product? I don't know. What I do know is, in Rivals 2's case, the thing sacrificed in its early release was casual content, allowing hungry fans to get their hands on the game
you
in
like
return for
arcade? I
development to
don't.
continue, but kneecapping.
Every time Rivals, there's always like creators that every time a new character comes out, they're like, I'm going to put up the arcade mode run on YouTube. I'm like, I don't, that has to get like 30 views. I don't know.
The game's
I don't
wider
know.
appeal.
I don't see how that's
This
appealing.
relatively narrow band of content had ripple effects.
Yeah,
Players who enjoyed the
it's
game
literally
on
why it
release
has the
then
mixed
returned
reviews.
later down the line were extremely unhappy as they queued up online, only to be shit on by people who have been doing the only thing anyone could do since release, as evidenced by some Steam reviews. Additionally,
I mean, this is why like Wisely Wars worked, is because I couldn't have put just one individual player. It was already hard enough with all of the new people. The fact that they kept trying to play ranked, but at least when they were able to fight each other, all the new people were able to learn against each other. And that helped a ton. This Wisely Wars would not have worked if I didn't curate a 12 person group of all brand new people to fight against each other. Because they already all struggled and like ranked in online play if they weren't queuing up at the same time anyways. Gappy vs. Crub was so good. Yes, it was one of my favorite stories. But like that event doesn't, especially if I do a Wisely Wars 2, like that, I think I have to do 2 full tiers of brand new people again. Because I can't do that. I can't force them to fight people that are just like, yeah, you will only lose, and there's only 3 other brand new people.
People who otherwise may have been interested in the game have their interest tempered not only by a lack of advertised non-serious stuff, but by the lukewarm Steam reviews proclaiming it's a game filled with only tryhards.
That was
magical.
magical. You're right, Killing
Sustained
Swags.
player base ended up quite a bit smaller than it could have been. This isn't an untenable situation for Rivals, though. And while you're probably not going to reach the Ludwig-backed hype levels of its release, I think the dev team's current roadmap instills some
Ludwig versus Wisely for part of the subathon. It's going to be peak. I definitely will be able to get him, and I definitely have... For sure, it's going to equal just as much as the peak of when the game was announced. Will be Ludwig versus Wisely. Is he going to show up? No, I've not asked him. I probably will not ask him. I was thinking about asking him about, like, if I run into him at Genesis. I could see doing, like, a small, like, we do Melee and Rivals and, like, one other game against each other would be fun. But the worst he can say is no, sure.
Optimism in the game's future, with numerous casual-oriented features like a story
ask him
mode.
For the funny. I don't want to bug him, though. That's the thing. Other people I can ask. I'm going to ask about Genesis. Because if he's co-streaming at Genesis and I'm not doing top 8, but if he's co-streaming, I want to see if he like wants me to hop on to like co-commentate with him on his stream instead. If he's at Genesis and doing the same co-stream thing he did last year, I don't know if he is. But like, I don't know. I think part of the privilege of having connections like that is that I don't just bug them to join in random things when it's not actually relevant. But we'll see. I'm going to ask the Wisely Wars Discord, so maybe he just gets the ping from that and offers anyways. Armando was there the entire time? Yeah. Yes, he was.
Stages, custom characters,
Wait, I missed what he's saying
while
here.
you're probably not going to reach the Ludwig-backed hype levels of its release, I think the dev team's current roadmap instills some optimism in the game's future, with numerous casual-oriented features like a story mode, wackier stages, custom characters, and a console release teased to fill the void present since launch. Stuff I'll be happy to check out when it eventually
And the console
releases.
release will have...
You'll have to gauge yourself whether or not Rivals is worth $30 currently. Are you a normal person who sees platform fighters as a frivolous little genre to laugh and have a gay old time with? Well, I'd say the lack of casual goodies and heavily competitive-leaning player base make this a tough sell. With its future prospects...
with hidden MMR. Does casual have hidden MMR? I've heard that, but I've always thought that was a rumor. I thought that casual didn't actually have a hidden MMR. I thought that was a rumor. Does it actually have it? I never play casual. I only play ranked. I thought about doing casual for like my stream content and that's it. It does have hidden MMR. Interesting. I didn't know that.
Though I'd still keep an eye on it. If you're more of
it's
a
just like a wider
player,
bands
however,
for MMR
or
so
you're
that you're
casual
not
player
only
interested
put
in
against
taking
people
the
at
dive,
just your
Rivals
level.
2's core is fantastic, and it's still being built upon. It's really good shit.
It is really good shit. Don't forget to have fun. That emote used to say, keep yourself safe.
In both time and quality, we've come a long way since our grim first foray into Melee likes we had with Icons. Yeah. And luckily, all of the games
It was
I've
the first
spoken
time.
of
We didn't
here
know. We
past
didn't know that's what it
Icons
would be
lasted
like.
longer than Wave Dash did from Icons early access
Awesome
to the
Sauce.
studio's
Do you
closure.
want to be in the
3
next
months.
Wisely Wars? Wait. Mr. Sauce. Oh, wait, you can't see me typing this. Do you want to be in the next Wisely Wars? There we go. Also, I'll give the video a like. Do you slap City Wisely Wars? No. That game is too small. I need to do Wisely Wars for games that will get some views at least.
But there's a lesson to be learned here beyond
He's the
just
first person I've
don't
ever
have
asked
the main
for this.
crux of
It's
your
fine.
thing be where like the other thing. It's
Cries.
have
I
some
think Slap City
respect
is
for the
super
game
fun,
you're stealing
but I
from,
can't.
the community you're hoping to
Who
reel
are they all
people
supposed
away
to play
from,
against?
and
It
the
would
players
only
who
be
will
each other.
play your game. If you're gonna clone characters, don't lock the clones behind gambling or take 10 hours each to unlock. If you're gonna
10
wink
hours
and
is crazy.
nudge
I
your
didn't know it was
player
that
base
high.
in a hey, get it kind of way, while also attempting to be the game of whatever era, don't make that part of your game's identity. And if you're gonna make
Please
a
play
game
my
for a
game.
niche, make an interesting,
the Coney thing?
original, good game with fresh ideas to draw people in. Don't
I
throw money at a scene and make funny references,
I
then expect a
will
community
play
to follow.
Slap City during the
Also,
subathon.
ideally have something for the non-sweats. Pretty early on in this project's life, I found an old Q&A video with Chris Kowalik,
Hey guys, how's it going?
one of the founders of Wavedash Games and later CEO of Vortex Games. Held roughly a year after Wavedash Games went under and was put up for sale, only to be repurchased by
him.
Chris.
I invested my life savings into Wavedash.
Watched to the
it
end.
fail,
I was going to.
And then decided to buy the company to release Icons Legacy Edition.
The
Icons,
Q&A
wait.
offers some
Icons with
decided to buy the
for
company to
Legacy
release
Edition.
Icons
Icons with microtransactions removed and a few other minor changes. Dude, I don't know if it's true, but I've heard from the inside. I mean, I've heard from people that worked there that he literally was like, "Yeah, loot boxes were terrible. I can't believe we did that. That's definitely the reason it failed. I told them not to, but we did it anyways." He was the co-founder. There's no way the co-founder got overruled on if the game should have loot boxes and what the entire microtransaction strategy was. Like, that's bullshit. I've also heard from people that he was the one who told them to put loot boxes in. It is what it is. It is what it is. Like, apparently they were his from the first place.
Legacy Edition.
The Q&A
But then he
offers
came in and
some
was like, "Yeah, I
valuable
told everyone that
insight
loot
into
boxes were
Wavedash's
bad. I knew that it
mindset when
wouldn't
they were
work."
developing
It's like,
Icons.
dude, it was your
In one
idea.
part of the Q&A,
You made
Chris
the
discussed
sandwich.
various ideas to reimagine the cast of Icons for their later reuse in Rushdown Revolt, like giving a Shawnee's dog a different name than John's,
No Johns.
and not continuing
it
to
was a
make
Shawnee- I
tribute
forgot a Shawnee
characters
had
for
a dog.
Melee players and fighters.
You know, one of the problems in
More Cackle Slender. I'm
Icons
trying
is
not
it
to.
was
I
so
don't need him to be
catered
mad at me
to
again.
the
It was
Melee
very weird and
community,
uncomfortable.
Right? They have a Mango tribute character.
Don't sleep on the kid. Thou shalt not sleep on
Oh,
the
it's
kid.
crazy he
I
called
don't
him a
think it
Mango
makes
tribute
sense
character.
For
I assumed it was just a
Vortex
Fox tribute
to
character that
think
was
about
clearly named after
tribute
Mango.
characters to Melee figureheads or Melee archetypes or any kind of Smash archetype. I think that we want to think about really fun, interesting design to do.
Interesting ideas. Scrolling down through the comments of this video, though,
Bold
I
take.
found one of the funniest and
I've seen those.
saddest responses I have ever read, illustrating further one of the main faults of Icon's team in their quest for the Melee player base, as well as some of the methods they used. In regard to the impending reimagining of Icons into
Wait,
Rushdown Revolt,
Dude, you have no idea how many devs that are making platform fighters right now that have the creative palette of Icons. It's so depressing being an artist in this genre. Really? I don't know of that many that are in development. Maybe I'm just not don't have my ears to the ground like I used to, but I feel like I used to know so much more. I used to know way more.
Speed Skater says, "Get Mango in on this."
That has
to which
to be
the
a joke.
official Rushdown Revolt
That has
YouTube
to
account
be.
responds, "Maybe we should make a character dedicated to him, host a bunch of parties for him, and then he'll stream our game 24/7."
And also give him money to do that, and then don't require him to do that.
That's gotta work,
right? Thank you for watching. All right, someone said there's a post credit. We're Marvel.
George Bush, Jojo Agogo, Matthew B, Casey, that V, the Shep. I have tried meditation. Stephanator, that
Prath, Groth, Renvi, Eid, Glust, Lied, and Slutney. crazy, crazy username.
Rack, the Storm, and
We
Okay.
want to make a lot of the characters more appealing. That means for the women, making them more shapely, you know, really emphasizing their natural beauty. And so...
No! He literally was like, dude, if we make them hornier, maybe the gamers will play it. And he said it out loud on a dev stream. God, fuck that. That was like one of the things that I hated, is that I was like, hey, even if your character design was fine, like, or was bad, but like, when he's like, yeah, we need to make Ashani hotter. What does that have to do with the notes on the screen? I do not know. We need to make our characters, for the women, that means making them more shapely, is insane. What?
I think really means we want to make a lot of the characters more appealing. That means for the women, making them more shapely, you know, really emphasizing their natural beauty. And so I think
if this guy ever tries to come at me on Twitter again, I'm just pulling that clip. That's it. That's it. That's crazy.
that is going to be coming through.
Yeah, meanwhile, Rivals 2 added more clothes to the summer costumes. Yes. Somehow, the summer beach pool party skins on every Rivals character is wearing more clothes than the normal skin.
The
And they're hotter? Hey, I'm not saying it. I'm not a furry. The worst part is he probably thinks he's in the clear for this because he talks about their natural beauty rather than being more overt. He said shapely. This dude beefed with me on Twitter. Yes, he did. We're not talking that much about it. Well, I mean, we talked about... This is the most I've ever talked about it was this stream. But it was years ago. It was like 2022. I do not need to drag up the past. Which Absa with thigh highs was crazy. I need to pull up the clip from Skull Volver. Dude, that 7-hour video is so sick. Yeah, it did take like another 3 hours. I need to pull up the Skull Volver clip. Killin', if you have not seen this, it's so funny. Summer clothes that add. The Skull Volver clip is like one of my favorite things to come out of Wisely Wars. Oh my god. It's so funny. How do I find it? Where was it? The problem is Skull's community clips a lot, so I can't just find him and be like, videos, clips, pull up your video when you reacted to it. I can just pull it up on here. It's fine. It was in the last 30 days. It had to be. Oh, one of his top clips is getting his first win. And then the second one was when they were naming 100 women on stream. Okay. I was so happy when Skull got his first win. Glad I was here for this. I'm going by top clips in the past month on Skull Volver. His community clips a lot. You got it? All right, sick. It's just because it's specifically about the witch Absa with the thigh highs. That's why. It's so funny. It's such a funny clip.
Team. Dude, I got my ass beat by this
Okay, I have to turn this like way up.
fucking skin last night. And I was like, you know, this has got to be like one of the hardest hitting trans women in the FGC community whooping my ass right now. Without a doubt.
Okay, 1 second. I'm going to turn the volume up and then I have to lower it back down or else it's going to be way too loud.
Team. Dude, I got my ass beat by this fucking skin last night. And I was like, you know, this has got to be like one of the hardest hitting trans women in the FGC community whooping my ass right now. Without a doubt. Without a doubt. Without a fucking doubt, bro. Fucking, I was like, oh my god. I was like in the fucking blender. I was like, fingernails scraping on the ground, like, please! Playing this fucking Orcane, bro.
Post this in chat. It's in the...
I was like, no!
It's in the Twitch chat.
Dude,
right
I got my
now.
ass beat by this fucking skin last night. And I was like, you know, this has got to be like one of the hardest hitting trans women in the FGC community whooping my ass right now. Without a doubt. Without a doubt. Without a fucking doubt, bro. Fucking, I was like, oh my god. I was like in the fucking blender. I was like, fingernails scraping on the ground, like, please! Playing this fucking Orcane, bro. I was like, no!
The FGC community is very funny,
I got my ass beat by this fucking skin last night. And I was like, you know, this has got to be like one of the hardest hitting trans women in the FGC community whooping my ass right now.
It's so
Without
funny.
a doubt.
It's such a good clip. It's such a good clip. This fucking Slave Me in the Wisely Wars edit. Yeah. This is one that I hope makes it into the fully scripted edited video as well. It's so funny. It's such a good clip.
Team. Dude, I got my ass beat by this fucking skin last night. And I was like, you know, this has got to be like one of the hardest hitting trans women in the FGC community whooping my ass right now. Without a doubt. Without a doubt. Without a fucking doubt, bro. Fucking, I was like, oh my god. I was like in the fucking blender. I was like, fingernails scraping on the ground, like, please! Playing this fucking Orcane, bro. I was like, no!
I didn't even see the Sporting Wisely
I got my
up
ass
there.
beat by this fucking...
Dude, it's like my favorite part of Wisely Wars was all of the people who are just very good streamers, but not fighting game streamers, making content. Oh my god.
Skin last night.
It's so good. God, that clip is so funny. There was a similar clip from Quezzy that made it into one of the recent the finals edit. That someone's like, wait, are we just gonna skip over the fact that Quay said that? And I was like, no, I included it in the video. What did they say? It was something along the lines of, you've been beating this dude for 15 minutes already, just finish him. It was like, that's an insane thing for you to say, Quay. But it was on purpose, clearly. And someone in the YouTube just like comments was like, what? Are you just gonna include that? It's like, yeah, why not? Why not? It was funny. The Gappy and Crub bickering was also so funny. Yeah, 100%. 100%. All right, so chat, before I close, because this has been a way longer stream than I expected, the things that are important. Today we went over the plans for 2026 of all the videos I want to make. I basically want to like double my output and start making stuff for like other games as well. But the big thing I want to talk to you guys about is that I'm doing a subathon on starting Saturday. I was going to do this in February, and I had to push things up early because, frankly, I live in Minneapolis, and I work with kids in schools, which means I have not been able to work for the last, like, week because most of the schools are canceled because of ICE. So fuck ICE. Fuck ICE anyways. Like, I know that I am one of the least impacted people. I am not worried for my safety. I'm worried for my safety if I'm at a protest or something, but I'm not worried for my safety. I'm not Like, I am very lucky in all of this. I'm not trying to get reconnected to a family. I'm not trying to do, like... But I haven't been able to work. I haven't been able to do my, like... I do a lot of contract and gig work and freelance work and then this. And I haven't been able to do the thing that is supposed to be my backup. That is supposed to be my standard thing. So I was going to do a subathon in, like, a month. We're moving it up. We're moving it up starting Saturday. For every 25 subs, it will unlock a video that I'm guaranteed have to make. Because we went through everything that people wanted from, like, some community posts and some Discord posts and everything, and everyone wants way more fully scripted, edited videos from me, which are my favorite videos to make and to release, and I think they're the ones that help my stream grow the most. But they're time-consuming and really expensive to make. So this is how I'm going to be able to afford to make those. For every 25 subs, I will guarantee, unless we get to like 800, because then I will have to change other stuff too. I will guarantee that I will be doing a high effort video, whether that is fully scripted and edited or something like a Wisely Wars or something like a big event. Or like I am collabing with a guest on stream. If someone pays for a 75, which is $75, is what that roughly is the equivalent of. If someone donates that or covers it themselves, they will be listed as a executive producer on an upcoming video. It'll be kind of a surprise for what video you get, but you'll be listed as an executive producer in the video credits, in the video credits, and like in the video description. If we get to certain milestones that are like, hey, at 200 subs, I will for sure finish the entire. Are you also counting for the cut Twitch takes from donations? If it's through Stream Elements, they're not like taking any. It's like 5%. So if it's bits or anything like that, then that's different. Then yes, I need to receive roughly that amount. Yes. Whether it's a donation or bits or subs or whatever. So like I have 8 more videos I need to make in the how character works videos to finish up the Rivals cast. And I want to make some of those for other characters from other games. I would love to make a how Ice Climbers work. I'd love to make a how Echo works. But I want to finish the Rivals cast first. So like that will be at like 200. So I need to figure out the milestones. But at like 200 subs, I'll be like, yes, I will for sure make all 8 of these. I will have certain milestones for bringing back Stock Exchange, for doing Board the Platforms. I have a bunch of video essays that I want to do that are just on different topics, that are just on different, whether it's Rivals or general FGC and fighting games or platform fighters, similar to like my Space Animals video. I want to do that for other character archetypes. I would like, there's a bunch of stuff I want to make. This will help me make all of those. I will also have certain milestones that are like Dad has already, we heard from him already, is going to be joining the stream, is going to be teaching me how to play Spelunky, and then we're going to play some PM together. That will happen on one of the days. That will, like, I will have things planned for each of these days that happen if we unlock those days. It will take about, what was it? I think it was 70, the equivalent of 70 subs, or a little over $200 will be the, like, you have unlocked a second day of the subathon. So we'll start with, I will start with 10 hours day 1. I'm not going to do a 24-hour subathon because this is just my living room. I need to be able to step away and not be living in a fishbowl. But I will figure out a timeline. It'll probably be from like 10 a.m. to 10 p.m. kind of thing. Well, no, that's 12 hours. Be like 10 a.m. to 8 p.m. or noon to 8, or I'll figure it out. But we'll be able to stream like 10 hours a day. I will pause the timer when we're not streaming, obviously. But everything will earn another day of that. So after I unlock more than 10 hours, that will go into a day 2. I unlock another one that'll go into the day 3 to see how long I have to stream for each of those any given days. I I'm very excited about this. I have a lot of stuff planned. I will be posting to the Discord, on socials, and like I will be promoting it a bunch while I'm streaming during the thing, obviously. So the other thing is that this is going to be my push to getting a partner. There was points during the stream where I was peaking at like 80 viewers. I'm at like 60 right now. If I had 75 viewers on just Twitch, which I usually have over 75 average viewers, I would be able to be a partner. So this is the one where I'm going to ask people. I will be streaming on both Twitch and YouTube, but I will be making periodic asks for switching over to Twitch, for doing the subbing on Twitch, because this will help me in getting partner, and that helps me with like unlocking other stuff in the Twitch ecosystem. So I'm very excited. I'm really pumped about the kinds of stuff I'll be able to make while I'm live. I have a bunch of like collabs and plans for what I want to do while I'm live. I'm really pumped about that. But I'm also really excited and more excited about the things that it will help me be able to make later. Because I will be guaranteeing I will be making at least 2 fully produced, high effort edited videos a month if I'm able to do this. And that is way more. That would be 24 in the year, and that is 12 more than I made last year. So I am very pumped about it. That is in addition to simpler videos that are like cut from my streams or that are just me reacting to something. So I'm really excited. I'm pumped to have you guys join me on that. I will be talking more about it later, but yeah, I think that's what's up. I'm going to see. It's 2 in the morning. You know what? I'm not even going to raid. It's 2 in the morning. I want you guys to be able to go to bed. I want you guys to go to sleep. I'd be shocked if someone I'm following is live right now anyways. I mean, there's some, but not many. Not many. So I will be going to bed. I will be... You underestimate me? For the time? Yeah. I probably won't stream tomorrow because I will get things prepped for tomorrow or Friday because I'm going to get things prepped for the subathon, but I'm really excited. I'm pumped to be making... I will also make sure I get the Lorena, how Lorena works script and voiceover done before then, but I'm super pumped. I'm really excited. I've never done a subathon, so we are going to hit it, and I will see you all later. Good night. Good night. Good night. Peace.